Obono gini kama chozunu Imana chukwa koti womo Onyele miu Nyelu yumi What am I looking for? See my God, he don't bless me, yo. He give you me, give me you. Obuni kife la chasha so Obuni kife me chasha me My baby, you know, say you go love for me. Hey, yeah. I do go. I could go. When I call your name, Shakara for me. Oh, Roma. I will be your Romeo. You go be my Julie. Roma, I will be your Romeo. You go be my Julia. Oh, give me your love and I'll go run away. Show me your love and I'll go use you play. Carry me, go me, I go follow you way. Follow you, they go. Maka Munagi, me and you. Okwa Munagi, my baby and me and you. Me and you, Aqua Monagi, my baby. Obuzi kife la chasha so, Obuni kife la chasha me. My baby, you know, say you go love me. I do go. I could go. When I call your name, Shakara for me. Oh, Roma, I will be your Romeo. You go be my Julie. Yeah, Roma, I will be your Romeo. You will be my Julia. Oh, Roma, I will be your Romeo. You will be my Juliet.
Ayanda ba, ayanda ba, ayanda ba, ayanda ba. Ladies and gentlemen, sometimes you just have to act like you are drunk.
Don't turn, Yorubas are screaming, Hausas are crying, Igbo brothers are saying, no blame them. Igbos are being discriminated. Even food don't turn to gold in Nigeria. Kidnapping, lucrative business in Nigeria. Imagine saying your grandchildren where they kidnap. By now, your soldiers for don't scatter Nigeria. How come a man won't get money for ransom when they kidnap him, his wife and his children? After everything, now they go kill them. See, as Naira, they fall against dollar. Emilokon, don't turn to Ebilokon. And you say make we sacrifice for Nigeria. 7 billion to renovate your residence, 15 billion for your traveling allowance. That's not for you and your only vice president. 40 billion for Asurok maintenance, 5 billion for food and refreshment, 100 of millions for dogs and animals. Meanwhile, hunger they kill Nigerians. What did Nigerians do to warrant this treatment? Even Gary, they no fit afford for the family. Tinubu government blame Buhari. Buhari government blame Jonathan. Hunger day, people they die. This one don't pass jaga jaga. Oh. Emilokon, OTD Emilokon, Baba Emilokon, Edaku Emi power. Emilokon, OTD Emilokon, Baba Emilokon, Edaku Ojetiwo. Tinubu was APC party leader during Mr. Buhari Jaga government. Why didn't you help Buhari to solve the problem? Debt under Buhari, 77 trillion. No proof of any positive transformation. Unborn children, I ain't go pay for this evil. You know, say Buhari was incompetent, but you still bring him to destroy Nigeria. Paddy government, now you are the president. Since Buhari don't destroy Nigeria, I hope say you go bring him to judgment. Emefiele printed 23 trillion within 8 years under Buhari government. $6 million for election observers. They say somebody forged Buhari's signature. Now lie, Buhari signed that document, period. Where our refineries, where we promise to fix. I've been a Dangote refineries would they depend on how much.
Okay now. Okay.
Mama musina nwa metogo kwa akana nwa mujelomba owe butike akanilu ne butilo wanne mo ata wanke ya dika ya jomba
ẹ̀jẹ̀ mi ni ẹ kí n gbọ́ àkọ́bí ewé ayò ewé tún méje ìtún ló ní ọ̀tún ẹ̀ ṣe. Ìfà lóní kan fà ẹ́ mọ́ra, àìbínú gbogbo àtàrẹ. gbogbo méjì ọkà bàbà gbogbo mẹ́ta ọkà wáṣẹ́ orí ló túmọ̀ ẹnu gbogbo ọ̀nà ní túmọ̀ ẹsẹ̀ akọni ìmọ̀ tú ìmọ̀ ọjọ́ ìmọ̀ èmi ni wọn kì í dálẹ̀ wọ́n bá lọ mẹ́lẹ́mọ́ wọ́n á fi jóye ẹlẹ́mọ́ akọni wọ́n bá lọ gbé fèrè wọ́n á fi jóye ẹlòkó bọ́wọ́ wọn bá tẹ̀lé wọ́n á fi jóye aláre àwọn mẹ́tẹ̀ẹ̀ta parapọ̀ wọ́n wá jọ ń pẹ́ mọ́ ẹ̀ẹ́mọ́ olóko jẹ wọ́n pa Akíntọ́lá ọmọ Ògún wọ́n pàdé Ìyọ̀dà ọmọ Àtàlàbọ̀bà Àkànbí wọ́n pàdé Ṣàtàdàdẹ ọmọ ọba Ìjẹ̀bú Mèrè Aṣíwájú odò gbólùkẹrẹ ajagun lólòdì ọ̀run tó bá ṣe pé tìyẹ tó bá ṣe pé tìyẹ lọ bá ń darí jọ wí àpérò ní kún gbọ́wọ́ ọ̀bọ ti ṣìgìdì máa gbé àgétì ló máa ń gbé àyàn ti ìlàyàn ewúrẹ́ ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ̀ kó má gbàgbé ọ̀rọ̀ tẹ́ aṣíwájú ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ̀ Àkànbí ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ̀ ọkọ̀ olúrẹ̀lẹ̀ ọlọ́run.
And there it is right there. So there it is right there. Bonjour, Madame Monsieur. Do you understand? Bonjour, Madame Monsieur. So good day, ladies and gentlemen, multilingual. I used to know that in Spanish. If I recall it, then I'll recite it as well. But good day to you. Good to be in your company, and how are you? So good day to you. Good to be in your company, and how are you? Another day, another session. We do as we always do. I did say it's never going to stop. It's a relentless grind. It's never going to stop. But so good day to you. Good to be in your company. How are you? The first protocols. Click on the like button just as soon as you come in. So let's say the like numbers going up. So click on the like button immediately and right now. So click on the like button. And if you're not already subscribed, correct that as well. We seem to be flatlining somewhat, and you never want to flatline, do you? So click on like, click on subscribe. And then if you want to come and be part of the conversation, the hyperlink that says StreamYard, that's your ticket to ride. So if you want to board the Juggernaut train, that is the one man went to more experience, click on that hyperlink that says StreamYard. Up, it pops you into a studio space. As soon as I finish delivering the body of the talking points, let you onto the screen, invite your thoughts. Nothing if you want to be an active combatant or in the one man went to mode duel, click on that hyperlink that says StreamYard. I'll send it so it's immediate to hand. So if you want to be an active combatant, click on that hyperlink that says StreamYard. It will put you into a studio space, which somewhat virtually serves the purpose of a green room. So it'll put you in there and we'll serve you coffee and all that, a virtual coffee, of course. And then as soon as I've fleshed out what the conversation is going to be about, and then I'll put you onto the screen and then we engage in conversation. So nothing complex, nothing complicated. So click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard. And of course, the $ at the bottom of the stream. The anticipation 5 super chats or more in the course of every session. Ayo sets us on our way. One Nigeria is in step with him. So 3 more or along those lines. Yes, different names though, not the same names doing it 5 times. Even though no, different names. So just so that you know, so you doesn't feel alone in that super chat space. So yes, click on like, click on subscribe, click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard, click on the $ super chat to the stream. So do all those nice, cozy, warm stuff. It's a bit like a hot cup of chocolate on a cold winter night. So That's the experience, the one man words to more experience. Hot. You know, I know some of you must wonder how I come up with some of these ridiculous things I do say. Maybe because I'm a ridiculous man, but there it is. There's not much. There's not been much in the news cycle over the last few months. So because of course the government has settled into governance, the opposition are playing their role as expected. So nothing really spikes up. There's no real big ticket incident. So it's just really talking around what's available. And then, of course, the festive season as well. Everybody away, salary and all that. But still, we've been able to put things together. And we'll kick it off with this one. So we kick it off with this one. Dangote Refinery achieves double Nigeria's 11-year power output. So there it is right there. How many billions of dollars? I think we are now at about 24 to 30 billion dollars trying to electrify the country. This guy comes in, sets up a refinery, and to power it up, he's generating what you've not been able to generate throughout the history of that country. Dangote Refinery achieves double Nigeria's 11-year power output. So it's unbelievable only for the fact that it is actually believable. So they are generating 1,500 megawatts. That's Dangote Refinery. And the federal government, the totality of the might of the Nigerian state that purports to be a top 30 economy within the world, they can only generate a derisory 760 megawatts. Nigeria took 11 years to add just 760 megawatts of power to the national grid, while the Dangote Refinery doubled that output, generating 1,500 megawatts in a short time. For decades, the country has suffered from chronic power shortages, and repeated promises to fix the problem have long dominated political campaigns. Data received from the Nigeria Electricity System Operators showed that, let's do that entirely all over again. Pardon me. Okay, so yes, Dangote Refinery Dangote Refinery achieves double Nigeria's 11-year. Bear with me. Let me play you a 3-5-minute music just to attend to a matter. Just give me one moment. Let me play you. Be obedient and be useful.
For better infrastructure, for better life, yeah, my people. For better roads, yeah, for better hospitals and health, yeah. For lights today, for everything to work for us, for Nigeria. No more hunger.
Oh, all right, and we're back. So, pardon me, be obedient and useful. So, be obedient and useful. I think that song is actually pertinent to one of the headlines I'm about to bring you. Dangote refinery achieves double Nigeria's 11-year power output. So the headline already tells you most of it. Nigeria took 11 years to add just 760 megawatts of power to the national grid, while the Dangote refinery doubled that output, generating 1,500 megawatts in a shorter time. For decades, the country has suffered from chronic power shortages, and repeated promises to fix the problem have long dominated election campaigns. Data sourced from the Nigeria Electricity System Operators showed generation companies, GENCOs, delivery to the distribution companies, DISCO, via the transmission company of Nigeria. You see, they have all of these ludicrous acronyms, which translates really into darkness. GENCOs, DISCOs, ENCOs, DINCOs, and whatever it is. So those are just portals. Those are money hubs. But where is the end product? That's just the thing. It's just a sorry. Who is? Yes. Yeah. So those are just hold on. Yes. So those are just money hubs. You know, just really essentially to squeeze the system of money. We'll do it one more time, but we'll do it with P3 this time around. Dangote refinery achieves double Nigeria's 11-year power output. So we do this at speed. Nigeria took 11 years to add just 760 megawatts of power to the national grid, while the Dangote refinery doubled that output, generating 1,500 megawatts in a shorter time. For decades, the country has suffered from chronic power shortages, and repeated promises to fix the problem have long dominated election campaigns. Data sourced from Nigeria Electricity System Operators showed generation companies, GENCO, delivery to the distribution companies, DISCO, via the transmission company of Nigeria, TCN, has increased by 22% from an average of 3,400 megawatts in November 2013 to an average generation of 4,160 megawatts as of the 12th of June 2024. However, Dangote's oil refinery produced 1,500 of power after construction in 2018, surpassing the total national grid expansion achieved over a decade. So there it is. We don't put pressure on the grid. We produce about 1,500 megawatts of power. You know, anybody that's smart would have bought house near or bought land near that refinery. If you can stand the fumes, I think you will live a life of a life better than most in Nigeria, because you're guaranteed 24-hour electricity, and I'm sure they will provide security for you as well. So what more do you need? We don't put pressure on the grid. We produce about 1,500 megawatts of power for self-consumption. Dangote said at the AfriCIM annual meeting and Afro-Caribbean Trade and Investment Forum in Nassau, the Bahamas. The development has raised concerns about the snail pace of growth in Nigeria's. Maybe we should actually have this guy as president. Maybe that is what we really need, because he has singularly, he's able to get things done, and you can visually see him get it done. You know, I don't think anybody else has actually started and completed anything of meaning in that country apart from this guy, who has repeatedly, the cement industry, the sugar industry, the oil industry, and going on to the steel industry, he gets things right. So maybe we should actually have this guy as the president, and not, I mean, he's too rich anyway. He's probably richer than Nigeria. So what's the point? There's nothing for him to loot. We don't put pressure on the grid. We produce about 1,500 megawatts of power for self-consumption, Aliko Dangote said at the AfriCIM annual meetings and Afro-Caribbean Trade and Investment Forum in Nassau, the Bahamas. This development has raised concerns about the snail pace of growth in Nigeria's power sector, despite billions of dollars in investment and an 11-year-old privatization exercise. The government and some operators in the sector may say there has been some form of growth since 2013, but in actual terms, how many people are benefiting from the privatized sector? Most conglomerates are generating their own power. Charles Okpebholo, a senior analyst, said. So there it is. I think that's enough of that. I don't like the way I'm reading that, so let me just abandon that. But there it is. That the nub of it, Dangote generating twice as much electricity as the national grid. So it's shocking but not surprising. Probably the verdict there is shocking, but not surprising. So that's just the narrative of Nigeria right there. So that's the narrative of Nigeria right there. Let me send the hyperlink to the room in case somebody wants to hop on. We do need the room populated. So if anybody wants to hop on, hop on. Let's go on from that to this. National Assembly lacks constitutional powers to legislate on open grazing bill, retired Supreme Court Justice Ejembi. So I don't quite know, but I think that tells us, I think that headline tells us probably, let's take a couple of paragraphs. The National Assembly has no constitutional powers to make laws banning open grazing and establish a national agency for the regulation and management of ranches in Nigeria. A retired Supreme Court judge, Justice Ejembi Echo, has said. The retired judge disclosed this in a chat with Law and Society magazine on the current bill at the National Assembly seeking to ban open grazing across the country. According to him, the bill falls outside of the purview of the National Assembly. Correspondence report, let's go. So I'm just skimming through because they're explaining about the bill. So let's skim through to what the judge actually said. However, the retired Supreme Court judge explained that the subject matter in question was outside the legislative jurisdiction of the National Assembly, as it is neither on the exclusive legislative list nor on the concurrent list. So I'm not quite sure that the National Assembly is restricted to what is on the. I'm not quite sure that there's a no-go area for the National Assembly. I'm not aware of that. It's the judge, of course, but I'm not aware that there's a no-go area for the National Assembly. According to him, the bill falls outside the purview of the National Assembly. Okay, so wait, it says, yes, however, the Supreme Court judge explained that the subject matter in question was outside the legislative jurisdiction of the National Assembly, as it is neither on the exclusive legislative list nor on the concurrent legislative list. He said, you can find neither agriculture nor animal husbandry or ranching in either the exclusive legislative list or the concurrent legislative list. Item 29 of the ELL is only about fishing and fisheries in littoral waters, international coastal waters, other than inland waters, rivers, etc., etc. So it goes on to then read a whole raft of items of legislation, which I'm not going to. So I'll skim through to this paragraph. Neither animal husbandry nor ranking of animals is a substantive or within either the. So essentially, it's telling us, I'm not going to get lost in the fog of the legalese. So I'm not going to get lost in the fog or lose you in the fog of the legalese. But what it's saying essentially is that the banning open grazing falls outside of the purview of the parliament, which I would dare say, him being a judge, me not being, it sounds like a nonsense. So yes, minimum wage. Senate speaks on Tinubu's new offer, tells TLC TUC what to do. So yes, I'm not sure that there will be further movements from that 62,000. So take it or leave it. So take it or lump it, whatever. The Nigerian Senate has sent. The Nigerian Senate has sent. Anyway, let me just leave it at that head. I think this might well prove to be it. The Nigerian Senate has sent a message to the organized labor as President Bola Tinubu is advocating for a minimum wage of 62,000, despite facing resistance from the labor sector. So there it is. That's all we can offer, essentially what they're telling them there. So now, this is the topic of the moment, of course. Remember, just a couple of sessions ago, we brought you images of Obasanjo wearing the Tinubu cap, and a lot of people huffed and puffed and said that was not. And by the way, there's no one in the studio. If people want the session, then you have to click on the hyperlink. We may just read out the what's it at, and then we knock it on the head. So it is a participatory sport, as I said. All right, it's all right. Let me just go on with it. So this is actually this should actually have been the headline. It is a military strategy. Reno Omokri reacts as Obasanjo visits Oluremi Tinubu. Maybe they will tell us this is a deep fake too, and whatever it is. Remember how they were trying to say that the image of Obasanjo wearing the Tinubu hat was somewhat of a deep fake. Former presidential aide Reno Omokri. Let me leave it there. I'll read it from a different space. I can't get my tongue together today. Let me try from this space. It says Salah, First Lady Oluremi Tinubu host former President Olusegun Obasanjo. So yes, former President Olusegun Obasanjo paid a visit to the First Lady Oluremi Tinubu June 17 to celebrate the Salah holiday. The special assistant to the First Lady on media and publicity. So who actually pays for that? Because of course, there is no official office for the First Lady. The special assistant to the First Lady on media and publicity, Bosola Kukoyi, shared the photo on social media with the caption, former President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Chief Olusegun Obasanjo, and the First Lady of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Senator Oluremi Tinubu, after receiving the former president who came felicitate. You know this word felicitate? I've only ever seen it used by Nigerians. I've never, I live in England. I don't see people use this word outside of Nigeria, felicitate. I don't know, man. There are certain words peculiar to Nigerians. When I remember now, I'll keep telling you that that's a Nigerian word. Former President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Chief Olusegun Obasanjo, and the First Lady of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Senator Oluremi Tinubu, after receiving the former president who came felicitating on Salah celebration on Monday the 17th. So there it is right there. So the cycle completes. It was captured better in some space. If I can see, let me see. I actually sent it to someone. So it was captured better in some space. Let me see. It was captured better on some Twitter handle that if we still have to explain what happened in 2020, if we still have to explain what happened in 2023 to you, then you should not be in politics. So somebody said that on Twitter. Let's move on. Let's move on. Actually, let's not move on. Let's take this particular story from Reno angle. It's always a different inflection, isn't it, when Reno Omokri puts his own particular yarn on a news cycle. It is a military strategy. Reno Omokri reacts as Obasanjo visits Oluremi. So you don't even have to be a master strategian or a master strategist, to know that there was a lot of orchestration. Even Pa Adebanjo is a suspect. It might well have been. There was a three-dimensional chess election, that February 2023 election. It was a three-dimensional chess election, and Peter Obi was no more than a pawn in a game that is bigger than him. That's just it. You know, it was a three-dimensional chess game, and Obi was more. The chess game was essentially the North versus the Southwest, and the subset of it was a age-old rivalry, Atiku versus Tinubu, and the first timer then into that presidential seat. Because it always going to be either of them, and they've been rival. Atiku has been contesting this thing pretty much since 1999, and Tinubu has been ambitioning towards this thing since 1999. And they both knew that they were in some mental game of attrition to try and outwit each other so where their politics align, they ally, but they have always been rivals in politics. So that 2023 was essentially the final duke it out. I don't know if you used to watch those old Western movies. There's always a final shootout at the OK Corral. So it was that final shootout, the first to the draw sort of a thing. And Tinubu, of course, outwitted him. It was a three-dimensional chess game election. And Obi was no more than a pawn in a game that was bigger than him. Obi no more than a pawn in a game that was bigger than him. It is a military strategy. Reno Omokri reacts as Obasanjo visits Oluremi. Before we get into, there was a time in the build-up to that election, even though Obasanjo had declared and was fervently pushing the Obi agenda, there was a crucial closed-door meeting between Obasanjo and Tinubu at the Otta farm. So Tinubu arrived with his team, and Obasanjo, of course, was already ready to host him with his acolytes. So they did all of the political. I think Fayemi was there. I'm not sure. I think Fashola was there. All the big heavyweight. I'm not sure. Yes, big heavyweight names. I know that Ganduje was there. So big heavyweight names. They all went to Otta. And of course, there's always been, it's always been an attrition sort of a relationship between Tinubu and Obasanjo all the way through, because Tinubu doesn't especially rate Obasanjo, and Obasanjo just sees him as just a petty thief. So there's always been that that frisson between the two of them. But about 3-5 weeks to the elections, Tinubu arrives at the Otta farm with his team, with the retinue as I described, and they gathered in the visitors, whatever it is, and did all the pleasantries. And then in the course of just, talking political mundane language without saying anything, Obasanjo suddenly got up, took Tinubu by the arm, and took him into his room. And they were in that room for an hour solid, and then they came out, and then the usual political ding-dong-ding, Baba, we've come for your support, but that's what happened in that meeting is essentially what we are seeing playing out now. It is a military strategy. Reno Omokri reacts as Obasanjo visits Oluremi Tinubu. Former presidential aide Reno Omokri said it is obvious that Labour Party presidential candidate Peter Obi was used during the 2023 general election. So Obi was used because because there was so much that they could have used just to finish his narrative off, given his antecedents as a governor and all of the hustling that he was hustling, Abacha through Abacha, the good of Jonathan. There's just so much filth in his backdrop that they could have destroyed him. But they would not destroy him, because if they destroyed him, they lose the election. So that's just it. It's a game bigger than him, of course. Yes, as I said. Former presidential aide Reno Omokri said it is obvious that Labour Party presidential candidate Peter Obi was used during the 2023 general election. Omokri stated this after former President Olusegun Obasanjo paid a visit to the First Lady Senator Oluremi Tinubu on Salah celebration. He said Obasanjo announced his support for President Bola Tinubu first by wearing a cap with Tinubu's logo. He stated this via his Instagram handle. So this is what he has to say. Omokri said Obasanjo supporting Obi was a strategy to divide the votes of the People's Democratic Party PDP because he did not like Atiku Abubakar. President Obasanjo does not like our candidate, but he is a strategist. He knew that if he came out openly against our candidate in the People's Democratic Party, it would win him sympathy votes during both the primaries and the general election. So what did they do? He supported Peter Obi, knowing Obi stood no chance. His only purpose was to divide the PDP votes and ensure that the person he was against did not win. So I think he actually said this yesterday. So I'm not quite sure that I think we've had a flavor of this. It is a military strategy called divide and conquer. If not for Peter Obi, Waziri Atiku Abubakar would have won. I think we all know that. So there it is right there. You know, if the penny still has not dropped for people who the penny should drop for, then that penny will never drop. So if the penny still has not dropped for people who the penny should drop for, then that penny will never drop. So I'm talking slowly because I want to show you something, and I'm waiting for it to load up. Yes, hold on. Yes, it's still the same storyline, but I thought it was captured succinctly in one particular space. I'm not quite sure. Yeah, no, let's leave that. Let's leave that. So let's go on from there. So that's Tinubu, that's Obasanjo then showing his hand that it wasn't so much Yoruba parapol, but really anti-Atiku. That it was more an anti-Atiku move than anything else. So yes, a lot of that. Let's see, what else do we have? Oh, all right. Let me bring you this one. Let me bring you this one. Hold on. Oh, so this is Edo politics. So this is the goings on in Edo State. Oh, all right. So this is the goings on in Edo State. Video: Pdp Shaibu donates campaign vehicles to APC governorship candidates in Edo State, popularly known as the homeboy. It's almost beyond question that APC is going to take that Edo State. In fact, it's a certainty that they will, because PDP doesn't really have any solid candidates. The Labour Party candidate Olumide Apata has been publicly disowned by the Oba of Benin, which ends its political journey. And now, even the vice governor, the deputy governor in that state, the deputy governor of sitting, is being impeached now, of course, but then their administration is over anyway. The deputy governor of the incumbent government, he is donating his campaign structures to the lead opposition party. So let's watch this. Let's watch this. And where did they get all the money to have all this? Is the wider question. But no, let's watch this.
No. I said you will not do it. You can see as you sleep.
This is massive.
Very, very. Everything.
This is massive.
We have 12 of these, and they are all Toyota Tundras.
And look at the tires. They can get into any terrain.
Even if it is a desert, they are there. Even if it's forest.
By the time the blasting happens,
yes, sir.
it will be clear that
and they are mobile.
We are really ready.
These are mobile trucks. Mobile trucks.
Take all these bottom pipers out of this thing. This is huge. Thank you, Thank you very much.
The Khalifa.
Thank you.
The Khalifa. The Khalifa.
Thank you. You are a great man.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
You will soar higher and higher.
Amen. Amen. The Khalifa.
And there it is right there. So that's what politics looks like, Nigerian style. Where did he get the money? Those are brand new. At about, what? Shall we say $60,000 or $70,000 a pop? I count 10. So that's close to $1 million in vehicle that is donating to a rival political party. But where did he get the money from is the question. But then, of course, we all know where he got the money from. So let me flip through a series of video clips and then we kick it off. So let me just flip through some clips that I had lined up and then we kick it off. So this, the first clip then speaks to that storyline of, was it Uju Kennedy that was asking the IJP to stop young girls being married off in whichever state in the north, and they used religion to force her down. So that story carries on with this clip.
Reactions have continued to trail the marriage sponsorship of 100 orphans as the Imams Forum and heads of other Islamic organizations in Niger State have given an ultimatum of 7 days to the Minister of Women Affairs, Uju Kennedy, to withdraw statements and threats issued against the Speaker, Niger State House of Assembly, Abdul Malik Sarukindaji, and the entire Muslim community of face legal action. The Secretary of the Imams Forum, Umar Farouk.
Actually, I think that story is a bit passé because she's since withdrawn. I think that place has settled down. So whoever sent this in, I think events have superseded this clip. So events superseded this clip, but certainly not this one.
People are saying, hey, it's time for us to have, online voting, electronic voting and all that. And then the question will be, are we ready? I mean, looking at the dynamics of electronic voting, are we ready as a people? Because do not forget, the whole concept here is digital democracy. We are heading towards transparency. And the question is, are we ready?
Oh, certainly. The problem is that I think the problem goes back to the politicians are not ready for such because they want to rig the election. Otherwise, what does it take? It doesn't take. The money that is being stolen is enough. But politicians do not want one man, one vote. They want a system where if you go to a particular state, 3 or 5 persons will come and vote for others. And there will be rigging, massive rigging. When you get into digital democracy and digital voting system, such is reduced. The diasporans will have opportunity to vote. Every Nigerian, wherever you are, you will now have opportunity to vote. But the problem is, it is still the problem between the masses. You know, sometimes we try to create unnecessary dichotomy between the north and the south, or between the east and the west. It is not. The problem is between those people that are plaguing the system, those people that are stealing from the common masses. This is against the poor. Today, what do you have in the market? What?
All right. The never-ending saga that is the narrative of electronic voting, something that will be discussed till eternity, but never come to fruition. So that's what that was all about. So this one.
No, I said you will not do it.
So that's the clip we just saw. So let's go to this one.
Nigeria, which is, if not the most corrupt nation in Africa, and it is, it could be the most corrupt nation in the world.
Fine. So what? 35 years old. That's what that nation is. Now here's America, 226 years old. You love democracy, but there in Africa, you're trying to force these people into a system of government that you just have accepted. 30 years ago, black folk got the right to vote. You're not in any moral position to tell anybody how corrupt they are. You should be quiet. No, I will not allow America or you, Mr. Wallace, to condemn them as the most corrupt nation on earth when you have spilled the blood of human beings. Has Nigeria dropped an atomic bomb and killed people in Hiroshima and Nagasaki? Have they killed off millions of Native Americans? How dare you put yourself in that position as a moral judge? I think you should keep quiet. Because with that much blood on America's hands, you have no right to speak. I will speak because I don't have that blood on my hand. Yes, there's corruption there. Yes, there's mismanagement of resources. Yes, there is abuse. There's abuse in every nation on earth, including this one. So let's not play holy to moralize on them. Why would you put it as the most corrupt regime in the world? That doesn't make sense.
Can you think of one more corrupt?
Yeah, I'm living in one.
And outside of that Kumbaya response that 20% was weed, but not fully. Statistically, I don't think Nigeria can be the most corrupt country in the world because corruption is pervasive in the United States. They just call it under different names. They call it gratuity, they call it lobbying, they call it all of these fanciful names, but it's still the same thing. A job for the boys, padded contracts, all of those nonsense, every country in the world. The only difference is that these Western economies are large enough to insulate their corruption, but Nigeria's economy is not big enough to insulate its corruption. So we're not the most corrupt, but we're just not the most able to afford the level of corruption that we have, if that makes sense. This last clip, and then we kick it on.
Yes, my people are boss out too. See, I know they like talk too much. During the obedience movement, I was part of the team online that talks good of Peter Obi. Yes, we carry obedient movement put for head. But you see this at those state election, we know they carry obedient movement put for head. You know why? During the time when we fight for obedient movement, all of us they obedient. We they talk online. We they make sure say people see the work. How Peter Obi carry Nigeria to the next level. And those state currently, the candidate of the Labour Party was not in the party. He don't join Labour Party. He comes around July to Labour Party because he knows say he won't run for governorship election. Yes, I can only choose you as a candidate if you follow us fight the fight when we fight. If the time reach, you become our candidate. You cannot just run from one place to another. You don't run come because then you won't shade under the umbrella of obedience for us to cover you. Oga, then go beat you. We are going to vote for credibility. Peter Obi, I just go beg you. Nigerians they forget saying that you will want as president. Not be any other person where they enter Labour Party. Not be any other person where they run enter Labour Party. We want Peter Obi, and if tomorrow reach, I campaign for another person because of credibility and efficiency. Somebody will carry those stay to the next level. Make anybody don't come and say, you will be obedient. See who you they support. I they support person. I know they support party. I they support person. I know they support party. Peter Obi, abuse God beg you. I don't want to use bad words. You know me, sir, no good. I use God beg you. This guy was not part of the obedient movement, and he can never be part of the obedient movement.
All right. So I think that's essentially around Olumide Akpata and all of the goings on in Edo State. So I think a lot of people feel they can just straddle Peter Obi's name and win political offices because, of course, we saw examples of that in February 2023. So February 2023 was a moment in time. It is not a new norm. It's not a custom that it was a moment in time, unlikely to repeat. But I think that's sufficient enough of my noise making. Let's play the Kegite music. Kick the session on, or kick it off rather, not kick it on. First, the Kegites.
Only water, where they see my water. Oh yes, water. Only water, where they see my Hapa oh naido. Hapa oh naido. Hapa you don't come oh. Hapa oh naido. Hapa oh naido. jàre o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ Ghana ti dé ẹgbẹ́ bọ́dì o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹ̀yẹ o ó dìlé o. Odúyẹ̀lá ẹ̀yẹ o ó dìlé o. Petrosonana ẹ̀yẹ o ó dìlé o. Petrosodúnkẹ́ ẹ̀yẹ rẹ̀ ó dìlé o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run mẹ́kọ̀. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
And there it is right there. May death have nothing to do with us. So amen to that on behalf of myself and you, my friends. So joining us, some of our friends, the Scarlet Pimpernel of the obedient narrative. Kulata right there. Good to see you, Kay. Joining us all the way from Alaba, there's Ekene right there. Good to see the mighty man himself. Gobble the Gook and Bruhaha, otherwise known as Two Niger. So there's Two Nigeria right there. Good to see you, my guy. Efosa joins us. Good to see you. Efosa Pansat joins us. Always a delight when he's here. Ola in the house. Good to have you, Ola. And Emmanuel makes up the list. So there is the list. So good to have you, gentlemen. Good to be your company. We kick it off. It was meant to be a slow news cycle, but I think we've been able to put sufficient enough together. But kick it off. Yeah.
Can I ask for a request, please?
Go on.
Check your WhatsApp. I sent something to you, and the reason I really want you to read this is because Two Nigeria is here today. You can just read the title and maybe just one paragraph.
Is it the Buhari one?
Yeah.
Yes. I think we actually cycled around it yesterday quite a bit. I have a clip that goes with it. So
I don't. Not the full one. This is just the particular fact that we spent $1.5 billion to defend the naira, and we were borrowing it.
This was in response to an op-ed by the New York Times, who came out yesterday somewhat critical of the Tinubu administration, and I think this was Bayo Ononuga now responding to that space. Let me just.
Just the headline is enough. If everybody sees the headline, or you can read it. I want you to sink in.
You want me to
know the? No, I don't want you to respond.
Hold on. I'll read the headline, but before I read the headline, I know. I want to play a little 10-second clip. So listen to this, and so this will help you make sense of the headline. But you have to listen in Hausa English, because this is coming from the north. But listen to this, and then I'll read the headline.
That is the sign of landing of big money when MFL give you the line in official rank.
So that's the sound of the landing of big money when Emefiele gives you naira at the official rate. Buhari spent $1.5 billion monthly to defend naira, borrowed massively to cover costs. This is the president. It's not even anything. That's not even news, isn't it? And it's not even Buhari. It was from Babangida up till the last year. That was the story.
Yes, I'm not going to focus on that. We borrowed till we had no more money again. That's why we ended up borrowing.
And you just stop.
That we had to borrow up to $70 billion on that.
You just stop
to defend dollar. So let me go to the topic.
You don't want to puncture your argument at all.
There's no argument, is it? You see the story.
Colata, you are not the first person to talk now. Allow one man to point the people that will talk. He just started talking like that.
So the woman knows they have one talking.
I can't even have 30 seconds to respond to what he has said.
One man, please call the next person. I beg. Kolata should be the last.
No, I was actually going to call Kolata first. So I did actually call him already, but give a micro response to the head. I know you are probably going to hold us hostage to that space tonight.
No, I know. I'm not dealing with this. This is just a fact, and I want to move on to another topic.
Of course, it's a fact. Isn't that what I said?
Maybe if you were listening to me, you would have understood.
Nobody remembers what you said.
Hold on. Maybe if you were listening to me before you start thinking that Google the Gook, the idea is that, can you finish? Let me finish. That the leaders are supposed to be able to control demand, and clearly the second video one man played is answering the question why they didn't do that. It's a form of corruption. They are using it to help their own people, but Tinubu is able to stop it because he did stop it now.
Okay, we don't hear one man. Let's go to the topics.
All right, this one it really highlights that we played that is that who was that American arguing with the white guy Wallace?
Louis Farrakhan.
Louis Farrakhan. It highlights what that conversation was about. Nigeria is a cesspool of corruption. So Dangote now, within 2018, to completing his refinery, which we have been trying to repair for 40 years, he's done that. He's now able to generate twice the amount of electricity that we have not been able to generate, or we claim we are generating in 11 years. So what are you making of that headline? Dangote refinery achieves double Nigeria's 11-year power output.
Well, I mean, it's the obvious now. It's sad. It is sad that anything you leave for the government to do, the government will ruin it. I'm sure Dangote, for him to generate that amount of power, he spent a fraction of what we spent for the past 20 years. And I mean, how many years? Like, I think they referenced 10 years or 11 years. And how much power did we get? We got literally half of what Dangote was able to do within small, So it shows that, look, if we have a country that like ours, that we are not, it's not an homogeneous society, like different interests and all. The next best thing to do is like enable greed, let capitalism work. You have to enable entrepreneurs that know how to do things. Dangote, you can see the evidence, the proof is in the pudding. Being able to build 1,500 megawatts in a matter of a few years. So if we have more Dangotes that are given incentives to make money, do you think they will not be able to wire the entire country? Look, before I left Nigeria, I was one of the few, I worked in all these telecommunications companies. Back then, I had a different career, creating all sorts of data centers. We're selling big hardware and all whatnot. How long did it take when we started? Because I was very close to MTN then. It did not take them a long time to wire the entire country. This was early 2000s, very early 2000s. You would think it was impossible. We've had Nitel. They've been sitting on license since Abacha time, when they gave Motophone and all these other companies. Nitel too was there, and then of course they beat it again. Look how long it took MTN. Then there was another company called Econet at that point in time. So private sector, look, if government, we know government can't get things right. Next thing to do is to look for people that are competent. Because look, I'm insisting on competent because Jonathan did privatize the power distribution, and it was a mess because he gave his friends, people that had no business getting these licenses, people that they didn't even have the finance, nor did they have the technical skills. So you have all of them not being able to run these schools appropriately. Of course, there are other issues. Being able to generate money, being the chief amongst them. But it's time that we get the government out of the way. We know government can run business. Can government just focus on the critical things like security, healthcare, and education? Just, critical things. Those basic stuff. Let government focus on that. Protect us, make healthcare available, and make education accessible in as much as in up to the secondary degree. If you can make it free up to secondary school, and if you can subsidize it or provide loans, provide finances for tertiary, that's fine. That's a workable country. And of course, build infrastructure. And I mean, infrastructure that you can't really control, let companies build them too. Let them make money. There's nothing better than putting incentives to breed.
I mean, Kolata, under the ideal system, the government should be nothing more than a regulator. They have no, although the big item infrastructural things they can do, and then but they shouldn't be running something as an enterprise. You know, they should be.
No, government should not be running an enterprise because government is efficient by design. Government is inefficient, not efficient. Government is inefficient by design. So because government is not incentivized to make profit, they're supposed to be incentivized to kind of like make life better. But there's no strong, I mean, in the country like Nigeria, nobody cares about making life better. Everybody looks at it as an opportunity to steal, to grab, I mean, that's what we're known for. And it's like, and there's no institutions, there's no strong institutions to provide any sort of checks and balances. So I think that proof is in the pudding. If Dangote can do 1,500 in a mere 4 years or so, I mean, maybe 4 or 6,
can
whatever.
I just interject briefly?
Let me land my point. Let me just land this point. If a businessman can do this, imagine if we had 5 or 6, okay, let's just say 6 businessmen generating 1,500 megawatts in a period of 5 years. So that's 1,500 times 6. How much is that? That's 9,000 megawatts that we will add to our grid. Go ahead, Tunaja.
Yeah, the argument you made about private enterprises, you know, doing stuff, incentivizing them based on grid, I think there is merit to it. The gap I see there is that the reason why that is even needed is because the center is already corrupt. Because most democratic systems tend to be weighted that way, where if you leave them to manage anything, they tend to ruin it. However, there's another.
Sorry, Tunaja, you are interjecting and I'm interjecting you, but it's not really so much the corruption. It's the incentive. The private enterprise is incentivized to turn a profit. The government enterprise is not. You know, they can always just pump public. It's public funds driven, isn't it? If they make a profit, good. If they don't, everybody still gets paid. So they're not under the pressure of that. So that's really why they often fail, I think. Yeah.
I just wanted to highlight a gap. You will see when I finish. The gap there is that the reason why the government that recommendation is being made in the first place, because there is a form of corruption within the system. And what is going to happen is that even if you incentivize private people, out of 100, maybe 80 of them will just take the money, find a way to do a kind of round tripping and just swallow the money, and then only a few of them go on to succeed. In the context of Nigeria, not even 20 will succeed. So you still have that same dynamics that even when you incentivize them, many of them will look for cheap routes out. Some of them will go and buy the goods from China and all kinds of stuff that are just going to corrode the economy. So in the end, the center still needs a level of probity, accountability to be able to even regulate the private sector.
Yeah, that's where the government's role of being the regulator in chief should come in. And you should, when you give someone, like when we say incentive, it's not money or anything. If you want to incentivize, it's the opportunity, right? You don't necessarily have to provide them with money or provide them with anything. That's why the more you let things be market driven, in theory, I'm going to admit, in theory, the better, the better. So it allows for competence. And now, of course, government will have to weigh in, right? Because you can't let capitalists run wild. You have to weigh in, you have to put some controls. And when there's problems, government should be the spender of last resort. We get all that stuff. But in a country like Nigeria, I've sat down to think, look, if we can't get some sort of regionalism, which almost by design is only, the regionalism is only good for the 3 large tribes. It's not good for the smaller tribes. That's just a mistake everybody makes when they're talking about regionalism. Because outside of Yoruba, Hausa, and Igbo, regionalism will not benefit the smaller ethnic groups. So in absence of that, some sort of homogeneity, the next best thing is Like, look, let's try and find a way to make our grid work for us. And the way to make grid work for us is to enable efficiency in all these areas that we need to tap, that we're not tapping. And then you regulate. That's the next best thing. But what are we doing to it? I mean, the few ones Dangote is doing, you see everybody, Dangote. I mean, I don't want to make this another Dangote session. But all I'm trying to say is Tinubu has the opportunity of bringing competent people. There's Onyema out there, Tony Elumelu out there. There are other people, there are other businessmen, Bua, and I mean, so I'm not picking just Dangote. There are many of them there that can look for source for financing by themselves. And all you have to do is get out of the freaking way. And I mean, after set up, put some common sense regulation in place, the thing will run itself. Yes, there's going to be a price, but that service will be available. So look at this. How many megawatts did we spend billions of dollars to generate? Like 750 in the period of a decade. 750, that's a big disgrace. I'm sure the likes of Germany and co, they have maybe 100 times that capacity in just solar alone. Of course, I'm just running this from the top of my head. I don't know if that's an actual fact. But all I'm trying to say is we need to.
You know, Kulata, it continues to confound. They're not asking anybody to invent it. It's an off-the-shelf purchase now, electricity. Because so why don't you just hand over the money to the Germans or whoever and then tell them that 5 years later? I mean, what's
exactly?
Look at that
off-the-shelf purchase now.
They are compounding us because we are the ones accepting it. Because it's a cheap electricity is easy to get. We all know it. But they pretend as if it's some rocket science.
I turn it into some additional mathematics or something. It's just over or jare. Here is the good, here is the money.
And when you ask questions, they'll say, "Oh, there's some cabals that are blocking it." Blah 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 blah. So, are you trying to tell me a cabal? Let's just say cabal, they sell generator or whatever. I mean, I don't. Are you trying to tell me if you tell that cabal, like, look, dude, if you have a power plant on the long run, and I'm not talking about short, on the long run, you will make a killing. You'll make a boatload of money.
People pay you money every month
if you invest there.
But yeah,
you know what? We still can't figure that out. Like, we are for a government to convince so-called cabals or business people or whatever that maybe it's better you put your money here and we'll protect your interest. Every country does that. Every country, any company that's of strategic interest,
there is sabotage in the system. There is sabotage. It's not just greed that is causing it. There is sabotage there.
No, I think it's a short-term thing. Nobody wants the risk. People don't have appetite for risk, so they would rather do like importation of generators or importation of diesel. I mean, what's the risk that's there? I mean, you make your returns, but it doesn't mean you make more money than someone that established a power plant. But now, for you to establish a power plant, you can go and send villagers to come and be going to your land and be disturbing you. You can go and bring people that are going to vandalize. You know, the risk is there. It's higher risk.
Security again.
All right. Let me move you on to another topic, Kulata, and then from this next topic, we'll kick off 5 minutes. All right. Good to see you, Prince.
Yeah, hello. Yeah. Before you move on to the next one, I was gonna say, see, there's a lot of assumption here that the people with money or influence in Nigeria want the system to work. See, Nigeria thrives on inefficiency, right? That's the whole model. The more cumbersome, the more inefficient the system is, the better for the people that are going to make the money or line up their pocket. Okay, Kalasa, the Nigerian business people don't think the way Western business people think. They don't think about bringing solution to the problem of the people. They don't think that way.
They don't.
The notion that they have money. The notion that they have money. So what? Let me invest my money here because return is lucrative. No, they don't care about that. They don't care about it. They don't have that mentality at all. So when you think, and They're smart. They're smart in the things that they want to do, but they don't really care. That they don't invest their time and resources. They're all about rent tripping. Just just collecting money. That's what they're all about. So when like Dangote comes about, it's a big plus. At least it's doing something. I don't think we've seen the likes of Dangote in Nigeria before. Having to invest over $20 billion in a refinery, and that's real. But most of these guys, they don't have that way of thinking, nor do they care to do so. They don't. So Dangote, regardless of his monopoly tendencies, which is natural, there's nothing unique about him in that regards, is kind of a gem in the Nigerian space. It is. Anyways, thanks.
Yeah.
Go on.
Go ahead. Go ahead, sir.
All right. I want to have 5-6 minutes monologue now, just because the room has now filled up somewhat fairly quickly. So you kick it off, and then from you we'll go to Ola Pansat. We'll move it around to Niger, everybody. But this now, it's was it Humphrey Bogart that said play it against Sam in was it Casablanca? So play it again, Sam. We've circled around this so often. I'm not quite sure if you can see what is on the screen. Well, I'm sure you can see what is on the screen, but I'm not sure if you can see the caption. So the caption, if we still have to explain what happened in 2023 to you, you don't belong in politics. So what is this person meaning by that caption?
Well, it's something that I've said personally on this platform many times, that Peter Obi was a tool for the election. Without Peter Obi, there will be no Tinubu presidency. It's obvious for the blind person to see. So there was a lot of reasons to create incentives for Peter Obi to have a decent run, not a gangbusters run, a decent run, to the extent that he basically cannibalized the entire PDP in the Southeast, large extent cannibalized in the South and the North Central. So, I mean, look, all that grandstanding Obasanjo was doing and co. I don't want it to look bad on Yoruba people, but they are my people. I know the way we think. I know we strategize a lot. We go deep in all the strategies because it's almost like playing a double agent. I mean, I'm sorry for apologies to any Yoruba person. Because look, it's good to have the public affectionate appearance that, equity and justice. Stand by that. But if you know the game you're playing, you're basically just stifling Atiku. That's it. That's your long game. The short game is there. Show this. Can we keep that moral image and say that, the Southeast hasn't had presidency. I stand by Peter Obi. This, and then I mean the young.
Kulata, do you think Obi was played, or do you think we are being played? Do you think Obi is actually complicit in this game? Do you think he knows? Do you think he's an insider or
no? I don't think he's an insider. I think it was what do you call this? Jeje logo in English. What's that terminology again? Willful. It was willfully ignorant, and well, it also did. Look, at the end of the day, it increased the star power, right? So he took gains, even though the ultimate price, he knew he wasn't going to be president too. So I think he played along with it, but I think he went to his head and he carried it too far. So you can see behind the scenes, like, even though I'm not going to call Obasanjo and Tinubu chummy or anything, but the relationship that simply exists between them is a matter of interest. What's my interest? What's your interest? Our interests align. They're not friends. I mean, apart from the respectful I don't think they're friends or anything. They may be even they may have some adversary in between them. I mean, they did have actually in the past, but because their interests aligned.
Do you think Reno captured it that Obasanjo's interest was more to stop Atiku and the North rather than to have Tinubu? So it was a process of elimination to land on him. Of course,
I won't even say stop the North. I won't say stop the North. It was to stop Atiku. Obasanjo has it for Atiku because Atiku embarrassed him when he was president. He had to, I mean, kneel down for Atiku at some point in time when Atiku was stifling him, when Atiku bought the Senate, when Atiku killed his third-term agenda, when Atiku almost toppled him in his own second term. So Obasanjo has had it for Atiku since. So, and you know the man can be very vindictive. So he could have read the tea leaves and seen that, okay, oh, this Obi guy, I mean, it's people who always follow him, number one. And then it does look like this NSAS crowd and some of this Christian thing may be able to get whatever. So it just picks his stance with him, knowing fully well it will divide Atiku's vote. Because Atiku should be president. Nothing was stopping Atiku because he had the cabals in Aso Rock on his side. He won the North. Atiku won the North. For people that don't realize, he did win the North. And he should have been president. He could have just carried his normal Southeastern votes because they'll vote for him. If Peter Obi wasn't there, Southeast will vote for Atiku. He will have made gang posters numbers in the Southeast. And of course, there's the South too.
You could
have followed.
You can even accuse Atiku of being in conspiracy with Tinubu too, because the same pattern. What Atiku did to the party was sabotage. He sabotaged PDP.
No, Atiku was self-sabotage to himself.
It was an arrogance that he felt that come what may, he will win. You know that the North did not want to give up power. Yeah.
How can you win against P2B when he's going to take all your Southeast vote? There's no way. There's no path.
Yeah, but it was, that's what you call it was delusional. Like he thought, look, I mean, now PDP structure, this, that. It did not, I mean, he could have seen that, look, I'm playing too many battles in multiple fronts. This is just dumb. Because really, at some point in time, you step back and look like, okay, I mean, there's some things that are just dumb. You can't be fighting Wiki, and then you have Obi go, I mean, fork out of the party, and then I have a formidable opponent in Tinubu, and I'm just relying on all this shenanigans.
And did not even try to
think that I'll win.
There was a theory that he had internal reassurances from the Buhari administration that they will hand over to him, especially after 2019, when everybody knew he won, but it was, I think there's a murmurings that he had internal reassurances at the topmost level of that administration that, look, we will give it to you.
And you know what? You know how I knew all along? Nobody in APC gave Obi any sort of attention. They didn't try to attack him. Did you see anybody go back to his record of working for Abacha, or his record of taking 250 million cash, or his record of basically just taking over everything in Anambra and not going through legislative processes, kind of like being a one-man show with a track record in the court of all those things in there? Did anybody talk about like him taking state money, putting in his bank, or using state money, using his daughter's name and also his wife on the board of Euro Beer that went to South Africa? Excuse me.
But those were not played aggressively.
That's exactly what I'm saying.
Yes, they were not played aggressively.
They didn't use all that. It's us here that were talking about it. They purposely ignored it, and so they don't kind of like get his. They don't want to depress his numbers. So that's why they played that game.
At first, they were dismissing him. Let's not spin
it. They were not dismissing him. To Niger. The whole strategy of the APC in 2023 was for Peter Obi to do well. It was so important that Peter Obi does well in that election, or otherwise they would lose.
And the next shoe
in the hand of PDP. PDP is the one that sabotaged themselves.
The next shoe that I'm expecting to drop is if I find out that one way or the other there was some financial resources that was unleashed to help Obi knowingly or unknowingly, most likely unknowingly, to be in a pole position in the southeast and most part of the south. I will not, if that comes out, honestly speaking, I will not be shocked, because
you can't be shocked now, because as rich as Obi is, he couldn't fund that election. He had no sugar daddy that we know of, and I don't think the $5 GoFundMe from I don't think that amounts. So somebody paid for him now.
Some people, I mean, all that Abacha money and ketchup money and Abraham money doesn't really amount to Nigerian election money. We all know that. I mean, even international report shows that you have to spend how many $1 billion to run an effective Nigerian election?
$2 billion.
$2 billion.
That was the Financial Times, yeah.
Yeah, from the Financial Times, you need like $2 billion. I mean, he doesn't have $2 billion to spend on an election. I doubt his entire net worth is even $2 billion.
Your whole analysis rests on the terms that PDP was mismanaged. If PDP meant to win, if they really wanted to win, they would have kept P2B under the tent, kept Wiki, all of them. But instead, they just sabotage the entire party. That had nothing to do with APC.
No, that you're talking about the folly of a man, the folly of Atiku, right? Atiku was PDP, PDP was Atiku. He basically hijacked it, and the people that were not in line with him were people fighting against him. And he thought, even with that, in spite of all that stuff, he was still going to prevail. So Atiku was dumb. So
it wasn't even in the gift of the PDP to retain Peter Obi. Peter Obi had the reassurances that the Yorubas would back him from Ayo Adebanjo, Obasanjo, so he thought he had an inroad into the Yoruba land. Yes, and then he knew he had the whole of the Southeast, and he knew that the South will favor him, so he knew that he had some strength. So I don't think they paid, outside of gifting him the presidential ticket, they couldn't have convinced him to stay.
Yeah, he's still in the hands of Atiku. Personally, I would think Atiku is the one that betrayed the PDP, because he's not that far from Tinubu. I don't know why people think that they are very far apart. They seem to be very cordial. They have cordial relationship with each other. If I'm not mistaken, that guy handed the whole thing to Tinubu himself. He didn't make any effort to fix the party. Not one.
That's when you talk about when a guy is, what's the word again? When he's all about himself and he thinks low of everybody else.
Narcissist.
Narcissist. Yeah, every politician is a narcissist, but that's his own aspect of narcissism that you're seeing. Anyway, so that's how Solomon Grundy, that's how Solomon Grundy fell. That's how you have Tinubu as your president. And there'll be a variation of what happened in the next election of some sort. So I wanted to talk about the, what's it called? That retired justice that I was talking about.
Oh, yes, the open grazing. Yes.
The open grazing. So the mistake is made. Like what he said is correct and also incorrect. What he said is correct, meaning that if the national legislators cannot talk about anything that is not in the exclusive list or concurrent list. So that means if you have an item that's not listed in exclusive or concurrent, it's only the state legislatures that can deal with that. And that's what you call the residual list. But where he made a mistake is fully was there's agriculture in the concurrent list, and animal husbandry is under agriculture. So it's just being smart by a quarter. He doesn't know what he's talking about. As long as agriculture is in the concurrent list, it can be discussed. They can legislate on it and create laws. So it's just saying bullcom. I wonder where it comes from in the country for him to be saying that. Like I want to know his motivation. Anyway, I mean, if you don't know where it comes from,
it has a south sounding name. It's Ejembi something. So it's a south sounding
Ejembi, maybe not central.
Ejembi Echo. Ejembi EKO. So that sounds south. That's the thing.
Okay, I mean that's a weird one. But I mean he's an older guy. But he should know that agriculture is in the concurrent list. So, of course, you can legislate on that. It's from Benue State. Yeah.
Oh, is it? All
Benue
right.
State. That's very funny though. For a guy from Benue State. Interesting. That's quite interesting. Yeah.
All right, brilliant. So that's the excellent part. Not Pansato, but you see, this is it. We are intimidated when Pansato turns up. We're in apprehension of his. But thank you, Kulata. Ola, you're up next. Free flow to the conversation. You know the talking points. Ola, good to have you. All right, we don't seem to have Ola for the moment. So Pansat, as I said, that must have been a Freudian sleep. So Pansat, you ready? I was born ready. No, tonight, the floor is yours.
Yeah, thank you.
I am ready.
Oh, all right, there it is. So good to have you, Pansat. So where do you want to come in at it? Dangote generating twice as much Nigeria in electricity. Open grazing, they're saying the law will prevent it from passing through. Obasanjo just three-dimensional politics with the Nigerian presidential space. So take your pick.
Yeah, thank you very much. I'll be remiss if I don't say hello to those on the comment section who come out here daily to cheer us on and give their critique of our presentation here and in all platforms. Let me say that we should try to make this a very good session. We have a lot of good panelists, big hitters. At the same time, we should avoid puerile, juvenile, jejune, adolescent presentations here, right? We were here and we saw what happened in that election to go stretching your imagination to making Obasanjo such a genius as to place Obi to destroy a party because of his enmity with what's his name now? The guy that's
Atiku.
No, he's from Lagos. And
Tinubu.
Tinubu, yeah, exactly. Yeah. That is just going beyond the boundary of common sense. It's good to, it's good to kind of sweeten things up a little bit in propaganda. Propaganda is not a bad thing, unless you're being kiddish about it and just saying something that is totally weird. Peter Obi is a symbol of a movement in Nigeria. Anybody who's got their gaze on Peter Obi is making a very big mistake. Even he himself didn't know what hit him. This started a while back. Some said NSAS and all kinds of things. Some started by Showore, some started by others in the country, but mostly Nigerians. You're basically saying that Nigerians are stupid, that Obasanjo played them and this and all that, right? So let me just admonish the last speaker. He should cut it down. He's beginning to have a reputation. Now, this is the only platform that he could just speak carelessly like that. And I've seen him in other platforms, and it's like a joke in other platforms. So, he's a smart guy. Why not at least have some respect to our listeners? Virtually everything is stated from Dangote, who he describes as some kind of genius in business, or speaking about capitalism in Nigeria. It's not capitalism in Nigeria. It's a command economy by the government. And crooks, not just those who are there now, those who've left. They left their vestiges and their levers to push the button. So we have to tell all our thing to fit the reality, but most of all, we have to take our country back and then do the right thing. Peter Obi is probably at the fulcrum, but he's not the whole thing. It's the Nigerian people from north to south, to east to west. Anybody who has any common sense. And the Peter Obi is playing a strategic game, not a tactical game. Peter Obi is from the southeast. They don't believe in hubris before the humiliation. like others do out there. So use your head. You gain some tactical advantage. You wear. By the way, one man, let me remind you of your doctrine. There's been some yin, therefore there's going to be some yang from me. The last speaker has yin dobi. So I'm going to have to yang some. It's a doctrine, and I believe it's balanced. So before I then go into the topics of the day, let me caution those who are jubilant, because we have stories.
Can you not see that anyway?
No, go ahead. I want to hear that. Go ahead.
No, any decent reading of the 2023 election would suggest heavily that Obi was played. I'm not talking about his latter popularity that he happened upon as a consequence of whatever, but the strategy of that election was to play him essentially as a pawn in a bigger game. I think that's how most people would read it.
First of all, saying most people read it that way is such a shameful lie, right? You could say that some people read it like that.
So sorry, I meant most thinking people. Yes, not most people, but most thinking people.
Even that, it's a fantasy, right? You have yearning for that, right? You're daydreaming, virtually like the last speaker. And of course, you set them up to do it, because I happen to interact with you a little bit. I think you know better than what you're doing here, right? But we should come here with light heart. See, I've been misunderstanding. When I come here fully loaded and all that. I should come here to have fun, right? You've got a guy basically fantasizing, right? What he would rather have rather than reality. Peter Obi is playing the long game, and he's strategically positioned. He's the president right now. Get it through your skull. There's nobody in Asa Rock. Our inflation is 30-something%. Do you talk about it when you come here? No. The price of Gary, you're blessed with a particular participant on this platform. I don't know if he's here today, because I have this huge graphic covering. He may be here. Who's back home and daily, he's a trader, he's in the market, he knows what's happening, and he's giving us the feedback daily of what's happening back home. You've got a guy.
All right, we do all that every day, but if you want to stay within the narrowness of what Obasanjo is signaling to the space, so a couple of days ago, we saw him wearing the Tinubu hat. People were saying it's whatever, but now he's there to felicitate with Tinubu's wife for Salah. So you say it's a president going to visit a former president, but it's clearly signaling something. So what do you think it's signaling?
He is signaling respect, right? Obasanjo is one of those, has high regard for protocol, admiration, popularity, politeness, consideration, courtesy, civility, due regard, approbation. That's what he's doing. You cannot read it more than that. He's a politician trying to present himself as a statesman. He tried to make that transition, but it's very hard. He's a military thug, after all. But from the old school, he's an uneducated man, but you have to give him some credit. He knows local politics, what I mean local, and the balance of the country, right? So he's trying to transition to a statesman. So he's shedding party affiliation, personality. It's hard to do. He cannot fool us. We pretty much know what he's doing, just like we're discussing him here now. He's inconsequential. He's doing it the way he's trying to give some respect and try to narrow the bridge between him and the government. This is a man who has all kinds of interests, right? Business and otherwise. So he cannot be in perpetual enmity with a government. So you can't really, he's just giving some, estimation to that side, and that's okay. He's a politician, and he's doing it his way. So that's all I read into that. It doesn't mean anything. Besides, Tinubu is not completely an enemy of his. They had their differences when Tinubu was governor of Lagos. That's ancient times. A lot of these things move around. But there's one thing, you put your eye on the Nigerian people. That's where it is. There's going to be an action at some point. Let me ask you something. One man, does good triumph over evil in your eye? When you look at the speck of
it rarely does.
It rarely does. Okay, so evil to you always triumph over good, right? So let me make it simpler. Does science triumph over ignorance?
And that's not the. Yeah, it does. Science triumph over Machiavellianism. That's probably the question, really.
No, that's not what I asked you about, because I wanted to make it stark, right? So that's something that is self-evident. If people now, let me, if I have time, let me tell you what I mean by that. If you just have all these people always clamoring for the bad thing, the wrong thing, the evil thing against our country, and then you when you take a look at the window, you see that you're laughing at those who are for the right thing, for the good thing, for the science, something that is advancing society, and you're laughing at us. The point is that at some point you're gonna pay.
Do you feel that the wall is closing around Peter Obi somewhat? Odonyo Okukwe has jumped ship and bail, of course. Obasanjo now essentially jumping ship and bail, bailing. Everybody jumping ship and bailing. Wole Soyinka has bailed on him. So
right. What do they have in common? What do they have in common?
You tell me. They were previously Obi supporters. That's what they have.
Yeah, they're Yorubas, right? So what's happening right now is you smoking out the right. Have you ever gone hunting where you get what we call avo for in Igbo, and you set fire to it and it starts bringing smoke. Then you put it into the hole and it starts smoking out the rats because they're gonna run out from the other side. You understand? You never gone hunting in the village, one man with that accent, or you in Britain somewhere. I've been hunting back in the village. You're smoking out the rats, right? Now, some of them did what they could. They tried. Somebody like Don Okpebholo, I really like the guy. He's a medical doctor at the time that will be one of the bridge the gap between the old PDP, the Southwest. He was there. He was a symbol of that, albeit with some problems, right? But he played a very, very crucial role. I used to like when he's sitting right there, and he was dealing with the truth at that point. But now he's been through chemotherapy. I don't know what they gave him in that intrusive surgery. That will go into the realm of conspiracy theory. Now, I happen to believe that a lot of conspiracy theory are true. There are some that are not, obviously. But I don't know. Same thing with Showore. There's something they probably have that make people lose judgment. People who were decent, and then all of a sudden they lose judgment. This man comes under one of those. But the staunch Yorubas who are like Dele Farah to me, what a guy. Every African should be proud of a man like that. Tells it the way it is. If Obi does anything tomorrow that is anathema to justice, true, all that stuff, and he's gonna hit him really hard with the truth. So those are the products from the Southwest that we're proud of. But almost all of the rest, right? And of course, we have Pat Adebanjo there. It's hard to beat, right? Now, the rest of them, they're playing politics, they're hungry, they have cases with the federal government, and they're myopic. In line with my diagnosis of the Yoruba as an iniquitous tribe since the 2015. So they went and they brought Buhari against Jonathan. It has nothing to do with Peter Obi. So just set Peter Obi aside and look at the activities, right? When I brought Jonathan, and they accused Jonathan of all kinds of things, that he's corrupt, that he's basically marginalizing the Southwest. All were lies, all of it. But who do they support, though, to bring in Buhari? So now they're doing the same thing here. They got lucky. What happened in 2023 was nothing but a lucky shot because Buhari reluctantly relinquished that stuff. Buhari was not looking to have Osinbajo succeed him. That's his vice president that served him very well, like a school kid. But he was there and he's an educated man. He's a smart guy. But they overlooked him. But on the last day, Buhari was ready to fuck Tinubu and give that nomination to somebody, the Senate president from the south, from the northeast. So Tinubu fought back hard because it would have been very unfair. Now, as a Southerner, I'm now wearing my Southern hat. Here's a man who helped him rig an election, get into office in 2015 by bringing his people to support him from the north. And because they have no respect for Southerners, they wanted to fuck him at the last minute. And that was unfair. And then he fought back really hard on that. And then 5 northern governors saw that there is no way you're going to piss off somebody like that from such an important ethnic group, tribe, which means then they're going to go doing the right thing, which is to go to the southeast and work together to bring our country forward. But this El-Rufai, this crook, right? El-Rufai.
All right, we don't know where you are going now because we are losing us in the
I'm on point. Basically, I'm trying to go where the facts are, where the truth is. So I'm trying to say that Tinubu got lucky now because I heard somebody with the same hubris, I think it was Kolata, saying, "Oh, we're sophisticated in the." I think my would call you guys over there sophisticated morons, right? He says we know how to play this politics. Now you tell me, how many presidents has the Yorubas produced ever? Some of the titans in the Yoruba
as a single tribe, they have produced more presidents than anyone else.
That is not true. But just hold on, please. The titans, such as Awolowo, who could have been president, right? They wouldn't let him. The same people that are preventing the Southeasterners to present somebody.
Which tribe has produced more presidents in Nigeria?
Let me answer it this way. The Yorubas have only produced 1.5, right? One of them being this one now. I think it's accidental. It's crooked. He didn't win. He lost. He didn't even win that many states, if any, right? But I don't want to deviate from that. But what I'm saying, you produce 1.5. One of them is this. The other half is Obasanjo, because Obasanjo.
And Eshonekon was not a head of state.
No. You could count it. Okay, then make it 2, right? Obasanjo is half Igbo, half Yoruba.
As a single tribe, I think the Yorubas would, at the end of.
I think Fulanis have produced just about the same or more.
Okay, we have Yadua. Shagari was not a Fulani, was it? So we've had Yadua. We have
Shagari is Fulani.
This is not the counting. The way I count it, don't listen to all these minorities.
Fulani is Buhari and Shagari. Yadua is not
Fulani.
No. Murtala is not Fulani.
He was born to Fulani.
I think Murtala is from the same stock as Babangida.
No, it says from Fulani, Genawa.
It's supposed to be Fulani, but they said it's from Northern Edo State. So I don't know if that's a conspiracy theory or not.
What I'm saying is that Niger, hold your horses. What I'm saying is that one man, I don't count it that way. These minorities making we have. If you believe in one Nigeria, there's something we call Wazobia. That's it.
Can you withdraw your statement that Obasanjo is half Yoruba, half Igbo? Where did that come from?
No, why?
Can you where is the name? How does the name Obasanjo, Olusegun Aremu, Obasanjo, how does it sound like Igbo? How does it sound Igbo name?
Hold on. Wait for your turn.
Don't make such statement again. That's a ridiculous statement.
Or forever hold your peace on this.
Don't claim what does not belong to you.
I hear a man saying that Obasanjo...
Don't claim what does not belong to you. Never claim that Obasanjo is an Igbo man.
One man mute this guy.
You can't mute me. I'm trying to correct your...
No, you cannot correct me. You don't know anything. You cannot correct me, right?
Stop making ridiculous statements. Don't claim what does not belong to you.
Let's have
no, I'm actually looking for the clip to back up what you said, but I don't have it anymore.
That is the nonsensical and stupidity that some people have been carrying out against this man, and you, an Igbo man that know he has no relationship whatsoever, bloodline, or by anything with you. You are trying to claim it. Stop it.
All right, but anyway, so on a serious note, Obasanjo is a Nigerian. You have a lot of those. One of them is Peter Obi. Obasanjo is one of those. Atiku is another one of those. They believe in one Nigeria. They don't have any tribal stuff, jingoism, or all that. You know, too bad for them, because they're going to be left in the heap of history, right? Unless there's massive education in the North to get them to think and reason, and massive education in the South to let them know that this finite resource called oil is going to be gone here pretty soon, right? Mercedes-Benz just announced they're not making any fossil fuel automobile in the next 3 or 4 or 5 years.
All right, brilliant. Pansat, I want to move it around fairly quickly, but give us a flavor on Dangote producing more electricity than the Nigerian state, and then from there we go on to Niger.
Okay, I think I have one more thing to talk about, but let me deal with this Dangote once and for all, because this is now the Yoruba's boogeyman to try to compete with the Igbos. Dangote makes claim. I could ask you a blunt question.
We can't hear you. Are you there?
Open that refinery. That's a lot of money that he's got already. He'd be done. If it's me, I wouldn't do it. If you gave me, the states give me $5 billion US, why would I do anything else? He's never going to get that money out. Okay. Oil is gone. So he's never going to build a refinery. He's making all kinds of claims because he's playing the gullible people who wants to believe what he's saying. No Igbo man or woman is going to even listen to what we're just ignoring those people who go carrying Dangote on his head. He's never going to produce that refinery.
Pansat, can I ask you a quick question? It's a very quick question. Don't worry. Okay, so one man mentioned Dangote, and then I don't know if it's a knee-jerk reaction, you just went to Igbo versus Dangote. Where did you make that connection from?
Because that's exactly what it is. Listen, pay attention to what I'm saying, because it's actually only me will have time to talk about this. 99% of Igbos will not even mention any these things. I'm telling you, I'm trying to do you a favor, right? Because you're one of those vectors that carry this stuff. You go from yesterday, you talked about it in another
No. Go to where Dangote, because I think we're all curious how that leap took place. So how did you make the connect to leap from Dangote? Yeah.
I made the connection.
Did you just go past out the vector? Did you know he just insulted past out? I don't know. He just insulted Kulata. I mean, sorry about that.
Yeah. He's the vector that carries this.
Answer the question. No, I'm not bothered about what Pansat said. I just want to understand the mentality.
Here's the mentality, right? There is a competition going on in Nigeria, right? The Igbos try to be capitalist, Republican in nature, to compete in the marketplace. But the Yoruba somehow feel that, they're kind of our cousins. They really don't want to go head to head with us. So what they do is they use these Fulanis. It's not just peculiar to the Yorubas. The Southerners do the same thing. They rather Fulanis come and take their oil and give them little or none. They don't have any qualms with that. But what you've been doing is to have your huge area in Lagos, around that Lekki area, given to Dangote to produce fertilizer, produce this. And he's taking monopolistic attitude, making things. Only him is going to make this and make that, make this. And you're in collusion with him in doing that. He has a free trade zone. He doesn't pay taxes to our country on that in that area, right? So you want to give him everything. So now when you hear that Oyema is doing flights, Oyema is doing flight, then you, instead of, because Yorubas don't really want to be like our enemies, we're like we're kind of related, you know, we're closer in culture and otherwise. So what they do, they're gonna have Dangote talk about opening flights or something like that, right? Or if somebody's manufacturing automobiles or tanks or whatever, you want to go get Dangote to compete with him and just give everything to him. And I'm telling you that it's a losing, you're wasting your time. Or now that they know that Aba is producing electricity, right, for everybody, so they're going to say, oh, the Dangote is
so basically some sort of inferiority complex by you, not by Igbos. No, by you. You personally, not by Igbos.
No, hold on. Like how? How could you get that from what I'm saying?
Because when we're talking about they're talking about one man, and then you feel the sense to defend.
No. Listen now.
It's sort of ridiculous.
If I spell that way, I'm telling you that.
The mention of Dangote.
Hold on.
Emasculates you. It cuts off your balls.
The copycat is Dangote, right? If Onyema is doing flight, he wants to go do flight, or if this other guy. Innocent is producing automobiles, he wants to go produce automobiles. If Abia is doing this, so he's the one copying the true capitalists who are doing it by entrepreneurship, value added stuff. People, there's no shortcut to it. That's why I'm telling one man: does science eventually triumph over ignorance? Of course, we're gonna live very soon. You're gonna see from the southeast. You're gonna see flying cars, for example. Right? So you're not gonna need those roads. All that stuff. So let me say this, one man. They make me do it. This kind of conversation has no place here. But if you're gonna yank, then I've got to yank. If this guy came in here carrying Dangote, instead of saying, where is our 5.5 billion dollars? Where is it? That's the first question that we should be asking here. Where is that money? And what do we get for that money? When are you going to deliver that refinery? Right? We're here talking about his hallucinations. Every country, when I taught politics, the 101 levels up to 300 level or whatever, one of the first things you're going to know, there's a Dangote in every developing country. There's one under Baby Doc in Haiti. There was one virtually everywhere. Panama, you have somebody who's a hindrance to the people doing very well, and he's in bed with the dictators and the politicians. He himself is not a politician, but he is the conduit by which they are keeping us down. And normally they are tried, found guilty, put on a stake and shot. That's the only way the country moves forward. He is no good. He doesn't have a single virtue. Let me say this finally on this Dangote. I want, when I hang up, when you go home, go and look. He is so stupid that he doesn't even want to do just one little good for the country. He doesn't. He's so aloof. He thinks that we're so stupid, so conquered that he wouldn't even do one. If you could take the $5 billion and then deliver something as we're suffering with that oil shortage, he wouldn't even do that. Maybe take $2 billion and put it in your pocket, but use $3 billion and alleviate the problem. He won't do that. He will have our borders closed while we are starving, right? And the borders policies made for him, tailored for him. Now, that is unsustainable. And let me conclude by saying everything you heard Kulata or one man say about Nigerians here is true, but you have to exclude Biafrans. We're not part of that nonsense. You're talking about Nigerians in that sense, and you're right. Biafrans will not put up one day with this motherfucker, right? Not one.
It's on this way, words, I take that back. All right, thank you, Pastor.
Someone, but they will take a cross-dressing escapee that ran to Ivory Coast with his balls in his hands, right? Anyway, continue.
All right. So that was 15 minutes of your life that you never get back. So you can invoice me for a refund. So that was Pansat. To Niger, you're up next. Yes.
Yeah. Thank you. Yeah, I guess Konata is a vector now. Pansat, you just come up with things to insult people every time you come online. I don't know what's wrong with you. So yeah, Dangote with generating 1.5 gigawatts of power. this is not a mystery to us.
Yeah, no, it's generating 1,500 megawatts as opposed to Nigeria's 760 megawatts.
That they added over 11 years.
Yes.
Yeah, that is a nation that is being sabotaged.
You didn't ask for proof. Where's the proof? Show me proof now. Right now. Show me proof.
Hold on. That is what he is using to run the refinery. He's not drawing it from the national grid. And it makes sense.
It's not on. Refinery is not on. That's why he's saying that. Because they're going to say, okay, look, somebody like me will say, if your refinery is on, how come you're not tapping from the grid? Right? We don't see any.
It's not a big deal.
It's not turned on. It is a big deal. He's a liar. He has our $5.5 billion. He doesn't have a refinery running. He says that he's off grid and then that he's producing double what we're producing. Show proof. We have all kinds of journalists there. You have Hosseini there. Bring him in to come and see it.
What is your problem? That he's done it or that he succeeded? I don't know.
My problem. No. Don't answer it. Just let Tunaja just go on, man. It's just ridiculous.
Personally, I don't know. You know, this kind of stuff. When people talk of enemy of progress, this is exactly what it means. You can't just fault somebody for trying to do something. We just saw a video about people just making money from doing round tripping. This guy he probably does round tripping, but he takes most of the money and actually offers value. If you say he's not offered anything, who is selling most of the cement in the country? Who is selling sugar? Who is selling so many other goods in the country? He is the one. And he could have used all that power to find easier ways to make money, but he didn't do that. I don't understand how we can just only support the ones that are sabotaging the country.
Going back to this headline tonight, does this not highlight the rot in the system? How a guy within the same time period can generate twice as much as a whole sovereign state at probably 10% of what we have spent, because that space continues to hemorrhage money, and all we get for that money is darkness. And this guy, for whatever spend, he's generating twice as much as the Nigerian state.
That is a state. We've been saying it. The nation is being sabotaged. And I think somebody made a point earlier on regarding if rich people are for greed, you can see solid argument that can be made that if the Nigerian state gets more power supply, they will become richer. It's like a farmer with a ranch that wants to starve all the livestock. That is not how it works. And yet our leaders choose the latter. They want to starve the livestock. And it doesn't make sense. That is what, for me, that's what leads me to think that the Nigerian state is being sabotaged one way or the other. This is why what Dangote did right now is not surprising to me. The fact that he's able to do it now is interesting because this didn't happen 20 years ago. It didn't happen 25 years ago. It happened now. What that is telling you that the weather is favoring us right now. We just have a little bit of breathing space to be able to do all these things. These are strategic things that Dangote is doing here. And it shows you that other Nigerians have space now. If you want to go and invent this or open this industry or do that, you have the space to do that. Go and do it instead of poking, nagging the guy that, how he did generate that electricity and all the rest. It's not a big deal. Mobile power plants can generate easily. You can see one that generate almost 200 megawatts. You have 5 of them. You have about 7 of them. You have similar to what he's got right now. So, and he has the fuel right there with him. What does he need? He doesn't have to travel far to buy fuel. The fuel is right there on where he's processing the crude oil. So he can easily fuel the plants and get power, carry on going. So that is a very, very common sense approach to do stuff. And Nigerian government, this is revealing to us how sabotaged these people are, how useless. Our own people, not just, when we mention government, it looks like it's some figures that just show up at the top. No. It's our own people that are doing these things. They are just...
Can I ask you a question?
People around.
Can I ask you a question? You ask people questions all the time.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. Do you know how many drops that Dangote has received from Nigerian state for the refinery. Not just the 5.5 billion now. He's been delivered some crude, right? Do you know that?
Yes.
Okay. He also claims that he bought some crude from the United States, right?
Yes.
So he has not refined 1 liter of oil. Guess what his excuse is? He moves it to July. Guess what his excuse is for not refining any oil?
What's his excuse?
That he wants it to settle down. If you knew that, would you be saying what you're saying? Because I want you to show me one thing he's ever claimed that he delivered on.
This
guy is found on all the list of fraudsters who are taking money from our banks.
What
he
is
doesn't pay.
He wants what to settle down? What is
he wants the oil that he got from us, from Nigerian states, and the one he bought, quote unquote, bought from the United States, right? To set sediment to come down on the floor. This is supposed to be a top of the line refinery.
That is the process that they need to carry out.
Okay, so do you believe that?
What do you mean? Do I believe that? Am I an expert in that field? Do you know what it means?
For the first time, you admit you're not an expert. You're not an expert on anything. You shouldn't be talking then.
But you have to give them benefit. Do you know what it means? Do you know what it means?
Yes, I do.
Okay, tell me what that means that makes you think that he is being facetious or deceptive in any way.
Because he's a fraudster. Everything he claims. Listen to me. Let me just say this and I'm done. As a matter of fact, I might just exit this platform, right? But if you are respectful, I'll park my avatar here and listen. But what I'm saying to you is
get to the point.
No, what I'm saying is that anything you're gonna claim with Dangote, please just show me proof of it. There are many ways, by observation, by reasoning. Let's reason it out, okay? Yeah, if you go and you open a high-scale refinery, billions of dollars refinery, and you're gonna say, I'm open, and then the date comes, you move it another month and say you wanted to sediment. You're supposed to bring it Rufai Hosseini or whatever his name is.
Bring in a journalist. Sediment settling down means. Do you know understand? Because sediment seems to me implied to me is got some impurities in there.
No, but when you did chemistry, right? There are many ways.
All right. No. This is it's getting a bit unbearable, Pansat. It's getting a bit unbearable.
He's not getting to the point.
I think it does. It just like to. I don't know what.
Just leave it, Pansat. Leave it. See, all I can tell you.
Tunaja, before you, Dangote has started exporting naphtha, fuel oil, and gas oil since February.
Yes.
Not to talk about what I mean. The fertilizer has been producing now for over a year. So let's put some facts into what we're talking about, please.
The guy is doing a lot. Personally, in Nigeria right now, we have scarcity of heroes. If for want of a better word, he's one of them. Oyema is another one. I don't know. Maybe you can call the people that own the banks, Zenith and all the other. Those are the only. Those are the ones. And Nollywood. Those are the ones flying the Nigerian flag. Who else? Is it Pansat or me? Come on, man. Let's face it. We are not doing that much for Nigeria right now. They are the ones actually taking the risk.
You could say the banking industry is flying the Nigerian flag too,
true.
Because they are more or less colonizing the area with their
Exactly. You have to credit them for that. They are doing what our government refused to do themselves when they had the power. They have the power to do it. As a matter of fact, our government is limiting their ability to function. And the fact that they are spread all over Africa now is even enabling them to be more resilient, because our government is looking for a way to sabotage all of them. Look at what they did to Dangote company and that of MTN. Many of them lost money because of the policies that the government have put in place. So my point is that what Dangote is doing is not exceptional. India produced 20 gigawatts in 3 years from solar power, not from any other, just solar power alone. 20 gigawatts. That's how useless our people have been. And I'm tired of just calling the government. Our people are responsible for this problem. There is something wrong with our mindset. Something is seriously wrong with us. When we get the tiniest thing, we say, oh yeah, quite very good. It's so great. We are quite primitive. Let's face it. The way we behave, we act primitive. Because some of all these things, it's not a big deal for other people to do. But somehow, somebody will bring 2 gigawatts. Even the OT one is 0.15 gigawatts. And the whole world, everybody like, what is wrong with us? It's us. It's not only the government. it's like maybe the government contributed to us having low expectations, but now we have completely imbibed it within our psyche to the point whereby we can't seem to imagine ourselves outside that. And that's why what Dangote is doing now seems so remarkable. How can this man be able to accomplish this? How is he 1.5 gigawatts? No, he has a oil refinery there. All he needs is power plants to be bought and put in there, and he starts generating it. And that's the easiest thing to do. It's so easy for him to do when you think about it.
Tunaja, please, I know one man is going to get mad, but I'm saying, did you hear that Dangote is importing crude oil from United States? Just tell me, have you heard
yes,
it or not?
Because the Nigerian government sold their crude oil into the future. That's why Nigerian government couldn't supply him. It's not because he chose. Nigerian government couldn't supply him.
Okay, so here we're coming out of our ears with oil, crude oil. This man is important. Don't you then know that he's importing even the cement he's selling? He imports it and then sell it like he bags them there. So I'm telling you, you could wait till that kingdom comes. The first day I came on this platform, I had a fight with one man on Dangote.
Sorry, he just made a claim. Let's just stop the first.
If he ever
is that true? Does anyone know whether that is true?
I would donate $5,000 to this platform. If he ever opens that refinery and people like Rufai go in there and he's running a refinery, one man on that day, I would donate $5,000 to the platform. Period.
See, the Dangote import cement. Does anyone know whether Dangote imports cement instead of
your question should be, how do you jump logic from importing crude to importing cement? You should question that jump in logic. That's a fallacy.
I know, because if somebody makes a claim that
just ignore that kind of useless fallacies. You should know better.
Stop doing that now. Come on,
any Nigerian that will import crude oil, right?
What is this? Pastor, is this some kind of
you shut up? What is wrong with you? Just shut up.
Is this some kind of
any Nigerian that imports crude oil?
Hold on, Tunaja. Pansat, what's the objective of this exercise?
No, what I'm saying is that one man, on a serious note, here we are with crude oil coming off our ears, right? We have one of our titans of industry importing crude oil from the United States and then being given ships and shiploads of crude oil, and then we're suffering, we're dying. We have a liter of gas, liter of oil, petroleum, going as high as 700 naira a liter, and we're gnashing our teeth. And he's taking his time, waiting for it to sediment. Meanwhile, we're giving him shiploads of everything we've got. At the same time, he claims to be importing imports. In essence, paying with dollars. We don't have dollars. He is basically finishing us off. So, and then we have people here singing praises. When we talk, it's like we're jealous of what? Do you know who I am? Why would I be jealous of Dangote? What I'm saying to you is that if we're here, and I challenge whoever is praising him, fine. Give me one thing that I could chew on. What is one thing? How can a Nigerian businessman be importing crude oil from the United States with our dollars, at the same time taking shiploads of our oil, crude oil, or putting, I don't know, he is therefore exchanging or selling the crude oil, some kind of an arbitrage. He's basically taking our oil and selling it.
One man, sorry, permit me to say something real quick. While Pansat is entertaining, like, I don't think we should be entertaining brain dead analysis like this.
It's just getting out of
because a country like the United States of America that makes 13 million barrels a day, the biggest producer of crude oil, they import crude oil. In 2022, Saudi Arabia imported $650 million worth of crude oil from Nigeria. Markets, futures market. There's so many things. Like, let's not stop talking like we're in kindergarten. Let's not stop talking like we're in kindergarten.
All right. I don't want to be removing you, Pansat, or anything like that. So, Tunaja, continue with your thoughts.
Pansat, see, this type of thinking is not going to get us anywhere. When Oyema was achieving what he achieved, and I was praising him anyway, a lot of people was praising him. You don't see Pansat saying, why are you praising him? Is this, is that? It's like, why do we do this? Somebody that is doing the right thing by the nation, and you just like knocking him down. I just don't understand how some people are wired. We really have issues. We envy so much, and this envy doesn't get you anywhere. It's just poisonous thinking. He's not to be seeing the good side of what he's doing.
Can I respond?
No, there's no need to respond. You've just finished talking. Please, let me finish.
No, but we really need
to stop this. It's not getting us anywhere. Answer, stop now. I'm tired of you. You're not saying anything.
Hold on.
You're not saying anything.
You're not
educated.
Let me change it.
Yeah, God.
No, Papa, please hold on.
Yeah, give people a headache, man.
One man.
Yeah.
So what I see here is this. Pansat is not envying Dangote. We should change that. Pansat is just expressing an opinion that is different from every other person's opinion. And I partly stay with what Pansat is saying, partly because in a way, Dangote is ripping off Nigeria. Is he importing cement? No. I know guys who work in Dangote cement. I know people are involved in the limestone business with him and everything. From what I know, it's not importing cement. If his capacity is not matching his market, if he's importing excess to meet up his demand, maybe, which is possible, maybe he has a limited capacity and he has demand because he's supplying Togo, Ghana, all those West African countries. I know that. I used to see Dangote truck in Togo, in Benin, and stuff like that. But Pansat is not envious of Dangote. Pansat is just holding a different opinion, and that's the beauty of this platform.
But the pattern of opinion seems to imply nobody
even His own method of argument might be funny, might not go well with you. Like you say,
Patrick, hold on. Patrick, the cloud is red. The cloud is red. The cloud is red. That's my own opinion. Does it make sense that the cloud is red?
I'll ask, okay, why is it red? What is it? Why
it's just some dumb shit.
It will just take us down some tangents that will be hours talking nonsense. Nothing will make sense.
Hold on. My problem with Nigerians is that, hold on. My problem with Nigerians is that what I notice that they do is that, one, the majority people that are from the major groups often play these facetious games among themselves. I think Pansat acknowledged that earlier on. And then you always have this situation whereby where there is a kind of policy or something that is going on, if it affects some region, that region will be supporting it. You will just see their opinions align. Then you see another policy that this thing that some other person is getting it, then their opinion will align against it. It's like, why do you people do these things? It's like, okay, maybe
hold on. Why do you always go to Onyema? Onyema has nothing to do.
You just have to acknowledge that's what's happening here.
Hold on, I'm gonna leave. One man, don't put me on mute again. I'm being fair. I'm not just making noise.
You are being fair. You have been disrupting this session for the last 40
minutes. Let me apologize. After what I'm gonna say now, I'll take it at least half an hour break. Let all that speak, right? Then I come back in. Here's what I'm saying. To Nigeria, the fallacy in what you're saying is that you have a capitalist such as Onyema, who is not funded by the government, has nothing to do with the government. He's like every other Nigerian who's trying to do business and manage and do their thing, take a risk, right? So now you want to equate it with somebody who's got our 5.5 billion right now. That's just on this one venture. He's on the list of every fraudster in our banking sector. You go look at the list since inception of this 1999 republic. So don't compare. Don't play.
But Pansat,
you're a goddamn minority that want to have this major trust fighting all the time because you could run this way and run that way. But you're gonna get your Waterloo very soon, right?
Yeah.
And I'm getting sick and tired of this nonsense here. We're here talking about serious stuff. It's not about tribe.
How about the Niger Bridge? Are you against the Niger Bridge?
What does that have to do with what we're talking about? Of course, I'm against it.
That's not the government spending money. Are you against the second Niger Bridge?
Yeah, yes, sir.
But you're against the Lagos Calabar road.
Ola, just let it ride. Fossa hasn't spoken. I think he wants to go to bed fairly soon. So Tunaja, carry on.
He don't let Pansat interject again.
I think he knows not to, because I think that's sufficient enough.
Pansat would be demanding that I get thrown as if I was the one interrupting him.
Carry on.
So the point is that if you, I can predict his opinions on things. Now I can say, okay, he supports the second Niger bill. He supports Oyema. He supports this thing. Innocent. He support. You can predict it, but if you say, okay, to the other side, he's not going to support it. He's not. And if the Lagos Calabar Road, he's not going to support it. So based on your region, they can predict your opinions in Nigeria. Technically, that is a shame, because we have a situation whereby we are supposed to learn how to see beyond our region or our tribe. Because in the end, we still have a bigger tribe. We like it or not, we are Nigerians. And the Nigerian state has to perform very well for all of us to benefit from it. So that is my own point. And from what I see that Dangote is doing, compared to the others, you think the government is not giving other people licenses to try to build refineries and all the rest? They're all just going to buy oil or crude oil or do whatever, just make money very quickly. They don't want to do the hard work to actually create anything.
To be fair, there are several people also building the refineries. I think BUA is also building one as well. But of course, all of them dwarfed by the juggernaut edifice built by them.
Yeah, he's taking a lot of risk. He could fail. You know, he said it himself. He could fail. And he would fail massively. He would have.
You know what he said? He said if he had known what he knows now, he would never have ventured into it in the first place.
Exactly. Yeah. He said it now. So this is the thing. And when somebody's taking all that risk, all you are doing is knocking him down. And that tells you that you don't necessarily understand how capitalism truly works. Capitalism, these organizations, they are arms of the state to an extent. They are if you look at America now, how do you think America projects its true influence over the world? It's mostly through all these platforms. Like we are on StreamYard now, we are on YouTube and all the rest of it. They are all arms of the state. You can pretend all you want.
You know, I said that on Kaisos. They nearly threw me out. They were talking about the American muscle. And I was saying that the American influence is the American culture, not guns or whatever. You know, that's what they used to dominate the world. No.
And the same thing with China. This is why America is trying to shut down TikTok right now. The idea is that corporate organizations is the way nations, capitalist states tend to spread their power around this and that. Just like Nigeria is using it to spread its banking, its cement industries, maybe petroleum right now. As a matter of fact, we're already doing petroleum. I think we are supplying Ghana and all the rest, and so many other things. You use that to extend your power outward. And the only area we have not done that, I really feel like we should be doing more of is our military industrial complex, which to an extent I saw it on TV just today that defense minister went to this in Proforce to check it out. There should be more like that in Nigeria, so that we can be spreading our influence all over the world. But that said, what Dangote is doing, I commend him dearly for it. And I hope that the Nigerian state and others learn from it. Others see what is possible. It's not that hard. I really wish if I had the resources, I would be putting my money into all these things easily. Nigeria and when you put your money inside Nigeria, then what do you think is going to happen? You are going to want the government to carry out the right policies that is going to favor the businesses. And if the policies favor the business, it's generally going to favor the population too, because the businesses are there to serve the population, and hope that when the population patronizes that business, the business expands and start expanding internationally, and before you know it, you create another Alibaba or another Lockheed Martins. So that is how these things work. So we can go to another topic now. I think we have.
All right. Take us then to the image. They say image speaks 1,000 words. So that's Obasanjo and Tinubu's wife right there. And a lot of people then are extrapolating and concluding then that this essentially concludes that Obasanjo played to be in that 2023 election. So what are you then making of these new now best buddies, the Obasanjos? And
I think Mokri, you see, these are people, they are wicked. They are really wicked. They try to confound Nigerians with everything. That's what they call spinning, isn't it? No matter what happens, you spin it in favor of your the person you are supporting. It's often the case to make the other side desperate and downbeat. That is the purpose. And Lita was spinning. I'm not sure it's a good thing. You don't necessarily see that in the West much. This level of malevolent you know, conspiratorial spinning that people, you know, put up. And in a way, there's a tinge of tribal animal.
You've been learning some big words these days, so tonight I've been noticing.
I told them, this is where I try to use them. I try to. I know big words. I just try to tamp it down so that people can understand.
Pansa taught him.
Pansa taught him. I don't like to use big words. That's why when people talk, they think I don't understand because I don't use big words. I do. I could use them. I choose to use simpler words. I learned a lesson from my lecturer that told me that if you have to use complicated words to explain stuff, you don't understand it very well. And maybe there's something to be learned from that. That said, the way they are doing it, I don't subscribe to that type of approach, because there's some, then you can reason it in any other way. Personally, when I look at the process that happened in 2023, the biggest saboteur of, in short, you would say the biggest movement that gave Tinubu the ticket is PDP itself. PDP literally imploded by themselves. You can't even make it up. Atiku is such a terrible leader. I don't even know how. I don't know where to put her. How can that guy wants to run for presidency? He can't even run a party. Such a terrible leader. He ran that party horribly. Like he forced P2B by trying to, you know, go for the ticket. Instead of him to support P2B so that P2B would have won the ticket against Wike, but instead he knocked Wike out and knocked P2B out and did zero. It made zero effort to try to fix the fissure in the party. He went on to even exacerbate it by making sure Wike doesn't get a vice presidential position or even bother to even negotiate with them at all. So for me, Atiku is the biggest saboteur in the process. The idea that Obasanjo went to support Obasanjo is in a way incidental in the process, because it's because he came and supported P2B. That's it.
Why did you have supported Peter Obi that did not contest for Pamadi? Why do you say you should have supported Peter Obi?
Because if he was supporting P2B, P2B will contest. P2B will know that he's got a big backing, and he's going to get a lot of votes coming from Atiku.
When Peter Obi's, I mean, you know yourself that Peter Obi is Atiku's boy. How would the master step down for his boy to lead it?
Because the master has had his turn, and he knows that it is a turn for a southerner. Especially, he claimed that he prefers a southeasterner. That is the job. That's his job, to make sure a southeasterner won it. Because, like now, because he has done what he has done now, it's almost impossible now to select a northerner the next time.
So you don't think it would have been better if Peter Obi has, you know, remain in the party and back Atiku, or work hard to secure the VP ticket so that they can run again as they did in 2019. You don't think?
I think the best outcome would have been P2B being backed by Atiku and won that primaries. Today, P2B will be president. Because one, Wike will not have a lot to argue about then.
So if Obi has backed Atiku, do you think Atiku wouldn't have been president?
I think his chance of becoming president would increase, but because because the fissure between the southeastern vote will not go away, it will come to Atiku then. So the chance of Atiku becoming president would have increased if P2B has stayed. That's true, because P2B, they will know there's nobody there to take the vote from this in Atiku then. So that too is there to play. You can argue that okay, P2B could have stayed to make sure that they remove this in PDP, APC. I mean, I don't think they had more issues among themselves than they hated APC. That's crazy, you know. And they've been out of power for such a long time. Instead of them to be motivated, they had it in their those people, they deserve what they got. When you think about it, they really deserve what they got. They had it in their gift to win that election, and they squandered it all because of just egotistical posturing that didn't make any sense. And now, clearly, they don't have any. how do I put it? They don't have any drive to really deliver for the country. Maybe the P2B wing did, because if you look at PDP, they are practically dead right now. They are not doing anything. They are not opposing the government at all. I'm beginning to wonder whether Atiku was an APC guy, because you can't even make it up. Some of the things Atiku did, Wike joining them, this thing, Tinubu right now, is on the tail end of the process. But Atiku from the beginning just came in there, destabilized the party, divided the party, and divided the party even further. And then left after the process and then went to Dubai and stayed. Now and again, he shows up and starts making comments and then disappears again. So personally, if you are looking at this in a process where people are manipulating the process, I would say look at PDP. That's where the real damage was done, because this in APC won 30-something% of the vote. That clearly tells you it's PDP that sabotaged itself. That said, there is something that people are in Kolata said, and maybe one man said, bought into it to an extent, and maybe to an extent I subscribe to that too. I would say the Southwestern politicians, they are more Machiavellian when you think about it, from the point of view that I don't know whether they are thinking about it from the point of Machiavelli. The point is that they tend to focus on outcomes, and they don't allow, let me put it this way, the minutia to fully destabilize the system, like what I just described that happened in PDP. They don't allow the minutia to totally destabilize the system. And it's a matter of fact, that is the saving grace of this of APC. Because if El-Rufai hadn't held his ground, Tinubu wouldn't have been in office right now. So somebody had to be disciplined enough, held their ground, and remain focused, and just see from the bigger picture. Even if they are having their, even Buhari that didn't necessarily like Tinubu, he still went and cast the vote that day. You know, but look at PDP, they can't even stand each other. They can't even be in the same state without the state looking like it's about to implode. So from that point of view, they are more Machiavellian. And look at how the governors, all of them gave way for Tinubu to emerge as the APC candidate. That is a Machiavellian approach. You see what I mean? So from that point of view, I will subscribe to that argument that they tend to be more, they tend to, defer to the bigger picture, no matter how bad the process was that led them to that position, because they understand that the bigger picture is the most important aspect. And they did that to Ambode too. If you look at what happened to Ambode, it's unjust. What happened to Ambode individually is unjust. He was a popular governor. They just removed him from office. Maybe because somebody believed that the bigger picture, he is not good for the state. Maybe they are right. I don't know. Because they said he was against the blue rail and some policies that Lagos wanted to carry out that is important for the state. So if you look at what Sanwo-Olu has done now, he's claiming that he's done quite well. That claim of GDP growth, that's completely nonsense. That's not true. But Lagos is doing quite well compared to most states in Nigeria. The security level is better. The GDP per capita is higher. So from that point of view, yeah, the bigger picture seems to win out in the Southwest, by and large. And the Southeast, they are very, very divided on so many issues. Thanks to people like Pastor anyway, that always like to badmouth everything. They don't see anything.
Don't reference him, so it doesn't give us another volley from thank you to Nigeria. It's there. Stay with us to Nigeria. I want to get to Fosa, who has been waiting a long time, but I think he's ready for bed. But I held him hostage so he doesn't wait and then not get to speak. Fosa, good to have you. So to the conversation, your contribution. I think what excites people the most is this Obasanjo picture, but the floor is yours.
Oh, thank you, Mr. One Man. Good morning, because here now is 2:40 now in Germany, 2:40 a.m. So the days we fast spent. Good morning to you all, to Nigeria and all the other brothers there, So I want to speak on this Dangote, two issues, especially Dangote and the Edo election you talked
Yes,
about.
I wanted to hear from you on Shaibu. Yes, good. So speak on. I'll play you. Hold on.
I want to talk on those two issues, Dangote and Edo elections, because I have adequate information about those topics that I'll be able to speak on them. But the other ones, I I'm not adequately informed enough to be able to. I don't speculate. I just say what I know, So that's just.
All right. Let me play you a 1 minute clip and then pick it up from there.
Okay.
No. I said you will not do it. You can see as you sleep.
This is massive.
Very, very. Everything.
This is massive.
We have 12 of this, and they are all Toyota Tundras.
And look at the tires. They can get into any terrain.
Even if it is a desert, they are there. Even if it's forest.
By the time the blasting happens,
yes, sir.
it will be clear that
and they are mobile.
We are really ready able.
These are mobile trucks.
Take
mobile
this,
trucks.
to take all these board of bypass out of this place. This is huge. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The Khalifa.
Thank you.
The Khalifa.
Patel Philippe.
All right. Hold on, Isaac. That's Pdp Shaibu, the impeached PDP, the deputy governor of the incumbent administration, handing his political structures that he was going to use to run for the governorship over to the APC candidate, a guy called Homeboy. But one more clip is still within that conversational space, and then you pick it up. So pick it up after this next clip.
Yes, my people are not boss out too. See, I know they like talk too much. During the obedience movement, I was part of the team online that talks good of Peter Obi. Yes, we carry obedient movement put for head. But see this at those state election, we know they carry obedient movement put for head. You know why? During the time when we fight for obedient movement, all of us they obedient. We they talk online. We they make sure say people see the work, how Peter Obi carry Nigeria to the next level. And those state currently, the candidate of the Labour Party was not in the party. He don't join Labour Party. He becomes around July to Labour Party because he knows say he won't run for governorship election. Yes, I can only choose you as a candidate if you follow us fight the fight when we fight. If the time reach, you become our candidate. You cannot just run from one place to another. You just run come because then you won't shade under the umbrella of obedience for us to cover you. Oga, then go beat you. We are going to vote for credibility. Peter Obi, I just go beg you. Nigerians they forget saying that you will vote as president. Not be any other person where they enter Labour Party. Not be any other person where they run enter Labour Party. We want Peter Obi, and if tomorrow reach, I campaign for another person because of credibility and efficiency. Somebody will carry those state to the next level. Make anybody don't come and say, hey, see you were the obedient, see who you the support. I the support person. I know the support party. I the support person. I know the support party. Peter Obi, abuse God beg you. I don't want to use bad words. You know me, sir, no good. I use God beg you. This guy was not part of the obedient movement, and he can never be part of the obedient movement.
All right, Edo politics. The floor is yours, Isaac.
Yeah, thank you very much. So like I said, Edo, I have adequate knowledge about Edo State politics. So I would like to, if you allow me, I would like to build a background so that you understand the peculiarity of Edo State politics from the average Nigerian politics. Because Edo State, I would like to liken it to two states in the United States, the state of Maine and the state of Vermont. These are independent states. They are very comfortable voting independent. They don't. To them, it's just like a tradition. That is how Edo State is. Now, the reason why Edo State is peculiar like that is because they don't vote with the party at the center. Never. Edo State has never voted with the party at the center, right from inception, even from the time of Midwest. It has never voted for the time of for the party at the center. So they always, or the state is always.
What do you mean that never voted for the party at the center? The time when they vote for PDP during the time of Obasanjo, not be party where they center be that.
No, listen to me now, Oga. Listen to what I'm trying to say. Listen to what I said. They vote for personality. I said they don't vote because of the party at the center. I said they vote for personality. The personality, the candidate that is featured in the state election is what they concentrate on. They don't concentrate on the center. That's what I'm trying to say. I don't know if you understand me now.
I can't believe that. That's not true. When
no, it's true.
Obasanjo, no, that's not true. when Obasanjo was president in 1999, Oyo State voted overwhelmingly for PDP, Senate, Rep, State, Federal, and the same thing. I mean, throughout his 8 years in power, you are voting PDP.
Yeah, those elections. Let me tell you now. Let me explain something to you. I understand what you are saying, Papa. I understand you very well. But let me clear something that you are not understanding for what I'm saying. Those elections, it's just like those contentious elections. When it's just like when Atiku won for what is this man? This man that is the Senate, former Oshomole won. They took the election from him. You understand? Just to understand what I'm talking about, they took the fact that Obasanjo won in PDP doesn't mean that the election was cleanly won. You understand? Let me explain something to you, because Obasanjo wasn't really good in that area at all. You understand? That's why Yaradua apologized when he became president. That the process that brought him into office.
You are shifting the goalposts now.
No, let me
say
please
when
now.
that
Okay,
people no voted.
Let me explain
So
something to you, sir.
Obasanjo rigged the election.
Let me explain something to
He
you,
rigged
sir.
the
Let me
election
explain
for
something to you, sir.
state.
It's okay. I understand you, sir. I apologize. Let me explain something to you. You know why? Let me just go back to the those state election that is coming up, so that we don't digress too much. The reason why Shaibu, the former deputy governor, is a paperweight in those state politics. He cannot deliver a word. You understand? So he's just making that is just to gather support. Maybe if they zone it to Edo North the next time, so that he can stand a chance. He would have made up for the disappointment or for the pain he caused Oshomole and the rest. That's just what he's just doing. PDP and APC stand a chance of winning in Edo State election, with PDP having a slight edge. PDP is having a slight edge because the people of the state, they prefer the smartness of Aswe Igodado. You understand? They prefer him to Okpebholo. They are both from the same Edo Central. So for the Asian speaking side, but at the end of the day, Akpata is not even in the race, because at the end of the day, it may not even gather as much as 30,000 votes across the state. But APC and PDP, they are one of them is going to win it, and I see PDP having an edge. You understand, over APC. You understand? So that's what this video, you keep it when the results will be announced. I know Mr. Wanma will dig it out so can replay it again. This particular prediction I'm making. Why? Because personally, people prefer Aso Ighodalo. He's able to express himself. That was the same charm Oshomole used for the people. He's charismatic. John Odige Oyegun was charismatic. That was how he wants Edo State for SDP. That was the time Edo State would have enjoyed it. But they did not give the SDP ticket. They did not give the presidency to Abiola at the center. That was June 12, 1993. Edo State massively voted for him. Across the country, people loved Abiola, So what I'm trying to say is that Aso Ighodalo is more charismatic, and the people of the state prefer him better. And also the structure that the current governor has put in place, because the only governor since I was born, the only governor that has done better than this current governor is Ambusali, who was governor of Edo State between 1973 and 1979 and 1983, when Shagari was the president. He's the one that really developed the then better state.
But the palace does not like Obaseki. The palace doesn't like him.
Yeah, but the people like him. I understand that. Me, I'm a monarchist. I'm a strong supporter of the Oba Abini. Come rain or sunshine. Yeah, but the issue is that I think they politicize it. Because there's no way the Oba doesn't go to vote. That's why the man was the king was clarified the other day that I'm not supporting Akpata, but many people got it wrong. The same people that were misquoting him, if he had not cleared that day, TVC and the rest will not say the monarch has preferred one candidate to the other. It's a very complex state. You understand? It's a very complex state. So the Oba didn't want to involve himself with the politics. Why will you go to a campaign and be saying you are the child of a for the palace. Is it even normal? Is it normal? You go, the other one go, I'm in charge of the palace. You are dragging the palace, so he's not going to vote. Why even do that? Me, I don't like it as a Benin person. I thought it was stupid for him to do. Just say everybody know that you are a Benin person. I know his father. Is that not enough? It's just like one candidate going and say Oba of Lagos is from the palace of the Oba of Lagos. If they allow that one in Lagos, they will not allow Benin people will not allow Oba of Benin to keep quiet like that. He will lose his respect. They will think he's taking side. He doesn't take side. You know? So that is what I'm trying to say. APC has a chance. If the PDP cannot put their house together, APC has a chance. A very good chance. That I can assure you. But PDP has the edge. Because the current governor, forget what you are seeing on social media, the current governor, he did well. He did very well. Obaseki did very well. The buildings structures that were abandoned during the Midwest, he put all of them in place and he transformed the state. He has really done well.
Who is the godfather of Edo State politics now? So it's no longer Oshiomhole, but it's Obaseki. Who's the godfather of Edo?
Obaseki. Obaseki can't be the Edo State. They don't do godfather like that. They can only bring you out. If they bring you out, if the people don't vote for you, you can't go anywhere now. Oshiomhole lost that election to when Obasanjo was going to leave. That election, Oshiomhole lost it. He didn't lose it, so he won. I was still in Nigeria then. I voted for him. I demonstrated for him. Where Oshiomhole got it wrong. Let me just tell you the fact, please. Oshiomhole, where he got it wrong, the people of the state beloved him. Till now, they still love him. The only place he got it wrong, it was when he went to cite a university, another state university in his village. When the state already has Edo State University that was later changed to Ambosali University to honor that former governor of Edo State, of Ebede State that built that university, So that was where he had problem. He was not having problem even taking care of structures. All the structures, all the state secretariat that Obaseki is renovating, and they were all dilapidated when Oshiomhole left. He just went and started a university, a full-fledged university, and Edo State already has 5 universities before. It's the state with one of the states with the most universities in Nigeria. Ambosali University, state-owned. Uniben, federal-owned. Igbodejo University, private. Idausa University, private. Westfield University, private. He went to start another one. In that small state was with a population of about 5 million. Start another university. And now he couldn't finish it. That was where he and Obaseki had problem. He wanted Obaseki to continue to finance the project where there are no roads, there are no schools, there are no primary school, there are no primary healthcare. So that is where the problem is. Otherwise, Oshiomhole is a very great guy. I voted for him. If I can vote for somebody, it means that person is sound. I'm not a political person. I'm an independent person. I voted for him. When Osarime Osumbo, when they stole the election from him and gave it to Osarime Osumbo of PDP, we all went to the streets. The tribunal later reinstated him as the governor of Edo State. That's why they are having the election at this time, and that's where they later swore him in. So what I'm trying to say is that Edo State is peculiar in a way that none of the godfathers will have a say. The people will go out, especially in the municipal area. Those 4 local government that just make up Benin City, they will just go out and vote. You cannot hold them, You cannot rig it. You cannot do anything. So the one you are going to bring from do not and do this, even if you manipulate, it's not going to affect 50-something% of the vote in the state. Comes from that Benin City area, 50-something%. So that is why I said Okpebholo is not sharp. It's not sharp. They will not. They may not give him. I'm not going to say they will not give. They may not vote massively for him. But at the end of the day, who knows? He can just emerge winner. It's possible. That is just my contribution as far as those state election is concerned. Then when it comes to Dangote, I'm excited that Dangote is doing well. I'm very excited as a Nigerian who is living in an industrialized country. I'm very excited. If there's a referendum tomorrow amongst Nigerians for to vote yes or no if Dangote should take over Jakarta Steel Complex, if there's possibility for me to vote twice, I will vote twice. Because I'm not emotional about the development in my country. I'm not emotional about it. I'm not even tribal. I don't even care. as somebody that that lives in Lagos, live with Ghana people, live with Igbo people, live with Yoruba people in a place like Amukoko, Ajegule in Lagos. You cannot have that kind of life. When I was growing up and still be tribal, there's something wrong with you. It's the fact we all ate together. We all been and Ike and Idowu and Alaba. We all ate together at the same plate. So that is the way I'm wired. So me, I'm happy. I don't even see Dagote as Hausa. I see him as a Nigerian that is doing his best to contribute his quota to the development of Nigeria. That's the way I see it. So you discover that maybe they give him a quota to handle now. Private investors, they will all invest through him. You understand? And that thing will start running and will start supplying the whole of Africa and even beyond, Caribbean. And this will go a long way to strengthen our naira, and also elevate us in the ladder of poorest countries in the world. It will also elevate us. More and more people will be working. More and more people, more and more people will be having confidence in bringing businesses and investments to Nigeria. This is important. This is important. Our time is also going. Our time is also going. Our children are also going to continue in this vicious circle. They're not going to continue like that by saying, I'm Yoruba, I'm Igbo, or if Yoruba does something good. Before Tinubu became president, he was one of the Nigerians I love most in my life. Not because I just love Tinubu, not his politics, his personality. His personality. All those Tinubu, all those Bola Ige, because I followed UPN politics from my childhood. So I understand. I love Tinubu because he still followed that award. Anyway, you make sure I will where I am. I will wake up if I'm dead, because I was one of my mentors, one of the people I look up to. Abafemi Awolowo. So what I'm trying to say is that we can build a united Nigeria that it doesn't even matter if you are Yoruba, Hausa, Calabar, Ijaw, it doesn't matter. If a Yoruba person is doing something and is successful doing it, give him the accolades. Even if he's not successful doing it, give him a commend for trying at all. Because the presidency of Nigeria, if you hand it over to me, I will not want it. I don't know what to do with it. I won't even know what to do there. It's not because I'm not educated, but I'm not wired for politics. I won't even know what to do there. I can't even serve as a counselor and be an effective counselor. I'm just a player, not a participant. I don't know if that is correct, how I put it, So the point I'm trying to say is that politics is very simple. Parties should bring out personalities, candidates that are charismatic, that you can present. Obi is very popular in Edo State, but Obi's popularity is not going to give Labour Party a victory in Edo State. It's not possible. I can bet my life on that. But the Edo State voted for him when he was running. They were voting for his personality, not for his party. Now they have transferred that same sentiment now to another candidate, not to another party, to another candidate in the race. That is how that state votes. That is how the state votes. That is what I'm just trying to say, that APC stand a chance, but PDP has a slight edge over APC in that election. And by that I will conclude. Thank you very much.
All right, brilliant. Thank you. So, brilliant. Thank you. So, I was going to Olabo. I think is gone off to attend to matters. So, let's hear from Patrick. Yes, let's hear from Patrick. Patrick, you're up next. Patoski. All right. We don't have Patrick for the moment. Let's go to.
Okay.
There you are.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can. With a big echo. Hello? As well, but we can hear you.
Hello, man.
Yeah, we can hear. Well, there's a heavy background noise where you are. Patrick. And there it is. Ajale Koko, you're up next. All right. We don't appear to have Ajale Koko, so whoever is available, you're up next.
Hey, one man, what's up?
There you are, Ajale Koko. So yes, we were talking about Dangote. We were talking about. Wow. Yeah, we were talking about Dangote. We were talking about the Obasanjo pictures, and then we were also latterly talking about how Nigeria was subsidizing the naira with 1.5 billion naira, $1.5 billion. So just general and Edo politics. Who is going to land on that seat? National Assembly lacks constitutional power to legislate open grazing bill. So just general, it's not much in the news cycle, but those are the conversations we're having.
Can you take me one by one? Let's see what I can.
All right, kick it off with Dangote, who's generating twice as much electricity than Nigeria.
How many megawatts?
So he's generating 1,000. It's generating 1,500 megawatts as opposed to Nigeria's 760 megawatts.
How much is Nigeria generating?
No, not in totality. Over the last 11 years, so they're looking at it over. I think he started this project about roughly run about there, but over the last 11 years, Nigeria's generating, I think, an additional 760 megawatts. But Dangote, in that same time period, generates 1,500 megawatts.
Are they basing it on monthly basis or what? What's the premise on that?
Are they basing it on what?
Is it a monthly? Is it an average?
No. They're just basing it on. He's able to generate twice as much as Nigeria. I think that's really where it is.
Well, yeah. Greetings to our listeners around the world. Click on the like button, share and subscribe if you haven't done so. I think it just tells us that we are not a serious country. We are not a serious country that is being managed by competent people. How can a one organization generate more megawatt of electricity than the whole of the country, than the whole nation? That's a failure right there. It just shows that it's a nation that cannot attain productivity. Well, Dangote have done well for himself. He doesn't rely on Nigerian state to supply electricity. It's self. It's a self electricity generated. How do I say it? Self electricity generated efforts to manage that refinery, and that's the only way. That's the only thing he can do so that he can attain optimal productivity. Because if we rely on Nigeria, that industry will be gone in a matter of months. So Nigeria is not a reliable country.
I don't even think Nigeria generates enough to support an edifice of that magnitude.
It just shows that we cannot attain industrialization. We cannot be an industrial country, and when you cannot achieve that, then you can't, productivity, your GDP will suffer. You can't be a productive country. I mean, that is what it just means. So it just means that whoever that is planning to set up an industry or any industrial productivity establishment must be ready to generate its activity. I mean, its electricity for its use by itself, and not depend on the a useless national grid that is not reliable. So Dangote, I think he has planned everything well. He is ready. He has planned it well, and we just pray that he succeed, because when he succeed, the economy of the country will benefit from it, because the industry that the sector that he's operating in is the economic lifeline of the country. When you're talking of oil, productivity, oil, and gas, that is the economic lifeline of the country. So he must not fail. If he fail, we're gonna go back to serious problem that, we're gonna go back to importation of all these oil product, and that will suck the hard-earned foreign exchange. So it's Dangote cannot fail. It must succeed, so that the country will benefit hugely from it. The country invested 20%, have a 20% stake in that refinery. So it just tells us that we are not a serious country. If one organization, ordinary refinery can generate more than the whole of the country. We are not serious. We are not ready to be an industrial country or be we are not moving towards that at all, to be an industrial country. So that is the way I see it, one man. Dangote just showed to us that, look, we are not a serious country. We are not ready to be a productive state. And when we are not productive, the country, the economy will suffer, and the people of the country will suffer in entirety. Poverty will be the order of the day, and it won't be a futuristic country. So let me leave it there. That's what I see there.
All right. Take us to the Obasanjo picture with Remi Tinubu, which seems to be generating a lot of interesting comments. People suggesting then that Obasanjo had always wanted Tinubu all the way through.
When did they take that picture?
It was it's a Salah greeting. So over the last couple of days, or between yesterday and today.
What do you mean Salah greeting? Were they together, or when did that picture? When did they take that picture?
Over the last 2 days.
Were they together on the Salah day? Were they together on the Salah day?
Hold on. I'll tell you exactly when he took it.
It was today or yesterday?
It was today or yesterday.
Where were they? Where did they meet?
Tinubu's place.
It doesn't matter. Oh no, don't interject, because we've already just rubbished up half of the first half of the. It was today or yesterday. That's what he did. That's when it took place.
That's what I'm saying. I'm asking a question. Where did they meet? At which occasion and what?
What does it matter? The picture is out there.
No, it matters. No, it's the picture. You can't just post the picture.
The picture was hold on. The picture was put out by Remi Tinubu's special assistant on media and publicity, who said this is the picture of when Obasanjo came to felicitate with her for Salah. So Salah is roughly within the period we're in. So.
Well, that's fine. If the picture was taken on Salah Day, I don't see anything wrong in that. I mean, Remi Tinubu is the first lady meeting the former president, and I believe they have met several times before. I don't think they are enemy. So you should politics aside, but friendship is one thing, politics is another. We could be friends and not be in the same political party. So it's not everything that we say against each other when we are running our political ideology that we will connote that we are enemy to each other. So to me, I think it's good. This is what we need. We need them to be good friend and use that to meet.
Okay. Ajale Koko, what's been speculated is that Obasanjo played Peter Obi because he backed Obi in the 2023 election. So especially characters like Reno Mokri, etc., that's what they've been putting out to the public space, that look, he just used him to keep Atiku out of the East, and he was part of a wider Obasanjo Tinubu strategy. So that's one. But the other half, which I think is where you're going, is that Obasanjo, he's just, it's been realistic with the circumstances that whether he backs Obi or not, this guy is the president, so let's move on. But what do you make of the conspiracy theory?
Those that are saying that you use Obi and dump it, and they're using this picture to make their point, I think they are just ingenious. I mean, disingenuous. They don't know. They are just running a narrative that does not make sense. To me, it doesn't make sense. Obasanjo and Tinubu, yes, they don't belong to the same political camp. But like I was saying, I don't think they were their enemy. When we are talking of the real enemy, don't want to see at all. You see, before the election, Tinubu went to Abeokuta, and I can, remember at the point when they are together with other people, Obasanjo have to take Tinubu to a separate room for talk, just two of them. So what does that mean? That tells me that they are not enemy. The politics separate. What bind them together is the ethnic being I mean, both of them, the Yorubaness that bind them together. At one point they will have to agree. So it's that Yorubaness that took Tinubu to go and see him and ask for his support. And if like yesterday he was with Tinubu's wife, they met and they took pictures together. I mean, what is wrong with that? This should not be interpreted as politically that, oh, look, he has abandoned this thing. What do you expect him to do? So if the president's wife walked up to him, greeted him as Baba, and he greeted him, and are you saying because of Obi, you should just shun her away? No, it's not done. So this picture doesn't mean that he abandoned Obi. Those people that are just saying that, they are just playing dirty politics. So I don't see it. I just see it as, when people like that, find themselves in one occasion together, they have to take picture. They have to greet. I mean, we are all Nigerians. No matter what the politics we play, when we see face to face, we should be able to shake hands, hug each other, and put politics by the side. This is a Salah day. So on the Salah day, you want them to play politics on Salah day? I mean, what are those goddamn people talking about? On Salah day, the day to celebrate and, thank God. So they should just continue playing politics. No, I don't see it. I just see it as one of those things when people meet at an occasion, they greet, they take picture, and they, talk nice with each other. I don't see any. I'm not reading any political interpretation to this. So that's my take, woman.
All right, brilliant. I think Pansat wanted to come in there, but I think I stopped him somewhat. Did you want to insert something there? Yeah.
Just a lot of things. I wanted to commend John Lekoko for the way he handled this particular issue. He questioned. He wanted. He searched for evidence, proof. And we should encourage this. That's the way to do that. If somebody claims that but then he should extend it to actually things that really matter, right? Now he handled this beautifully. We shouldn't even address that anymore. We shouldn't ask other panelists to redundantly talk about this because John Lekoko masterfully dealt with it, of course, with the demeanor only he could muster. I don't talk that way, but let me say that he should then do that. For example, if somebody claims that they have 1,500 megawatts, right? That's a lot. If you're generating 1,500 megawatts, a big deal. Or 1,100. I don't know if it's 1,100. For example, I have a farm, right? Well, let me use a land, a bigger one. They have 1,400 acres where they're generating 200 megawatts. That's the capacity. That comes to about 430,000 solar panels on a 1,400 acres, just for 200 megawatts. So if somebody's making a claim that you're generating 1,100, that is very good. Then we should see it. If it's true, there should be others. We have land. We have acres of land. We should be generating electricity. But if we have this same guy who's never questioned, if you question him, it's like he's tribal. What do I have tribally against Dangote? I don't care. I wish he's doing good. Just like any Nigerian, any African for that matter, any black person, any human being. I'm for somebody doing good, but we cannot obviously continue this way. You have to show proof of what you're doing that's progressive. A lot of people here, when we talk about $5.5 billion, tax-free, our money, do you know what that could do? $5.5 billion since 2021. If you inject $5.5 billion in Nigeria to build a refinery in every state, you build a hospital in every state, many hospitals in every state, actually. That's how it's a large sum of money. 1 billion is 1 million, right? So there'll be employment. If you're generating,
all right. I thought you wanted to interject on what he was speaking on, rather than $5 billion.
I'm just making. There's a connection to those things, and I'm sorry about. Let me just say in 2 sentences. The point is that if you're generating 1,100 megawatts, right? Even if it's your personal property, there'll be a lot of good jobs. There'll be a lot of engineers employed in that. A lot of the economic impact or something like that. You cannot contend it to be there. Our journalists will see it. But we cannot have somebody whose grandfather, Dan Tata, has been ripping off our country, returning our country, and then we're going to sing praises. Why? Is that because when I get back in that country, right, I'm going to deal. You could take that to the bank. $5.5 billion. $5.5 billion. He took it. And people are here talking nonsense.
The whole thing is sounding somewhat. It sounds like a bit of a caricature, all of these things. But Adale Koko, back to you. So you are not you're not saying anything on towards in Obasanjo taking a photo.
I don't see anything. I don't read any political meaning to this. People that are reading that political meaning, they are just, they're just playing dirty politics, and it doesn't make sense. How do you want, the president's wife to see the former president who's like a father to her, and not get close to her to greet her and take picture with her. I mean, greet him and take picture with him. I mean, what is wrong with you guys' brain? Are you guys okay? What kind of politics are you guys playing? This is his father, so you don't want him to take picture with his father. I mean,
Ajale Koko is not a matter of taking picture. Obasanjo went to visit the first lady. I don't think anybody clarified it to you. It's not like they bumped into each other or
just walk,
or whatever. He went there to visit her.
Hold on. Did he just bump in there? Did he just walk in?
He went to visit her.
So sorry, Ajale Koko. Sorry, Ajale Koko. Two Nigeria fell there. Check the private chat. Sorry, carry on.
The invitation, I mean, was he not invited?
I don't know. Nobody said whether I was invited or not invited. But he went to visit her. But the way you were kind of like spinning your narrative is like, no, they met and then they took picture.
I'm not spinning it because that is why I was asking the details from the beginning, and nobody was able to tell me. They say, "Oh, it doesn't matter. Oh, they met." No, I'm not going to run my comment like that. I wanted to know the real fact behind that picture, and the little information I got. They said, "Oh, they met at a Salah or something." Now you are saying, "Okay, he went to the Aso Rock." Fine, I believe he must have been invited.
It was in Lagos, not even Aso Rock. He went to visit her in Lagos.
Maybe he was invited, and he went. And
let me even clarify. They said he paid her a surprise visit, so that means he was not invited.
Okay, fine. Even if he paid her a surprise visit, what does that mean? What political nonsense are people reading to it?
It's not. What do you mean? A surprise visit is not innocuous. It's not like some innocent stuff like when an elderly man, 80, I don't know, is it 85 or 86 or 87, leaves his own house to go and visit the first lady. Like, okay. I mean, what do you think? Do you think it's some random thing that someone elderly man just leaves his house and say, okay, well, today I'm going to pay a surprise visit to the first lady?
You don't know whether okay, if Obasanjo leave, I believe Obasanjo have a resident in Ikoyi, and
I don't know. I only know he lives in Abeokuta.
I know that. Yes, he have resident. He have a house in Ikoyi, and then if he walk up to his friend's house, his daughter's house, to say, "Oh,
which daughter? It's not his daughter now. I mean,
go and sit down. You don't know. He married from Delta State.
She's not from Delta State. Actually, it's her mom that's from Delta. Dad is from Ogun State.
Who is from Delta?
Her mom is from Delta. Remi Tinubu. Her dad is Yoruba.
Okay, fine. Whether he's from Delta or from this thing, I'm telling you that they have some sort of friendship between them. If
that's just you know it as much as everybody.
No, you guys are just running this dirty politics.
This is dirty politics that we're saying now.
And it doesn't make sense. I'm telling you, if there is no friendship between them, how would the president just walk into somebody's building?
Do you know when
that you tell you guys that they have very good friendship between them? If there's no friendship between them, he will not go to our house. Get it right.
Do you know when the hammer will really hit the nail on the head is when Ayo Adebanjo declared for Tinubu. So we've had Bode George now, who's declared. We've had
Bode George. This is
he did not declare. We discussed it here now. Bode George declared now.
You can't use this platform.
But we were here now.
Propagandizing.
We did a session on it. Did we not do a session on it?
You are playing propaganda now. He didn't declare.
He didn't declare
any support. He just said, "Look, I want to give
one
this
more
guy
year."
Yeah, leave him. That is what he want to do. Give him another 1 year.
Is that he inherited a bad economy and is doing
Did
well?
he not? Did he not?
Is that not contrary to? Right. So
did he say he was doing well? He didn't say. You are doing propaganda here.
Is it not campaigning?
He never said he's doing well. He said he have to show, you know.
Ajanlegoko,
that this man made a mess.
Ajanlegoko,
he can't fix it. He can't fix that mess within a year.
Now.
Wole Soyinka has declared. Donyo Kuku has declared.
Obasanjo
has declared.
But George, it shows different. It shows different.
You guys can
to
continue
Tinubu, and this was a guy that I used to insult anyhow. We just be insulting him. He even said he's going to leave the country. He's now coming to say, give him a chance. It's just 1 year. I can't judge in good conscience. Let them pack up. I mean, we know he's falling in line. We know that.
Well, I don't see it. I don't see it like that. A man that remain in his own party, and he's saying that, look, considering the enormous problem, enormous mess that Buhari left behind, this man cannot make substantial achievement that people are expecting within a year. It's not possible. This man, the man that handed over, set Nigeria 40 years backward, and you're setting to turn it around in a year. I mean, how is that possible? Well, and this elderly man is saying, look, my conscience all too bad about him.
The last hammer that will hit that nail is when Ayo Adebanjo declare, which will be in the next 6 weeks, because I've been hearing murmurings that he's about to say, okay, I do not like it, but this is the situation that we have, and we have to live with it. So Ayo Adebanjo to declare within the next 6 weeks. That's what's been speculated.
Well, people that are running that speculation can continue to speculate what they like. Let's wait. All I know that Baba Yabaja is interested in is restructuring of Nigeria. If Tinubu can take up restructuring today, Adebanjo will declare support for him. I know that for sure. If he can make a move, the new move to restructure Nigeria, because that is where our problems lies with the structuring. What we have today is the structuring of Nigeria. The moment Tinubu can make a genuine move to restructure that Nigeria, Adebanjo will declare support for him, because that is that's going to be a remarkable step towards solving our problem as a country that does not work for anybody. Restructuring is the only way that will solve the problem of that country. So I won't be surprised if Tinubu take a very bold step with that political will, with that genuine move that, yes, they really want to restructure Nigeria. Adebanjo will step up, will stand up, back him, and said, oh yeah, Nisho, awalenye.
So was he supporting Obi because of the restructuring? Was he supporting Obi because of the restructuring?
What do you say?
That's Simba. Good to have you, Simba. But it's asking you. Yes, you repeat what you said in a moment. I'm going to bail out. Hand over to Thomas. It's looking like sleep, so I have to make acquaintance with my bed. That's Ayo right there. One Nigeria that with the British pounds, which is probably the equivalent of a $10 American, which is Alexander Gomez right there. Roki Degba, who's somewhere in Europe. You tell where people are from the currency of and that's Lato Rich right there. So well done, Lato Rich. That's AB. What's he saying? One of the Pansatians. and that's T. Majek announcing his entry into the conversation. So keep them coming. So thank everyone. I'll see you tomorrow. Pansat, I'm going to be taking you with me. So if you want to have a final word before we both depart the screen, you can, Pansat. All right. So all right. Thank you, everyone. Pansat and I will see you tomorrow. Thomas, over to you.
Thank you. Yeah. Simba, ask that question. Ajali could go respond. Then we'll move on.
You are talking emphatically that Baba Adebanjo was after restructuring. Now that is supporting Peter Obi, does he believe that Peter Obi will restructure Nigeria? That's why he's supporting him or not? That's the question I'm asking you.
Well, Peter Obi promised that he's going to restructure Nigeria he promised them that he was going to do that, and this guy confirmed it in one of his interviews. What's the name of that guy? That lawyer. What is his name? That guy. The one that was supposed to come. They were supposed to come to our platform that couldn't come. Yeah. He confirmed Yeah, he confirmed it in one of his interviews. So,
which one? Who's supposed to come and didn't come?
I can't remember his name. They'll take it the civil right this thing. What is it? It's not Falano. It's what is his name? I can't remember his name. Dele Farotimi. Can you guys hear me?
Is Dele Farotimi? Is Dele Farotimi really a Labour Party person? He's not a politician now. Dele Farotimi is not a Labour. So when did he now become a spokesperson for Obi?
No. You don't understand. What I was saying is that Dele Farotimi is a member of Afenifere. So he confirmed it. He said when Obi came to Baba Adebanjo, he was there, and they asked him that question on restructuring. And
sometimes sometimes you believe what you believe because of when he speaks to your sentiment. If somebody is campaigning and we can't see it as his part of campaign promises, then it's somebody who's not even a politician. He's not saying when he had a secret meeting with them, this is what he promised. Did he promise Nigeria restructuring? And you believe that? I say anyway, because he promised them this.
We don't need to argue on this because Obi did not win the election. So if he had won now, and
it's not a matter. What you said is what you said because Babaji Adebanjo believe in restructuring.
Yes.
That is then if Tinubu promised restructuring or is going to restructure, we support him. I now ask you that Obi that is supporting now, is he supporting Obi because of restructuring? That's the question.
It's one of the.
So what you are saying, what it means is that you are just saying it. It's not as if you know the man and you know that this is his belief. We are just talking. Because you can't tell me that he's supporting Obi because he believes that Obi will do restructuring. Obi has never promised any Nigerian. It's not even in his manifesto that will do restructuring. So where did you hear that? You see, and you hear from a non-politician, somebody that is not even a politician, and say because they have a caucus meeting or a secret meeting somewhere.
I am just telling you.
You are speculating.
We don't have to argue over this. I'm just telling you what I heard from them, and that's one of the reasons they supported him. But the most important reason why they supported him was that for
equity,
yeah, justice, and
equity. Is there even with God? Is there equity with God?
Oh, okay. So God, our God is not our God. There's no equity with God, according to you. That is you. I didn't say that.
If there's equity with God, why did he choose the Israelites and the Arabs and all of us are second hand?
Ẹbí sọ tèmi o, ẹ má kó mi sí wàhálà. Tó bá dẹjọ́ àgbéǹde àlùkí àmọ̀, ẹnu ẹ bá máa takò ẹ̀ ń jọ yẹn.
If we don't even need to get into that, because I know a lot of people that actually, God forbid, though, that I don't believe in God because of why should some people be suffering and some people be living in affluence if you say it's a God of equity. So just don't let us get into that argument. There is a lot of things going on there.
Yeah, you are right on that. So if we want to really go deep into a lot of things that is happening in this world, you just look like, do we really have God in existence as, but let us just, as far as that picture, it doesn't mean anything to me. It just showed to me and that they have some kind of friendship between them, politics apart. Because if they are
Ajale Koko, we are just wasting our own time. These people, you don't know the relationship between them. You don't know where they made the plan, all these things. We are just talking peripherally. You understand? They know what they are doing. We know nothing. We are just here engaging ourselves, having nothing. Forget it.
Àwọn tó wà lẹ́yìn agbo lọ́nà ń jà lórí wọn, but they are friends. They are friends. That's the way I see it. So
turn by turn. Turn by turn ni.
Turn by turn ni. Obasanjo will never call the president today that, look, this is what I want. And the president will say, no, I'm not giving you. He will never do that. Because one day he will be out of there. The president who will be there after him, he will surely need some help from that person too. And it's the tradition that they must listen to each other and they must, do whatever in any way they can help each other. They have to do it when it comes to whether official or personal. So these people is people outside that are fighting themselves, fighting and argue among themselves over their politics, but they are actually friends. They are friends. So that's the way I see it. If they are not friends, Obasanjo will not just go and visit them, walking easily. So that means he has been doing that. He has done it before several times. That is what he tells me. That will not be the first time. So, Kulata, I hope I satisfy you with that answer.
Baba again, when is he going to go and rest?
Baba, I saw him in an interview. I think he went for maybe what is this thing in Caribbean, in Barbados, or is it Barbados, with the former president of Jamaica? I think there's maybe ASCOM or something like that. They organize a kind of African and Caribbean conference. So Obasanjo was maybe the guest speaker, or they arranged some kind of question and answer for him and the former president of Jamaica, and Baba was just dishing out some unique information, telling them how they have worked together, the African Union, the effort that was trying to make to incorporate Caribbean country as part of, make Caribbean countries sixth region of because African Union is grouped into 5 regions. So the effort they were making to make Caribbean the sixth region, and which will have opened up, Caribbean to be part of African Union and African Union to be part of Caribbean this thing, because they are all black people and they took them as slave to the Caribbean. So it was really a lot of things there, but Obasanjo was, it's a unique man, but he has some controversy.
Okay.
I said he has some controversy around him, but he's a highly respected man in this world.
As far as I'm concerned, he's a very lucky chap. That's all.
Very,
He's
very
just been
lucky. Very, very lucky. And yes, he was lucky. And
everything about him, he didn't fight for anything. Everything that he achieved, he didn't struggle for it.
Yes, you're right. Very, very lucky.
When he became the military head of state,
he used the opportunity well. He used the opportunity well to his advantage.
When he became the civilian president, he was just given on the platter of gold. He got everything very easy.
He was a very lucky man. Look at even the military, the way he.
That's what I'm saying. When he came in 1876, he was just by
not even 76. Even the way the war ended, it just 6 months to the end of the war that they brought in him. He just went there. They just surrendered
became an hero.
And he became an hero. That man, only Kokotolo commercial. He's just too lucky. Very, very lucky man. Indeed, very, very lucky.
What would we call a condition in English? I think that like a rare person. It's just it's.
A condition. Mama just translate it, but very, very lucky. All they make use everything. He make use of the advantage of that. Every opportunity that came his way, he used the advantage to propel himself up, to push himself up, and the country, he's so lucky. He's so lucky. Gone. The country made him, and he used that to really position himself well.
Those are the people that those are the people that are supposed to. Those are the people that really benefited from the Nigerian nation, and they should be the one that should carry the something. But the way they are handling it, they are not still being sincere to the nation. I'm very sorry to say this, and it's still part of them.
If you really want to look at, Obasanjo, his time as military and his time as civilian, and look at his record against those of his, his predecessors and how do I describe it?
Successors.
Yeah, he stands out to be the best among them. He's very lucky man, very lucky, very, very lucky. And I believe he genuinely loved that country. He really wants that country to be a great country. But Nigeria is too much
garbage to carry.
Too much evil working against that country. Within that country itself, it's a little.
What do you mean by evil?
Evil. To play some, he did something that are wrong too. But if you want to look at what he did right, I think he overwhelmed what he did wrong. He did something wrong that I would not totally agree with him in everything he did, but at least he genuinely loved that country and he genuinely wanted that country to be one of the greatest countries in the world.
Well,
and policy when he was military, when he was civilian in the state too. He did a lot of things that make life better for common people, even though that we don't like him. It was during this time that we had a lot of, poor people were buying vehicles, workers, civil servants, and things like that. The economy was booming. A lot of us that were doing business with Nigeria then, we were doing very good, but now we can't try it. It's just it's just like
but why? To me, no. You might say that me, I'm not one of his fans, sha. Because if he was there for 80 years, if you really lay down a solid foundation, then that foundation, how long did it last? If you are claiming that economy was strong, how long after his administration did that economy collapse?
and the
Did it
people
take?
that took over after him.
It didn't take them 1 year. It didn't take 1 year to collapse that economy. In fact, it was even Yaradua was able to even stabilize it, to maintain it for his own period. But when that, and it's like, if whatever he built, he uses his own hand to scatter it also, because it was his own political calculation that brought in Yaradua that died few months, because you can't tell me that I didn't know that guy was sick and he wouldn't last. Then the Jonathan that he brought also, what did they do? So it's I don't know. For what she buy the So I don't know why you are praising the man.
No, you see, I don't blame him for handing over to Yaradua. And after
Let me tell you,
I don't blame
to me,
him for
a
that.
good leader, excuse me, Ajay Koko, a good leader should be selfless. You understand? That is what the hallmark of a good leader should be selfless. Obasanjo is not selfless. He's not a selfless person. He is a very selfish person. So I don't know why you are calling him a good leader. Because if he's not selfish, he will not be looking at himself and be putting people that he feels. Putting Yaradua there was just like a compensation. Because he also got there by compensation.
I agree with you.
So anyhow you look at it, I don't know. I don't know how Nigerians just view things, and we can't see things deep before we start.
Hold on. He gave reason why he chose Yaradua as the successor. Reason that Yaradua, among all the governors back then, is the least corrupt or not corrupt, according to him. He said the guy is not a corrupt guy. That is number one. And he wanted somebody that can be in the lead of, of that nation, continue to carry out that anti-corruption and showing by his own character and everything that he's not corrupt. So that is number one. And number two, he said he's the only governor that balanced the budget for throughout 8 years when he was governor. He wants somebody that can prudently manage the resources of the country well. So, and like you said, the compensation. Him and Yaradua family, they be long time friend now, and it's Yaradua organization that gave him power, that presidency too. So how would he compensate them when actually Atiku would have benefited that, because Atiku was the leader of the Yaradua organization when he
DPM, what they call their party that time.
PFN, or what did they call it? So
People's Front, PF.
People's Front of Nigeria. So Atiku benefited, but I think Atiku greed and impatient. The impatient to hardly become the president of Nigeria. The drama he played against Obasanjo, how he wanted to torpedo Obasanjo.
You can even see how Obasanjo actually even allow him to have Fide was looting
Yes, everything.
Just because he wanted him to support him, and that's why I say it's not a selfless. I could remember even during the campaign that time, Obasanjo was lying to Nigerians. I remember that time Yar'Adua was in Saudi Arabia on the sick bed. He was pretending that he was making one useless phone call. What was it? Okay, you're laughing, eh? They said you are dead. They said you are dead.
Phone call to who?
Making phone call with Yar'Adua now on his sick bed.
How would he know that it's not Yar'Adua? Someone surrounding him, but fake here. You think Yar'Adua was the one talking?
But that was what he was doing. Musa, they said you are dead. Can you imagine? And he's a dramatic person.
How would he know when the cabal? How would he know? How would he know when he's in Nigeria talking to somebody in Saudi Arabia and they are saying,
believe me, they show him live that time.
How would Obasanjo know? How would he know?
Obasanjo lied to Nigerians. He carried phone that day on the campaign ground. Musa, they said you are dead. They said you are dead. I beg you,
Simba, that thing you said about how Obasanjo has been lucky all the way, man. That man was so lucky all the way.
Lucky girl.
Imagine Murtala Mohammed didn't die. Nobody will know Obasanjo today for one.
Nobody will know him.
Even that one about the war, Benjamin Adekunle hate the guy till he died. And this guy, Alabi Samara, fought people that were controlling our third Marine Commando. They fought the war from the beginning until the end. Obasanjo just came in towards the end of the war. I claim the glory.
Maybe 6 months or 3 months. Maybe 6 or 3 months. He just came in.
The end of the war, he came and claimed the glory.
Oh, we won the war. And they handed over to me. They handed
over. He was Adekunle as Alabi Samara. They were the one that fought the whole battle. They won from the beginning.
I've won the war. They surrendered to me. Oh, look at their letter. They signed it. He just be lucky. The same thing when Murtala died, he didn't want to even take the position. Some people were begging him, no, guy, you are the one that has to take it. He said, no, he doesn't want it. No, guy, you are the one. No, you have to take it. And he took it. The same thing happened when Abubakar wanted to go. They all went to beg him, all the military generals, begging him, no, you are the only one we can trust. So Nigeria is in a dire strait now. Nigeria is in a serious. You are the only one that can bring back sanity and stability. And then he took it. How can somebody be so lucky in life like that? All his way, every step of his way, they were begging him to take position. Twice, position of president, military, and civilian. Look, that is why, even though I'm going to criticize him, I will surely accept that, look, God is the one that,
Baba, even the two times he became president, he came like the right time for when, like the first time he became president, that was the time when oil was the American Nigerian oil so bad, So he came right so easily. Even the second time he became president too. That was when the revolution, what they call it, telecom revolution, So the guy, he's lucky, man.
He's lucky. That is why I always try to take it easy from criticizing him too much or trying to rubbish his record. he did some good things. He did some good things too. But I'm not going to say that he achieved the but among all his predecessor and successor, I mean, the record is there that is the best. Even up to today in this democracy, look at all the economic indices. He is still the best today.
He came in at the right time now. When the telecom revolution came to the world, all those times when the technological revolution came, that's the time he became president. He was lucky. Even the first time, it was when the Gulf, the Arab countries, they want to sell oil to America, they had to come to Nigeria. So the guy, he was lucky. The time, if the guy would have become president during the time when everything is hard, like right now, he won't be saying the same thing now. It's just happened to come at the right time.
No,
people give him the credit for it.
No, well, Mike, don't let us division ourselves. It was very difficult.
Ajale Koko, let me tell you this.
When the oil was under $10 per barrel.
I could remember vividly during shortly towards the end of Abacha regime, oil was around $7 to $9 per barrel.
Yes.
You understand?
It was $8 when Abacha came in. $8 per barrel.
But when it came in, even let me tell you this, his first tenure was not that rosy.
Yes, I agree with you. But
his first tenure was not that rosy. It was during the second tenure that the oils, and that is why that is why what I'm saying. Just get this. Anytime we are praising any of our presidents, it's not as if they are doing anything fantastic. We have never had any president that have done anything fantastic. Anybody can crucify me for this. It has to do everything just is based on oil. Once you have a good oil price and then you produce the little amount of maybe near our 2 million barrels, everybody will start singing. If you look back, I think we have discussed these things severally on this platform. Obasanjo first regime, I remember that time, even the local government, they were not getting their allocation. And it was one that invented the so-called zero allocation. Even people were not even getting job. I remember that time, that was when I wanted to start my residence. I have to wait for like 3-4 years before I could get placement because they said the hospital doesn't have money to employ doctors. Go and confirm. It was towards the end of his first tenure, then beginning of when the oil price started improving. That was when the thing was we started now. They started having money, and then the employment started, and all these things that we claim that he achieved. What aspect of our economy apart from oil did they improve that we can say, okay, we earn more from this? Is it agriculture? Is it tourism? No, just name it. So I don't know where all these things improve the economy. I don't know where it's coming from. Just enlighten me, please.
Simba, telecoms and banking. Around Obasanjo, there was an explosion. That's when they did the second license in MTN and Econet.
Capitalization. The bank,
and then they did recapitalization for the bank.
Kulata, the banking sector were not actually doing well, and that was why Soludo do the capitalization. That was when they were selling shares to people. And what becomes of those shares today, Kulata? Tell me.
Hey, a lot of those banks are they're now gone. I bought shares
I know
too.
How much of my money I invested in shares.
I bought shares in Fidelity. disappear.
First Bank, Zenith Bank, all those banks that time, we invested at least thousands then, if not millions, thousands. The money, big money. What becomes of those things? I don't know. I want somebody to tell me, apart from oil, what Obasanjo actually did that we say improve. What aspect of our economy did he improve?
No, the telecoms sector grew under Obasanjo.
People don't want to. Well, to me, no. As Mike said earlier, it was a worldwide thing that time. It was a worldwide thing.
I used to say that too before, but then someone said electricity is a worldwide thing. Why don't we have it?
No, it's not. They are not two. They are not two things that you could have to compare. Everything, if you want to look at it in that way, everything is worldwide thing. Water is worldwide thing. Food is worldwide thing. So, but that telecom revolution, that time it was the same time Ghana, Togo, all the West Africa country have those foreign telecommunication this thing now.
Yeah, but Nigerian formula is very, very simple. 2.4 million barrels per day, oil over $100.
Yes, then everybody will be singing.
The country will say, no, economy is good. But now we've not invested in the oil under Buhari and under Jonathan, so you can never get any 2 million barrels anymore. So that's why we're suffering. So I mean, if you look at it that way, Obasanjo didn't. It was more luck than skill. But I will still acknowledge the areas that they performed, which I will still say the telecoms and the banking sector, in my opinion.
And that two sector that he did very well actually fell economic growth. I mean, economic development and growth in our economy, because a lot of things, comes in after that, and the economy, generate recorded growth, rapid growth. There was a time that during this time our GDP recorded like 15% growth, double digit. So we cannot.
What was responsible for that GDP growth? What was responsible?
No, you don't. That one you are talking. What is responsible? What we are talking is the overall growth. You see, this guy during his time recorded 15% growth, GDP, 15% in our time. When have we recorded that before? During this time of democracy, during this dispensation, but during his own time, he did it. So there are certain things that we have to look at to not all the time criticize. Oh, they didn't achieve anything. Selfish or this thing. Who is not selfish? Who is not selfish among all the politicians? All of them are selfish now. So, and even for him to hand over to Yaradua, by what he did within a short period of time, showed that if death did not take him away, if he had continued and completed his 8 years, maybe he would have done well. There are some things that he did wrong too, because the refinery then that Obasanjo already sold to Dangote, that Rivers refinery, Port Harcourt refinery, have to revoke it.
That's one of the worst. That's one of the worst decisions Nigeria has experienced
ever in this life. So you can't blame Obasanjo. Obasanjo did some things to give the private investors the opportunity to grow and to develop the economy of the country. It did a lot of that, and a lot of investors came in. It make us a credit-worthy country that investors, look at as a place to go and invest. So it did some foundational structure. It put some foundational structure on the ground that can propel.
I want
growth.
you, whatever you are saying, that Coco, I want you to back it with examples. So what are those big investors that came to Nigeria during Obasanjo, apart from MTN and communication?
I mean, you can't say that investors did not move in during the Obasanjo time.
Because let me tell you, because I know a lot of big companies that left Nigeria during Obasanjo regime. And I'll mention what's the name of this tire? Dunlop left Nigeria during Obasanjo regime. Michelin left during Jonathan regime. Liver Brother left during Obasanjo regime, and they moved to Ghana. There are so many big companies that left during that time. My friend was the PRO of Dunlop, and Dunlop left Nigeria in 2005, 2006. So I don't know what we're talking about.
No, there are many FDIs that came under Obasanjo. Actually, between the PDP eras, we experienced a boom in FDI. Like back then, Microsoft came in, Dell, Compaq. I mean, that used to be my sector. A lot of those kind of companies came in. Cisco. I mean,
those are
Huawei.
those are telecom related sectors.
Yeah, I mean, that was my sector before now. So within my sector, I can tell you a lot of companies came in, a lot.
So, like I was saying, those are the foundational structure you put on the ground that attracted, so many investors to come in. And the result, we saw the result. And our GDP result, outcome shows that, yes, we are progressing economically. That we recorded like 15%. That was a remarkable achievement. It's not everything we have to condemn Obasanjo. He did some things good. For the overall well-being of the country. Don't let us talk about his power or something that he did, but for overall well-being of the country, for people to look at, particularly investors, to look at the country to say, this is a country moving towards the right direction. This is a country that can achieve economic power in the future. Let me go and be part of that. Let me go and take my money there and want to be part of that growth. That is what Obasanjo did for that country. Is it the same today? It is obviously not. For what Buhari did, that is what Buhari killed that country completely. It make it unattractive for investors. And Tinubu is struggling. He's just struggling. But this Tinubu, they are not even. There are certain things they are doing wrong. They are They are doing some things that's giving the bad image of them to Nigerian people, like the vehicle that they were buying for themselves, like some this one they said they want to buy new aircraft, like so a lot of things that they are doing that show that they don't even feel concerned about.
They are insensitive to the plight of people.
They are insensitive. Thank you. They are showing that they are not sensitive to the problem that we are going through as a country. That is where Tinubu and his team is getting it wrong. If they can show empathy and show that they're sacrificing, Nigeria will show understanding with them. I don't know why it's so difficult. Our people is greedy. They want to yole you. Kilode. It is just because only Lotting for the past 28 years, they can't stop it. Why? That is where Tinubu is getting it. If he can find a way to, trim down their way of spending, the cost of governance, and they show that yes, they are sacrificing as well. Nigerian people will show that Nigerian people, oh my God, Nigerian people are the most easiest people to govern on earth. Ilutimo why, what difficult not to govern the Americans. They are very, very difficult. Our pariwo online and Yoruba versus Igbo, is that the problem? But when you are talking of governing people, this country is number one in the world. So we are very difficult to govern because they are enlightened people. They will ask questions. They want to know the direction they are taking them. They will, scrutinize you And everything, every step, then be as a leader, Loma scrutinize. Who just senator, oh my God, senator in my state drive their own vehicle by themselves. One need security. The only thing you will know is their tag, their plate number. Lokomari state senator. Lare. Only their domari. Emma Jijowo, Emma Jijolo si baba shop. Emma cut irun. Oh, limo. Ìgbà tó bá ń ja tó bá rí mọ́tò ẹ̀ tó wo tag ló mọ̀ pé ṣé mànù tajìjọ ń gẹrun yìí yẹn pé senator ni. Àbí mànù tajìjọ tó wá rajà níbi tí mo ti ra kíní àṣẹ senator ni. Tag number ló máa fi mọ̀. They live ordinarily just like we are the same people. Oh, lè raṣọ pé aṣọ tó wà expensive. Oh, lè ní bàtà. The way come fi ń wọ agbádá ńlá, the way they dress is like queen.
Don't you think that one has to do with our value system?
It is not value system. It's not value system. Even the Second Republic, it wasn't like that. You see them dress ordinarily. The politicians back then. And when
why do we call democracy ìjọba alágbádá?
No, agbádá ẹ bá wà agbádá kò sọ wípé àwàgà tó wà.
Ìyàwó ìjọba alágbádá is not agbádá tó máa wọ̀ right from even before independence.
Agbádá mọ̀ tó bá sọ pé agbádá ńlá ceremony lọ́wọ́ agbádá ńlá làwọn eléyìí ń wọ̀ tó máa kóṣẹ́ ńlá burúkú sí.
They've been wearing it right from time immemorial. That's why we target ìjọba alágbádá.
Shiva, just leave me alone. No, these people are just too sensitive to that is the only problem I see. They are just creating problem for themselves instead of.
She presidency shows the Cold War Tinubu because they're just tone deaf. Like they're tone deaf.
We are going through, and we are
the
going
suffering
to
of the people.
Solve the problem. We're going to suffer it together, and we solve the problem together. Nigerian people, they are very simple people. They are not hard at all.
Can you guys hear me?
Okay, go on.
Oh, sorry. I was saying, say president is the Cold War Tinubu. Is it power obsessed now? Because they're not acting like they understand what people are going through. They just don't care. They don't care to. It's just. It's the worst kind of leadership.
I don't know.
Very callous, like that at all. Honestly,
wọn fún yàn lọ́rọ̀ sọ rárá ni ẹni bá ń ṣe kinní bẹ́ẹ̀ ni pé wọ́n kàn ń wùwà pé kọ́kọ́ yẹ̀yẹ́ èèyàn whoever that is trying to even support their policy that this policy that is taken is good. Their action sometimes, their insensitivity to the plight of the people, they just make you regret even supporting any policy that they are trying to effect. Because sometimes you just know, these people policy I'm supporting, but why are they acting like this? Does it even worth it? You can't see any correlation at all between their action and what they are telling you or saying they are trying to do. That is the problem. Until they get that right, I think I can't trust them. Me, as far as I'm concerned, this party, no, these are not the people for us.
Is Thomas there? Okay, Remy is already in here now. Sorry.
Well, yes, I think maybe Thomas, but I'm doing something somewhere.
I've been listening to Babajani.
Maybe it's at work. Sometimes he will leave us and go and do something for 30 minutes and he will come back. So I believe it's somewhere.
I want to ask Kolata a question. Kolata, Kolata, are you still there? Yeah, sorry. As the president, Tinubu is the president of Nigeria, does he have a power to control how the states spend their resources?
No, not state, but his executive arm.
Yeah.
He can't control state, and he can't control state and legislative. But as a APC party member, he could influence his party to kind of like fly low.
Yeah. So because you said something now, but for me you are right, because but I still want more clarity when you mentioned that it's tone deaf, because you did not tell us exactly what you meant by being tone deaf.
Okay, let me give you tone deaf example. Tone deaf is, okay, we're traveling. Tinubu is traveling. You now carry entourage. Tinubu's trip, his itinerary is 100% within his control. It's not going to the state, and it's not going to the legislative arm. That's one example. Another example is the kind of news that you let to get out. Like there's some narrative, like this airplane narrative. I understand the narrative, but you should try and make that kind of conversation a bit more hush-hush, not something that's kind of like front and center. So there are many things that he himself that's within his control. Like he can pretend. I mean, we know that he's a rich man, he's entitled, but you can try and project some Spartan, like some conciliatory moves, just to show that, okay, I feel your pain, right? Even though we know it's all BS.
I remember that when he first came in, they wanted to distribute 8,000 naira to some section of Nigeria at that time. People shut it down, and at the end of the day, the state government in Nigeria collected the money in anticipation of distributing the money to their to the state citizenry. At the end of the day, everybody knows the result. And for the last 3 months, they have brought out a memo that said that nobody is going to travel, especially the minister. I think it's happened. We are in June. I think it's around April. So you are right that sometimes you also need to cut its excesses, because if you have to walk the talk. If you are telling that people should sacrifice for the nation, you as the president, you must be the #1 person to sacrifice for the nation also. And in terms of the airplane they are talking about, the idea is not from the presidency. It's from the lawmakers. They are the ones debating it at their chamber. Not that the executive.
Yeah, but we know how these things work now. They put the narrative in there. Like there's some executive initiated bills. They may be direct and they may be covert.
I think they should shut that one down. But at the end of at the same time, we should also try to check, is it really true that some of the planes in the presidential fleet now, are they really having a big trouble or problem? Because if his plane dropped dead and he died, so we also have to look at it from that angle. So we cannot just say that asking for another plane.
Sorry for interjecting. You see, Mr. Remy now still trying to rationalize that the president needs.
No, I'm not rationalizing everything. Maybe
I don't understand
what I'm trying to say. Maybe
what are you not saying?
Just coming now. So
I've been listening. It's not about just coming. I've been listening. I've been following the show. I'm just trying anybody to just find a way to explain their policy. It's the only person that is working in presidency, Aso Villa, that can understand it. But all of us other Nigerians, we don't understand. So try to make us understand that if they are pushing for a policy in National Assembly, don't you know it's the same person pushing some of those people to be talking about it? It's the presidency now.
Yeah, you are right. I am not saying maybe directly or indirectly.
Indirectly, yes.
Something behind it. But I'm also asking you a good question, because we don't know what exactly is happening. If his plane dropped and he died or got killed, what will happen also? Are we not going to say because
the issue is, I know that they have fleets of aircraft under the presidency. Okay, if you know that some are old and they cannot meet the demand of these days, then they can sell them and say, okay, this is the proceeds that we make from the old ones. Can we okay, use it to buy maybe if you have 10, then you can sell 5 and buy one new one. It does it need more than 1 or 2 aircraft to move
They have
about?
already put some of them on sale already. I think 2 or 3 have been put on sale already. And even before Buhari left, they have sold some of them. They have a lot, but they have sold some of them. And now they put 2 or 3 on sale again. I'm not justifying that you should buy a new plane. But if we will know the real truth about the rest of the fleet, because what I learned is that for 2 trips now, it was on a chartered plane to the Netherlands and to also maybe Qatar or whatever, Saudi Arabia, I don't know. So they did not take that presidential plane to that place. They chartered a plane from France back to Nigeria the last time. And
I remember it was the time he was coming from France that he has to stop in Morocco. A little of this, not
all those stoppage are not possibly due to plane issue.
That was what they said.
Its movement, of course, that's what they will say now. Its movement has always been secretive now. So are we saying we don't know?
The reason they gave that time, and it was far away.
Yes, its movement has always been very
what
secretive.
I would suggest is that as Nigerians are talking now, I think if Nigeria should scrutinize them more. Give us a concrete reason or a cogent reason why you want to buy another plane.
Absolutely.
We should stop asking. We should not stop asking questions. We should criticize more. I mean, positively, and ask more questions. If it's really justified, like Babajare could say, put all this information in the public domain. I don't know because this is our.
So it's not even. Let me tell you, it's not even difficult. Let me tell you, all these things that we're even talking about is because Nigeria is a poor country. How much plane is even buying? You understand? What they're supposed to do, they are not doing it before they start spending the little money that we have recklessly. To me, what they are supposed to do is to build our revenue base, increase our revenue. You understand? You can spend as much as you can spend once the money is there. But once you have the little, that is not even enough. Even if you spend it on the people, how much money does Nigeria have? If you spend all the Nigerian money on Nigerian people today and you don't even spend it on Nigerian politicians, I don't think it can actually make any significant effect on Nigerians. I don't think so.
Is the image. Leadership is not just like the practical, is also optics. The optics is very bad.
Absolutely, Mr. Abulaka. There's nobody that can rationalize it. Since Tinubu has been going out now, if you observe that whenever he's coming in, he's usually not sure. There's this apprehension around the time that he's coming in. They will always say that there was a technical stopover somewhere, something. The day that he's supposed to come, he doesn't usually come back around that period. So there has usually been this being secret around that. How many number of aircraft do we really have? Which one? How many numbers are functional?
So why is that always happening?
So
why?
It's like it's leadership. If you follow this Ruto, this Kenyan president, when he was going to USA, I think they gave him a bid. I don't really know the figure now. So to him, he said the bill is too much. That instead of him going through that bill, he rather fly through the same Kenya airway.
That one was a response. It was criticized that he spent too much money. You understand? That was actually trying to defend himself.
Yes, I know.
So don't say it was that was because the guy is always in the here. He doesn't stay in Kenya. So
he had the conference. He had a conference in the US for this particular event. I'm not talking about the politics around. He had a conference in USA to attend, and they gave him a bill to charter a private clinic. And he said, based on the himself, it's a press conference he was addressing, that the bill they gave him was too much. That instead of going through that, he would rather fly through normal Kenya Airways. But the security people are concerned that security reason, blah, blah, blah. President shouldn't fly commercial. And he now said some people, according to what he said, some people now offer to give him that same private plane, half of the price. So he was actually praising himself for saving and conserving Kenya's money, not that he spent the money anyhow.
Agree about he was considering it as a chicken.
Yeah, of course. Now,
you understand?
The whole essence of the discussion of what he was trying to say is that
the money that is, he said it was even a fraction of what he's supposed to spend. Meanwhile, the Kenyans were saying that the money was too much.
Yes, that's the same thing I'm saying.
And how can you now
putting up this?
Is that a good example?
No, it's a good example now. They gave him a bill that is too much. They gave him a bill that is too much. He said it's too much, that you rather go through normal Kenya Airways. That you can't use that kind of money to fly.
What is happening? That same amount.
Have you ever entered Kenya Airways plane before? I took it to Hong Kong.
I'm not. Don't. You don't understand what I'm saying. Don't elaborate this point I'm making. What I'm making is very simple. He need a chartered flight to the US. They gave him an outrageous bill. He said the bill is too much, that he would rather fly Kenyan Airways for a reduced fee. Then some of his friends now suggested to give him that same flight for a fraction. He was saying in essence that he conserved Kenya's money. That's what I understand by what he said.
The money that is claimed it was too much that he conserved. Though that it was that same amount that the Kenya was saying was too much. You understand? He was trying to, as far as I'm concerned, whatever he was saying, it was not even rational. Your people were crying that you are spending too much. You are to spend. You are totally taking.
What I said was on that same particular flight, he spent less.
That's what he's saying.
Yeah, that's what he's saying on that same particular flight. I'm not talking about all these other flights that he has been doing before. I'm just saying on that particular one. That's what I'm saying.
Some committee of friends to him and they offer him that. I listened to him now.
Yes.
So what are you talking about?
I think the bone of contention here is that taking a chartered flight is it more expensive than taking the presidential flight? So we must ask ourselves so many questions. All these African leaders, sometimes they just they will tell the citizenry what to hear. Somebody is talking. I don't know who. Is that BQB? Maybe mute your
double.
I'm muted. It's not me.
So what I'm just trying to say is that Ruto is just being smart by half. You are telling your people that you take a private jet that belongs to your friend and you only pay that your friend $75,000 or I don't know how much you pay. That is a blatant lie. A chartered aircraft for a president does not going to take the president alone. What about the security people? What about the people that work with him on the plane?
You don't understand what I'm saying now. He's a Nigerian now that is criticizing. No. You don't understand. He's a Nigerian that is criticizing Kenya president now. But you are rationalizing our own president getting a new jet.
No. That is why you are not listening to me. You are not listening to me because if you have listened to me from what I discussed with Kulata, it's totally different from what you are saying. I am trying to tell you that I am not asking that they should buy a plane. That the idea comes from the lawmakers. And you guys put a very good point that directly or indirectly, they might have influenced them from the presidency or from the executive. And now
people to actually start the discussion now. They will just call some of them and say, okay, go and initiate them.
Nigeria are asking questions now, and they should ask more questions. And we must also know the state of the presidential planning. Are they faulty? What is the problem with them? Or they are just using style to dispose them of? Because I know that they put 2 of them on sale already. So why are they putting them on sale? Why is the president taking a charter flight back to Nigeria? So many questions we should ask, even if they are going to buy a new one. Because whatever you say here, life is at risk. Okay. So
think it would for the presidency to be taking charter flights, it will be more expensive.
this is not a matter of supporting the president. So if you are the president today,
the problem with this administration is that they are not communicating well with the people.
I think the mistake Tinubu did is to make that Ajuri the spokesperson. He is not experienced enough to handle this thing.
But he should know that the guy is not doing well. He should sack him now.
Yeah, I don't know why. I think
that's the point.
Yeah,
anybody that is not doing well, that is not projecting.
Yeah. I don't normally know what happened to them.
Because if you don't communicate, you don't communicate with people, you leave people to speculate.
Yeah,
and then
exactly. The guy is not communicating, the spokesperson, and I think that's.
Boy, is this the kind of personnel you guys were expecting from someone like Tinubu?
No, not at all. I think he did a mistake by appointing that Ajuri, because every time he talks,
is it just that Ajuri? You look wider. It's not only Ajuri; it's a pattern of mishire, and also, well, I mean, it's almost like he's intentionally copying Buhari. Honestly speaking, because
Kulata,
I just tired.
The problem is that, let me tell you, governing that country and with the kind of democracy that we are, these people, I don't think they were people that people actually, put political compensation.
Yes, people will put name, compensation and all, but he's had time to plan this out. So it's all this pajawiri, I am my person from Osun State. Now me help you for this campaign, and Anambra, take this guy, take that guy. We understand that is expected, but it's not an excuse to now populate your cabinet with those kind of hires as opposed to the good hands. And okay, fine, if you've made those mistakes, how about some correction?
Yes, and to me, I think the mistake starts from also making that Bajamialia the chief of staff. That guy is not experienced enough, and I think he's a little bit biased.
He's just a politician. He doesn't know anything that is happening.
Yes. Fashola will not allow a lot of work by guys.
If I were you, I would say Fashola, no, will not be my chief of staff. Or anybody that is better. Even Alake can do a better job than what this guy is doing. He's not standing enough.
When last did you hear anything from Kwajabi Amila? When last did you hear anything from him?
Not really. The real chief of staff is Muri Okola. That's the main guy.
Initially, when they started, that was when I think the guy's power has been reduced drastically now. It's just I can't even. When last did you even see him in the public?
Yeah, but the beginning is very important. You have to get it right, because you don't have time on your hand. You have 4 years, so all this pushing this one, pushing them together like this, it's not going to work. I think it's right time. If you want to put a policy on the table, do it very well, implement it. The tax reform, the guy has been on it for more than 6 months now. When are you going to implement it? Time is not on your side. You have to find a way to generate more revenue. And in this Nigeria, if you want to force some people, force the government to give you land, force people to the land to cultivate. Yeah.
That tax reform is deliberately they are holding on to it. They don't want to push it because that one Nigerians will repel it with all their energy.
No, the tax reform is to widen it, not to increase the tax. Okay, just to widen it. That's what they
don't understand what I'm saying. Who are you going to widen it to? Is it not the same people that are already crying? People that are you ask them to be paying. Is that not what is going to happen? So it's not as if you are hardening. You are hardening. No matter how you look at it, you are hardening because you want to capture more people that are not. Now you want to ask them to pay.
So if it's this way, then to govern that country will be difficult. If people are crying out every time, they want good things, but they don't want to sacrifice. I mean, real sacrifice, because there's not going to be a president of that country that will just rely on only oil. You have to do a lot of things at the same time.
Look, that is why I'm not a fan of all these so-called subsidy. Go to Ghana, go and look at their tax in Ghana. The tax is very, very high in Ghana, and that is why the cost of living in Ghana is far, far higher than Nigeria. But they make sure that their workers actually earn more. You understand what I'm saying? They earn more. And that's why you can see this little difference between Nigerians.
Well, when you say they earn more, who are those people earning more in Ghana? Is it the civil servant or is it people in the private sector? So what is the percentage? Because Ghanaians are also crying out that their country is in a terrible mess.
That's what I'm saying. Let it get me right. I'm not saying that the economy of Ghana is a little bit. Ghana economy, if you look at the GDP per capita, is better than Nigeria. If you look at the minimum wage in Ghana, is far, far higher than Nigeria. But you discover that the cost of living is also higher than Nigeria. But relatively, they live better than Nigerians, if you look at it.
Well, so if you want to now try to introduce this kind of system in Nigeria, where an average Nigerian will cry foul, that the government is not doing anything for us, and whatever. I sometimes when you look at the country itself and the people, both the leaders and the followers, you ask a lot of questions. These people want good things, but they don't want to pay for it. And I don't blame them because they don't trust their leaders, because they thought their leaders are also changing them at any available opportunity. So how can we go about it? Because we are here, we can rant, we can say whatever we want, but how can you turn that country around? If you want to turn
is it possible this minimum wage that they are crying over? Because I remembered.
That yesterday the local government have already started crying that even they themselves, they cannot pay 62,000 local government workers. They said they cannot even pay 40,000 or 62,000. And the governors, they don't want the federal allocation to go to them directly. That's why they're in the Supreme Court. So when you talk about this problem, then another problem comes out. Actually, is it the minimum wage is the problem? I think the government should try to...
I think the problem is that maybe because we don't have leaders that can put people to work. You understand?
How to put them to work? They said they don't want to do this kind of work, is so dirty. Or
same local government that are crying that they cannot pay. There are people that are getting this money. What are they doing? Are they productive? What are they? How are they making? Even generating internally? Do you know? So if I'm a chairman of a local government, then if you want to earn that money, you have to earn it also. You want to earn the money, you earn it by work. You understand? That is it.
Is any local government, are they the one paying salary directly or the state? Because as of the last time, it's the state that is paying salary. So
oh no, you don't
understand.
Local government in Nigeria, they pay salary to in your state. I remember it's the local, before it was the local government that is paying the primary school teachers. Now
local government receive the money to pay the salary directly.
I think
is it from federal government or from the state?
No, the money is from federal allocation to the state. From federal allocation to them. But it's the state that is collecting local government allocation. It's supposed to go to
yes,
the
yes,
directly. And when it now goes to the governor now change the local government. The local government does not even pay the minimum wage to their workers. Even if they are paying 30,000, they are not paying 30,000 to their workers. Maybe the minimum wage they are paying them is around 20,000. And some of them, most of the salary is always late.
I don't just hold on. I'm not aware of any where I cannot say categorically, but most of the southwestern states, with this, whatever the state is, that's what
we are receiving the same salary. I'm sure of that one because I have some brothers working in local government.
Some of the local government in other parts of Nigeria, they are complaining that they cannot even
at least in Lagos, they are receiving the same salary.
No problem now.
Even Oshun, even Kwara.
Yeah, they are receiving the same salary. Yeah.
There's no
difference.
So look at Abia State that is paying 18,000 minimum wage with their new governor. It goes there. It didn't change it. It's still paying the same 18,000 to them. And even the there's so many men.
Superstar Governor Alex Otike. Are you sure?
Yes, yes. He's not paying minimum wage. He's paying
It's not paying
18,000.
minimum
That's
wage
true.
now. It's not
He's
paying
not paying
minimum
minimum
wage.
wage.
18,000. So
No, I know. I'm just being facetious.
Oh,
I know.
I
It's
was
not
on the
paying.
platform. They rationalized the reason. The Igbo brother rationalized the reason why he was paying that 18,000. That the previous government, they have so many backlogs of salary,
Come on the
entitlement, all those things.
doing this, is offsetting the pension.
Yeah, so they said he was upsetting. Yeah, that's the rationality. That's the way they rationalize it. So that there's no way you can increase it.
I
That
beg
it's
you,
still
the
offsetting
pension you even pay, the backlog, you do not pay everything in full also. It's a
of course,
lie.
of course.
It's so
If you support any government, you always find a way to rationalize their decision, even if it doesn't make sense to them. To me, it doesn't make sense now that they are praising him, and the person you are praising doesn't even pay minimum wage of 30,000 naira. So, but they always come out to say, if I know the death body or salary.
I stumbled on a document before that all the states what they are going to pay as minimum is the state governor proposed. Osun State proposed 57,000 naira from your Adeleke. That is what they want to pay. Kwara proposed 65,000. Abia 62,000. Lagos 75,000. Rivers 80,000. Edo 70,000. Majority of them fall between
how much? Abia
62.
Is it under Alesoti? Was the same under Alesoti? Or from previous government?
Now,
that
is their proposal. That's how much they can
pay.
No,
is it under Alesoti, Mr.
Yes, under Alesoti. This is a document that I saw like 2 or 3, almost 2 weeks ago now. Some states in the north, they want to pay 55,000. That's how much they can pay. It's only Kaduna, and Kano that they want to pay. One of them want to pay 67, another want to pay 65.
Okay.
Kwara is paying 65, Abia 62, Enugu 65.
For me, I don't think federal government and state should pay the same salary. That's just what I believe.
But the problem in Nigeria is that
I don't feel they should pay the same salary.
That tripartite committee they set up so that they have a meeting together. You are right. They shouldn't force the governor. But if they did not do that, I bet some of these governors would just continue to pay 18 or 12,000. If they didn't bring them on board, they would just continue to pay 18 or 12,000 or 20-something thousand for their work.
They will be saying that they don't have money. They don't have money. That's what they will rationalizing for them. They only have money for their own expenditure, but they don't have money when it comes to workers. And their own expenditure doesn't affect inflation. But anytime you want to increase worker salary, that's the only time it affects inflation.
At least to me, I'm thinking something around probably 70,000 to 100,000.
Federal government is 100,000 for me.
Yeah. Federal government 100,000. And now, I ask you a good question. If federal government is paying 100,000 and the state says they can only pay 40, 50 or some 60-something thousand, do you think they will take it? That's a big crisis in Nigeria. That means federal workers are far more superior than anybody. So there must be a kind of,
They will take. Have they not taken it before?
Yes.
No. Federal government 100,000 and states will be paying 40,000 or 57,000.
Have they not before? Have they not been paying it before?
No, they didn't. There's nothing like that before.
Federal government increased to 30,000 and some still remain at 18,000. Why are they not receiving the money?
Oh, okay. On that basis, 10 of them still remain on 18. Some are even paying 12,000. I forgot the state in the north, paying 12,000 minimum wage. And when we talk, everybody will blame the president or the federal government for that. And he's collecting the allocation. So when you look, it's a lot of, I think it's high time. I don't know. I know Tinubu will not like to do this on his first term. But if he can do it, it's a big risk. We just do this resource control, for God's sake. And give us that state police. Let everybody be on their own. And all this wahala will be off your neck. Go and meet your governor. They are getting the money from their state resources or whatever they can. Let them generate resources by themselves. But if you see that this federal structure go to federal government still collecting this allocation, it makes them docile. They are lazy. Let them work for it. If you want to be a governor, work for it. Go and tell the people how you are going to generate that revenue to pay your state workers. Let them control their resources. Give the resources from the state. You can give them grant to control. You can help them. Then you have a very good sharing formula. Maybe it's only 15 or 20% go to the federal. You keep the rest and some money for ecology or security or whatever you can take. Let them handle their resources and let's see which government can really perform. All of this, they just sat down in their state, and at the end of on the 25th, they get the kind of money from the federal government and they misuse it. If you see that country, I don't know, God so blessed that country that if you see your governors in abroad, how they are spending your money, even all those people you are calling that your mister, you will shake your head. I've seen Koro as Delta State governor. Oh my, that state, the way they spend their money is like, I don't know what to say, because you will just say this is the state money people are spending. If you say a commissioner, the way he's spending money, talk less of a governor. My God,
those oil producing states, River Delta, they are receiving a huge amount of allocation every month.
Rivers is also trying.
It doesn't commensurate with the development in those states. It doesn't commensurate with the development in those states.
That like, Delta and Bayelsa.
Yes.
I don't know what is wrong.
What are doing with those money? What is the how many people do they have as civil servants in the Nigerian government that they collect that so much, but you can't see anything to show for it in those regions?
BQB, I check everything. The total civil servants in Nigeria, total working for federal and state, 5.3 million people. 5.3 million out of 200 million. And they are so greedy, this NLC. You are talking about getting 250, 300,000. 5.3 million people out of 200 million. What are we talking about here? People don't understand it. They don't do their research. Go and check your research. You'll be shocked. Only 5.3 million people want to get 300,000. What about the rest? Because they don't work. What about the private sector? Do they have the capacity to pay 200,000 for their workers?
Yes, now for people, yeah.
We must be realistic for God's sake.
That is why that tripartite committee or what they are saying is not. There's nothing tripartite. You have to you have to separate it.
So no matter what federal government proposes,
Remy, what is the whole population of Bayelsa State? The whole population of Bayelsa is 4 million.
They only have 7 local governments.
So
7 local governments.
And they receive so much money every month. What do they do with the money?
Wait, even if they are paying, all the population,
all the people
from this is a state where a former president.
The problem is that all of us will focus more on the federal. Nobody is looking at the state, and there are so many potentials in the state. Believe me, because I can cite the example of Kwara. Kwara before the last governor came in, Abdul Fattah, before they set up Kwara Internal Revenue Service, they were making maybe 250 million, 300 million as internally generated revenue. But when they now did these private things that they contracted it out and they employ people specially for it, they started making 2 billion, 3 billion every month, which is almost equivalent to what they used to actually get as an allocation from federal government.
Last year alone, Kwara made 20 billion naira from internal generated revenue. 20
That's
billion.
what I'm saying.
Last year alone, it's there. You go do your research, you will see that 20 billion. And some of these states are those. Look at your state. How much does it make? If we bigger, have more resources and everything.
If Kwara can make 20 billion, or you should be able to make 80 billion conveniently.
Go and ask Markidena. They will not tell you what they are making.
Because they are getting, because the application that they are getting every month, they are just there, and they'll be crying. They are not innovative. They are not innovative. Not innovative, and that's why you have civil servants that you are paying. Then push them, let them work.
I am trying to tell you that over the years, they have find a way to reduce the number of civil servants in most of the states because they are not recruiting year in, year out for a long time.
It's
So
not only even my own state, they are not recruiting.
They don't have a lot of workforce like that. They are lazy. They don't want to pay the minimum wage. They are only interested in lining their pocket and giving crumb to some people that will call Babari Babasa or something like that. Look at that governor.
It's not the same thing that we have been saying that we don't have people that can actually look at what other source can we make money from. Can we increase our revenue? Those are the things that we have to be talking about in Nigeria. How can we increase our revenue? What other things can we do to get? I was checking, we the people in diaspora, diaspora money that is actually making the economy. I check, okay, what are the countries that actually, how much each country generate from? I mean, what they call it? What do they call it? This one now? Is it remittance? Yes. And I discovered that Nigeria was like, even country that does not have a population, Egypt generates more, will make more remittance than Philippines, even Bangladesh. Look at Bangladesh, their remittance far higher than that of Nigeria. Indian, their remittance in the hundreds of billions of dollars. And it's because our government is not actually making use. The Indians, they send a lot of money to their country, and they have certain percentage. If the money is coming from abroad, that the government charges them, and it doesn't deter them from sending the money.
Don't do that in Nigeria. They will finish that president.
You understand? I was discussing with one of our Indian knows that they said, I can't remember that if you send certain amount of money, this is the amount that they are going to deduct right from the bank immediately the money is landing in India. The doctors here, the Egyptian doctors here in Saudi Arabia, they pay their government. They pay their government. Egypt is making almost $30 billion remittance. Do you want to tell me that Egypt has more people outside their country more than Nigerians? Bangladesh, their remittance is far higher than our own. Mexico, Philippines. So I don't know what is wrong. There's a lot of things that we can do to encourage, to increase our revenue base, and that is what we need. The money.
Blue pen.
Hey, Sinbad, you keep talking. You're not giving us numbers. You keep telling us Bangladesh, Egypt is higher than Nigeria. What are the numbers?
Okay, I'll give you.
No, those things are online now. Indian is by far.
We're not arguing about India. India's got what 7 times the population as Nigeria. So that's not a question there. Let's talk about Bangladesh and Egypt.
Yes, you can. But I'm not even in support of still extorting people to pay more. The one they have, they are not using it judiciously. That's what I believe. So now still giving them more from remittance. It's just
the figure. Let me give the figure now. Are you listening?
No, especially for those countries with similar population to Nigeria, not India.
Yeah, go ahead.
Dr. Moshood Simba, not in India. Yes, like Medical, Egypt. Yes.
Medical population is not up to now.
Those countries similar, not India.
If just calm down. The remittance is $67 billion. 67.
Oh, okay.
Philippines is $40 billion.
Hold on. Which 67? Sinbad.
Which country?
Mexico.
But Mexico.
No. Okay.
Let's not count Mexico. Mexico is beside. This is me. Mexico is beside the United States now. So.
Okay. let me hear from Sinbad. Sorry. Is it BQB talking? I can hear.
No, this is Kulata talking. Can you guys hear me?
Oh, Kulata. Okay.
No,
well, it's not far away. It's not far away from the microphone. It looks like, I don't know.
Oh,
okay. Philippines is 40 billion. Pakistan, $24 billion. Egypt, $24 billion. Bangladesh, $23 billion. Nigeria, 21.
No. Nigeria is about the same range. So you make it sound like those countries are like astronomical, greater than Nigeria. It's not. In fact, I can make an argument that Nigeria has got more remittance than for sure Bangladesh,
Prince Daddy. You want to compare Philippine population with Nigerian population? You want to compare Bangladesh population with Nigerian population?
Those
Even
countries
Egypt.
are not up to.
No. See, it's not about population, Simbad. It's not about only about population. See, India will be an exception because they got 1.5 billion people.
We are not talking about India now. We've exempted India already now.
Exactly. So Bangladesh,
with less population, and they are remitting more money. Like Bangladesh, Egypt, they have less population and they are remitting much more than Nigeria.
No, I don't believe that. I don't believe. We have to break down the numbers. Egypt for sure, I don't think so. Bangladesh, I don't think so.
It's not what you are thinking. We are not thinking in statistics. If you Google it, you will see it now. We are not thinking.
Well, there are different numbers out there. See, there are different numbers out there. I'd like to know the composition.
So which one
of
do
the
you want
numbers.
us to believe? Give us the one you want us to believe. And
you should believe mine. You should believe what I'm telling you.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. Give us those numbers that you want us to believe. What is the dollar for the number for Egypt? What is the number for Pakistan? The one you want us to believe.
Did you mention Pakistan? Well, let's talk about Bangladesh. Yes. Let's talk about Bangladesh. This is Bangladeshi people with all the money. That Simba said what, $25 billion remittance? That's about the same. I mean, officially, that's about the same as Nigeria. And Nigeria is not. Nigeria is about 23, 25 billion also.
What's the population of Nigeria? What's the population of Bangladesh?
Which one is
Bangladesh
larger?
Is 171 million. It's
so about the same as Nigeria. Probably about the same as Nigeria. Okay, yeah. So, but I would like to.
Egypt is about 105.
Who? Huh?
Egypt.
105 billion.
Yes.
Yes.
Million. So, and they are making more than Nigeria of 200 million.
No. He said billion.
No, not billion. Population of Egypt. That's what he's saying.
The population. Oh, the population of Egypt. Yeah.
Yes. And they are making more than us that we are above 200 million.
No, these numbers are skewed. You see, you know.
Yeah.
Hold on. You listen now. Hold on. Okay, let's look at the sources of these remittances. Okay, let's look at that. It would be nice to know, and also the population of Indians or Egyptian overseas in Europe and America, and which sector do they dominate, or are they more concentrated? These people they barely know. Okay.
You're only looking at the West. You're only looking at the West, not only West. That's most of people from America. Only think about everything is America. Egyptians are everywhere also, especially in the Middle East. So don't look at the West that you don't see them more like you see Indians in America. They might not be going to America. America is not the only country people go.
Yeah, they go to Somalia and get all their dollars. Is that where they go to? You can make money from anywhere.
They are in Gulf oil-rich countries. So they are in Saudi Arabia, they are in Qatar, they are in Oman, they are in those countries where they make so much money.
Okay, see, you and I can agree. You and I can agree that Nigeria's figure is not accurate. There's so many ways that Nigerians remit money into that country. We all know that. Officially, you may have about 25 billion.
Okay, what I can agree with you. I can agree with you is that the Nigerian money is underestimated. I agree with you.
Exactly.
Maybe yes. Yeah, maybe.
We have so much economic activity.
Guys, hold on. Nigerian remittance is not bad now because China remits $50 billion. As big as China is, India is just the champion. So if we have the same population as India and multiply it by 6, it will be close to where India is. So we're really not doing bad.
Yeah, I mean, they're like those countries are like 7 times our population, roughly about. So we're not really doing that. And I'm saying that officially, our official number is kind of skewed. We all know Nigerians that we get so much money into that country that's unaccounted for. There's no doubt about it. Okay. And so don't let it look so bad that Nigerian remittances are like really low. Not really. I think just like the Egyptians you mentioned, Nigerians are everywhere too in Africa. It's not just Egyptians. Nigerians are everywhere in the Middle East too.
No, but not as populated, not as much as Egyptian. Not as much as Egyptian.
Okay, I can agree with you, but this Egyptian people here, I barely come across them. One of my good friends actually is Egyptian, actually.
Yes,
but I barely come across them in the West.
Yes, I know. Not much in the West. So
okay,
yeah,
okay.
But they are there too.
All right.
Somehow I agree. Yeah.
Okay, well, let's put that aside. So, but one other thing I would like to mention, this goes to Sinbad and Remy. I'm not sure what is wrong with you guys. Both of you, that you tag team against Fatai yesterday. You know, Fatai is a cool guy. He comes to give his own. He comes to give his own analysis.
You came to defend Fatai, eh?
Yes, I came to defend Fatai. Fatai came to give his own analysis, and you guys are giving him headache. I don't know what your problem is, really. You and Remy, you will let him rest.
I am not giving any problem. To be frank, yesterday he was making his analysis, and I'm finding it to understand. And we even had Babajale Koko that are having tit-a-tat together. Do you understand? Babajale did not understand. Most of all, we did not understand. And I want clarity. And I have one question, and he snapped. And he continued to be snapped. Maybe he doesn't want people to ask him questions. And he said, people that are talking about intervention were stupid, we are foolish. We are not getting to that one. I'm not abusing you, I'm not insulting you. If you do not understand what you are trying to say, we have a right to ask for clarity. That's only what I ask.
Absolutely. If you can't be constructively interrogated, then there's no need to come to a public space to make a point.
I can see he's ranting against Nigerians working in the World Bank. And I was looking at it from another angle. As an economist, are you looking for a job in the World Bank? They didn't take you, or maybe they take your friend, and you continue to disparage this Nigerian working in the World Bank, and you are telling us that the idea the government is taking is not from the World Bank advice, it's all those Nigerians working in the World Bank that are selling this idea to them. I am not even particular about that. I just want to ask a simple question. This intervention we talk about, is it the same thing as subsidy? If you're an economist, tell us, okay, it's subsidy, fine. And we know then how much are they being subsidized? Then how does the government get more money to give to all this federal government? That would be my second question or follow-up question. But he was angry, and I don't know. I don't have any beef against him. No, nothing at all. It's okay. It's just a platform.
Don't mind, Prince Daddy. If Fatai is a teacher, he will be a very bad teacher. He couldn't explain himself, and he just turned it to.
Why did you interrogate the man? The man is not in the examination hall now. He's not defending.
I know.
He's not defending PhD thesis now. So why are you people interrogating him?
Exactly. If the man was getting frustrated, and you guys keep pushing him.
But Ajale Koko was just he was just encouraging the guy. Okay, I understand. Now ask him, what did you understand?
What did you understand about what to say?
We didn't say anything. Good. It's okay. It's okay. If you are trying to explain, at least if you bring an information to the platform, you should be able to explain to people, let people understand what you say.
Absolutely. If you want to present those information, people will interrogate you now. You cannot just talk and people will just be.
He said that when Tinubu announced that okay, subsidy is gone, and then the Mele Kyari increased the price by threefold, that he will have sacked him that time. That he could have, because he can be selling petrol for 200. I say, what? 200? The way he used to present his analysis of that understanding of his own subsidy or whatever is like you can even sell at zero price, and then I don't understand this. Prince Daddy, you that came to defend him now, you can help him to explain. Explain to us what you understand by what he was talking about.
Oh no, I leave down for Ajalekoko to explain.
Prince Daddy, I want you to add something.
Ajalekoko is not on the platform.
Yeah, a liter of petrol. No, forget about Fatah. Just let us talk briefly. Here, a liter of petrol as of yesterday is about 1.873 euro per liter. And if you now exchange it at almost 1,500, it's about 3,000 naira. Oh, sorry, yeah, 2,000. Let's just put at 2 euros. Because sometimes it's about 2 euros, sometimes not up to that. Times 15 or whatever. That's about 3,000 naira in Nigeria per liter. So if it's not saying that they should sell the petrol at 200 naira, even in Saudi Arabia, if you convert it to the naira, how much are they buying a liter of petrol in Saudi Arabia? So all those analysis, I didn't get it, and I want more clarification. If a liter of petrol in Ghana,
And if I'm not mistaken, I thought we were talking about the futures of the oil purchase that NNPC had made at a lower price, and that's why they should be selling it at that lower price as opposed to the high rate price, the current price, yes, of gas. See, there's one. See, our foreign exchange is a big problem. As the naira gets weaker, the more expensive. Look at it. You said it about 3,000 euro in today's term compared to the exchange rate. That's not a reality. It shows that there's a gap. There's a missing gap between our currency true value, okay, and what the international market price for oil is. That's a big problem. We're not paying $3,000. I mean, nobody can afford that. Even the rich in Nigeria, it's too much. So if
continue.
Yeah, so we need to what is skewing the real numbers really is the price, is the weakness of the naira on the international market. That's the problem. That's the problem. So, but I don't know. It was just putting forth his own analysis, and it's true. I mean, Coletta can talk about it. There's future sales of oil or crude oil in the marketplace, and yeah.
Yeah, I don't know when, because we know that we have some future contract. Probably Alanda is going to end in July or August. I'm not sure. Maybe Colata knows that. If you stay here, we'll be able to tell you that. So, but the beauty of it is that we should just pray that all this modular refinery and this Cardinal refinery, the Dangote starts selling PMS next month. At least that one will save us a lot of foreign exchange instead of importing the PMS. And the beauty of it now is this. I think the government should work more on these CNG gases, because a lot of people have been telling
Remy, hold on. So you think that Dangote, that means we have to be paying subsidy to Dangote? Is that what we are going to do?
No. What I'm trying to say is this. No matter what happens, the associated costs that come with the landing price of PMS from abroad,
but do you think that
I'm not saying we sell at, it depends on Nigerian government, because we also have a stake there. So it depends on the agreement they have with him. From what he himself, he said that he's going to crash the price of PMS. And we have seen what happened with diesel. From 1,700.
You have to be careful. It's going to crash the price of PMS. You want to tell me that, okay, Dangote can conveniently sell below the price that we are getting it now?
No. What I'm trying to say is that if he says it's going to crash it, now they are selling about 600 to 700 per liter in Nigeria now. So even if at the end of the day he's selling for about 550 or maybe 570.
You think that the cost from the imported oil, that the crude that is importing, it can produce at that price?
I don't know. Let us wait till next month. At least the most important thing is for him to get that crude from
NNPC. You think he can be able to sell below the global price? Is that because if we are talking about this, that is the expectation of Nigerians, and I don't want Nigerians to be disappointed.
Try to understand me, Simba. What I'm
let me tell you, the present price is not a realistic price. The present price is not a real. Okay, so now be expecting a private person to now say that you will produce below this unrealistic price.
So
no matter
what happens, whether the government is going to intervene, whether they are going to subsidize or whatever they are going to do, I don't think it will come on board and sell it for 900 naira per liter in Nigeria. It's not going to be like that. So no matter what happens, this our lazy country will get used to free things for a long time, and to remove it, that is not going to be easy for any president to remove it.
It's not easy. That was why they introduced the subsidy from the back door now. Because with the present pay, if you want to be selling at 1,000 plus, it's not going to be visible.
Yeah, it's not going to.
So the only thing we can be talking about, okay, if Dangote is the only advantage I can see about this Dangote refinery is that, okay, maybe it can have some little effect on our foreign exchange instead of importing using.
Have a big effect. Let's say the truth.
Is it going to be little? It's a significant effect, though.
Significant.
I'm not raising my expectations so that I will not get disappointed when the thing comes. You understand? That's why I'm putting it like that.
Oh, okay. But I feel it's going to be a significant. If the government is sincere, because most of our foreign exchange is going to oil. No?
There is also other product that will be coming out from that plant. There is fertilizer. There's polyprotein or whatever. I don't know.
Most of those things Nigerian imported.
He has started importing
the PPV, the one that they use in manufacturing plastic now.
Yeah, he has started exporting aviation fuel to Brazil already, and maybe they have started selling to Nigerian market also. I don't know about that, but for the last 1.5 months, they have lifted over 25 million liters of diesel from his plant, just under 6 weeks. Diesel, 25 million already by marketers. So that is the beauty. So I think if we start full operation, it's a good way. I like it because at the end of the day, it creates job employment. It saves the country a lot of money. Anybody that always says something against Dangote, I always ask them, if we have 10 Dangotes in Nigeria and they are copying what Dangote is doing, it's not for the benefit of the whole country. One thing I've learned in China is that people are also as corrupt as black people, but they don't allow them to take the money to America and the rest easily. They block them a lot.
They retain the money more in the country.
They were forced to build factory and create employment for their people in their country. Now you ask yourself, a lot of our leaders, they will steal the money, go and deposit it in foreign bank, and the foreign bank will now in turn borrow it back to them at high interest. Who is more stupid here? The money, you cannot spend that money like the way you spend it in Nigeria. Because if you go abroad and you started buying something so expensive, they will also check your account. Who is this guy? How is he spending money like this? They will be after you. So sometimes I don't understand the black man mentality. So it's so funny. I don't get it sometimes. So we should just pray that give the whatever he want to do, the rolling meal or whatever, give it to him. I think nobody showed interest for 40 years, and this guy is showing interest. And you Nigerians,
no. The only Mr. Remy, the only thing I always want to find not that conducive with Dangote is monopolization of the area that is dominating. I think having only one product or so is not good for the country.
How many? I was reading a report about the sugar farm that Dangote have. They have about 43,000 acres of land planting sugar in the north. How many of your people from the south of Nigeria, whether Igbo, Hausa, Ibiobi, or whatever, who among them have that kind of land for farming? You guys,
you don't understand what I'm saying.
You know why I'm not?
You don't need to have as much as the same size and strength. But you should encourage those competition also. It drives the price of commodity down. And as you two, you are saying that we need to have like 4 or 5 Dangote. So how can we have 4 or 5 Dangote when other people that are doing similar business are being stifled? A typical example I'll give you. Wait. Yeah. I'll give you a typical example.
Okay.
This Samad, this other Hausa guy. That if not for Tinubu, they were even stifling that guy also. This Bua, I think it's Bua now. That the guy had to come.
I want to give you one example.
To newspaper. You read some of this allegation the guy labeled against Dangote. What they did for the guy?
Yeah, I know.
He was using government agency to frustrate the guy, to affect his business, and the guy also is a northerner. The guy was able to have a lifeline because the guy 100% supported Tinubu during this election. Dangote did not give as much as support the guy gave to Tinubu. So some of those inner caucus gave the guy that no, go ahead. He published almost 2-3 pages on the Guardian newspaper.
Are you sure? Are you sure that Samad is also not a small player? He also have government.
No. This one is not a small player. I'm not sure you do. He's not a small player. Yeah, of course. Now, maybe you are saying that we should have more Dangotes. No, it's from what you are saying now. You said we should have more Dangotes. That's the point me I'm driving at.
I want to give you one example of that cement. When Dangote crashes the price of cement in the southwest, in Nigeria, do you know that most Yoruba people, they still believe in WAPCO, elephant cement, to build their house. They don't want to use Dangote. So that is enlightenment. And when you go to the north center of Nigeria, Bua or in the north, Bua also reigns there. They buy most of its cement in the north. So what I'm saying is that if you're a market leader, no matter what happens, you will control. Because if I produce 1,000 and you as a small player, you are producing 10 or 50, how can you control the market? It's not easy.
No, I agree with you. But what we are saying is that government too should find a way to support those people in as much as possible. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Because only him, yes. For instance, if you see, I was watching one number. They said number of billionaires in each country. So just discover that most of those prosperous countries, they have so many billionaires.
China is number 1 in the world. Over 150 billionaires.
Yes, so it means that you are able to establish more company, employ more people.
Yeah.
Not only him. Yes, imagine you have another player building something like Dangote refinery in another place. It will be competition. All those things will drive down price naturally. It doesn't need to single-handedly crash the price. Competition will drag the price.
Yes.
I remember my first SIM card was 35,000 naira. How much are they selling SIM card now?
Yes, now that is the starter pack, 33,000 with the SIM. That was 10,000 when they start in 2000, 2001. You buy it with a Nokia 3310.
So if I ask this question, who is that player in the who is that player in the telecom that will say I crashed the price?
It is
there anybody who say no? The point is that competition brought in that you're always going to compete, and if you want to compete, you have to reduce your price. That's just the summary. Yes.
You know what? Most Nigerians sometimes they don't want to have that big risk. All this kind of cement production, refinery, most Nigerian billionaires, they don't want to risk it. They won't put their money there. Now look at what we are talking now. The Oshogbo rolling mill, they have been there for 40 years. Who among all of these billionaires show interest? This guy not show interest now. If they not give it to him, after some year, you say he's monopolizing.
They'll say he's dominating. Yes, I agree. That's what you say.
You can't blame him also. If I can take the risk and others are not willing to take the risk, why would I not monopolize the market? This is a very good thing. Now,
no, I agree with you.
So why should you blame me? When I'm doing all the work, they are looking at me. Is it going to be successful or is it not going to be successful? When I'm now partly successful, then you now come around and say, oh, I got the license. The government does not support me. What are you waiting for? So you can't blame me when you look at the whole scenario at the end of the day. And all those, let me be frank with you, that refinery, Okpebholo also have a big stake in it. They put in a lot of money there.
No, of course
So
not.
even I'm sure that Tinubu will also put money there. Most of them will put money there. It's not only the Nigerian government. So they have a big stake.
No, that's the way it's supposed to be.
Mm-hmm.
No, truly,
you don't be surprised that your so-called Obasanjo also have money there, including Babangida and the rest.
Yeah.
They will put money. Even that earpiece, a lot of Igbo guys also put money there. Not only his money, okay?
Yeah.
Because I know when Mpige was begging Oyema, he want to have a stake. That Mpige, it was before that health minister. They all have a stake.
Those kind of competition would bring price. You will have option. You will. So imagine you don't have any option. Anybody can just. No, the guy should start producing oil, even if it's marginal difference, so that you can get our oil locally, petrol locally, and all those other products. But the problem I'm envisaging is that how they are going to be transporting that product from that is refinery, because it's still going to. Are they going to be using the tanker method, or they have a depot that they are going to be putting it? Because it will mess up all those Lekki houses also. If you turn that place to a papa, they are not careful.
I think most of them probably to the south, maybe that small cargo ship.
Underground, yes, or underground, yes, maybe yes.
But I don't know, is it possible to also transport petrol by train? It's possible. Because because the first time they started transporting container from Apapa port to
No, they have now. They have tankers. They have they can yes. They use Nigeria Railway Corporation used to have those days.
Yeah, so no problem. So they can use it because
they cannot be pumping to our depots. They can't.
You know, currently most of the depots are in Apapa houses.
So we have depots all over Nigeria now. We have
I'm talking about in Lagos.
No,
all those
are farm tanks. Those are farm tanks.
That's what I mean by depot. Those
it is different. A farm tank is different from a depot.
That's where they go to load now. Maybe that's what contributes to all this gridlock in those areas.
The problem is that the depot
when the ship comes through Apapa,
that's where you store it.
They establish
the problem was because because of vandalization. You understand? If they are pumping through all those pipes to our depot in Ibadan or Ilorin, people will just go and be siphoning it.
Yeah, that's true.
And that one also, it reduces the cost. You understand? So you can imagine if you can pump millions of liters to Ilorin and people around that region, maybe Osun, Niger, Kogi can come to Ilorin and pick it, rather than taking a tanker from Lokoja to Lagos or from Minna to Lagos. You understand? So even our activities
is not even
actually
contributing to how the thing is
contributing to our problem. To the cost of the cost of living.
Yeah. Because that guy is going to travel by road to travel to Ogun State or your state. How much diesel would they use to transport that volume to those states also? It's a Nigerian problem. It's just big.
So is it possible for him to it's not going to be easy. So maybe the depot to Ibadan, because they have NNPC depot.
That's the logistic nightmare that is going to happen around that Lekki as well.
So there are so many things we Nigerians, so we are bad people. Let's do the truth. Look at government will do something. and our people go and destroy it. Look at the new Third Mainland Bridge. Some people already started removing something. Look at the second Niger Bridge. Some people already started removing something. We are so destructive and we are
the reflection of our leaders.
Yes.
Because the leaders are selected from us. So that's why the leaders too.
So that's the problem. But the followers always want to exonerate themselves.
Yes,
they always want to exonerate themselves that they are better, they are good people.
No, you know,
bad people.
No, because a citizen too, you're not the government. You're not the governor, not the president, you're not the minister.
You know that Lagos State came up with something on board recently that they started selling food to each local government every Sunday, and you cannot spend more than 25,000. But still, some Nigerians want to bribe the officials.
You see what they did? The commissioner in charge of that statement, that program was abusing elderly people that are greedy. The lady was almost like crying. One young lady, I think he was 36, 37 years. That is the commissioner for Agric in Lagos State, in charge of that program. People were sabotaging that effort. The price they gave them to sell it, they were not selling it. So they will sell it at higher price and they will still collect discounts from government. So our people too are not nice. They just mirror the government. Everybody use their own power where they have influence. That's what I see about
Nigeria. We mirror the government, or government mirrors.
Or government mirrors. Anyhow. Something shall mirror something.
I think I don't. Sometimes if I look at the problem of our country and our people, sometimes I usually conclude that it's like our problem doesn't have solution.
Of course not. Yes, not. That's the way we look at it.
A simple decorum, we will not form it. We want to jump the queue. We want to do something as fast as possible. And if everyone we just tell me your price.
BQB.
Yes, I'm with you.
Yesterday, you know all those pipes that they laid across the road to feed those trees.
Yes.
You understand? I was thinking about yesterday. I said, if we have this kind of thing in Nigeria, people will go and cut those pipes. They will cut it.
It's even street lights. They remove all the wires in the street lights. There was a popular road. You know, Ambode did what we call Light Up Lagos when he came in. All major roads in Lagos State, they put light there. Can you imagine that people in the night were going there to remove the wire? So how can government police all those places? It's not possible.
That's what I want to say. Because if you say it now, some people will say, they should put security now.
No,
and they will say you put security
you can't police all those places now. Even when you are Taban shaking it, you have to be saying the truth sometimes. We need to have a good citizen also for some of the dividends that we want to work. You can't police everywhere. They will remove all the wires. Or any pole. Another strategy is that any pole close to the house, some guys will tap wire from there to supply light to the house.
Without payment, too.
Yes, man. They will not be paying. There's so many crazy things happening. Now when you look at Nigeria, you just wonder that which kind of people did God create to this country? To connect it. So that thing failed. Government just maintained the one they can maintain. The remaining one, they just left it.
All those things, they can actually, those are the things that can destroy the transformer, that can, because it can breach the wire together.
Yes, that's what happened. Yes, absolutely. Yes, and they don't care. They feel it's government money and it's endless. An average Nigerian feels that Nigerian as a country, we have so much money, which I always tend to want to disagree.
It's not about having the feeling. They believe that everything should be free.
Of course, now it stems from the fact that they believe we have so much money. So if you have so much money, they think that everything will be free now. If you have so much money, then why should we pay when we go to the hospital. So that even government is supposed to be giving us
I
stipend.
think Fatai is in. Where's Fatai? Hello.
Is it the same Fatai that Simba and Mr. Remy bullied
Fatai is
yesterday?
not here today. It's not here.
Is it the same person?
No,
He might have not recovered from their bullying. Say no to bullying.
He was bullying us, or we were bullying him. He was the one bullying us now.
Me, I just know. Say no to bullying.
Fatai, how did Fatai bully you?
Justice for Fatai now.
Allah to your law.
No, how did he bully you now? I'm interested. How did he bully you?
Okay, were you listening to the conversation?
Yeah, now he was explaining a very fantastic concept to you guys, but you know, you didn't.
But actually, IQ low, like we understand then. Maybe we have low IQ.
You know, the thing is this. The thing is this: if you start speaking your acetabula, papede, asium, all those things, now we don't understand. So when Fatai was speaking his own too, you just say let him come down to your level. So
yes,
you are specialist in your field.
That was not.
He's speaking on economics now. Which area was he speaking?
He was talking about explicit, and also cap.
But and implicit and explicit subsidy and cap.
Yes.
Oh, okay. That's a strong economic term.
To me, I've been listening to him for a while, and the question I generated, I just want to know one thing. The intervention that the government are doing now, can we classify it as also subsidy? Because there's no budget provision for it. And that was my question. And it flared up. And later he said, those of us that are calling the intervention, we are stupid, we are foolish. We have not get to that stage, my friend. I've known you for a long time here. So I didn't mention anything like that. And then you flare and you call us foolish. I think, why? For God's sake. And then later you said you are not talking to us and you are only talking to Babajaleko, and I kept quiet. And then Simba now came that, are we not on the same panel? You cannot be talking to Babajaleko. And he has Babajaleko with a very good question. Babajaleko, do you understand it? Babajaleko does not understand. So if he does not understand, and we two are very difficult to get along with what we are trying to do. And I want clarity. I understand some aspects, but I didn't get it clearly, and I want to have a clarity. That does not mean you should call us we are foolish. We are not get to that point, or you are trying to say because that is your professional economics, the others are
discipline, yeah.
That's what transfer. I don't have anything against it.
Well, I want to believe that Fatai will not call you. We will not call you stupid. To be honest, I think he was referring to.
No, it did not. He said those people. No, listen. He said those people that are saying government is using intervention, they are foolish. And I said it before he said that. What are you trying to say? Are we a small boy? Come on, it's indirectly telling me I'm foolish. So what are you talking here now? And I did not even use that against him. I didn't use it. I said, this is my question. And it just like, I know him, he get angry easily sometimes if he's putting his position across. So sometimes I don't want to ask questions or sometimes I just let him continue. I enjoy his analysis sometimes, but sometimes I don't get it, but I just flow with it. But yesterday, maybe, I don't know.
But I think that's the way it's supposed to be.
Yes.
Sometimes you will not just flow. People you are talking to will not just flow with you.
This is the first time I asked him a question. I've never disturbed him or asked him a question before. And I've been listening
No. Although the area that said I can't say anything about that because I just listened to some of the analysis, so I don't know how things started. But you know, sometimes the thing that gets someone to the edge sometimes is if someone is presenting his own analysis, you are breaking the line of thought. you know, there are some presentations.
You are not here yesterday. Even before we asked,
I've already said that now, so
he has spoken for more than 45 minutes or 40 minutes with Babajan Leko. Nobody stopped his line of thought. He was speaking with Babajan Leko. We were just
Hey, Thomas, what's the meaning of this now? What's the meaning of this, Thomas? What's the meaning? This is oppression. Oppression and suppression. And look at this man. He's sitting kangaroo and he's drinking. In the presence of someone that's fasting.
You ask him to give you now. What is your problem? Ask him to give you now.
Is it the same show?
It's the same show.
Okay. I just wanted to be sure.
Don't mind, Thomas. Thomas is oppressing us, man. He's oppressing us. Don't mind him.
Sure. So basically the thing is, well, like I said, I was not here yesterday, but you know, when there are so many economists on this panel, to be honest, but two things is to be an academic economist, another thing is for you to be someone that is practicing. I think probably Fatai is practicing as you speak. So, but because like all those guys, them up, Patoski, Fatai, I think there's a guy too. I think there are so many economists on this platform, but unfortunately, when economists speak, sometimes some people want to say, "Oh, I want to use common sense." You can't use common. It is not every time you can use common sense to work on economics, because your common sense must be coming from experience, not just say, "Okay." No. Generally now, it means generally.
So we want to turn economy to Bible now, that you cannot use common sense to understand.
Yes,
is that what you are saying?
That's what they normally say. Yes.
You want to turn it to Bible, that you need wisdom, you need special wisdom, Abi, to be able to understand.
Simba. Me, I see that if somebody is not making sense, that's why they resort to that ideology.
Wait, if economics is that straightforward, some people will not be spending 5-6 years to complete PhD on economics.
No, it's not about being complex or PhD. No.
So if somebody is trying to, so what is the essence of talking on the platform when we know that people will not understand what you are saying?
That's not what you say. Yes.
Okay, well, I mean, I know they there anyway, so I know they talk anyway. I know they there.
It's not people that are there that are saying.
Why we are saying
communication is for the receiver to understand what you are saying.
Oh, you are not there. How did you not come here now? Start defending what you are not. You are not privy.
No, I just saw. No, I saw his name in there. I saw someone mention Fatai in the forum. So, and I'm happy for him to come online so that we let the guy just come and discuss with us. That's why I just remembered the little thing I heard yesterday. So,
not that he's defending him. He's just saying.
Am I defending him? I'm just being neutral. Why will I be defending what I didn't? I was not there now. So, I'm not a partial judge. So, and one thing about me is that I'm not even here to judge people, because, like I keep saying, whenever I present my case, I don't believe in any wrong or right answer. The only place when I can talk of wrong or right answer is if it is mathematics. If you tell me 1 + 1 is equal to maybe 15, then wahala will be. But if you tell me say 1 + 1 is equal to 10,
you are a mathematician, and you can tell us it's 3, and we'll argue with you also. You will tell us that you need to do PhD in mathematics for us to understand.
Exactly. but when it comes to economics and some other stuff, business, the typical answer in the business, what they say, it depends. So what are your inputs? What are your parameters? What are your environmental factors? So what are your policies?
Ola, when did pricing of petrol become economics? I don't know what you guys are talking about. I just got here by Google, right? Talking about pricing of petrol product like it's economics. It is not economics.
See,
it's just business.
When they are talking of implicit and explicit, all those
implicit subsidies, what was documented in the World Bank report. I told that months ago on this platform. Basically, it's not explicitly stated that you're paying subsidy, and it's backdoor subsidy for common language. And if you need to check the back door, you probably have to check. I mean, when Tinubu announced fuel subsidy is gone, what happened? The marketers were still importing petrol, right? And NNPC it wasn't a monopoly at that time. And what happened to the marketers? At some point in time, they could no longer import because NNPC fixed the price. And everybody could not sell at that price anymore. So they left it to NNPC till now. Like diesel is 1,000 something. Petrol is, look, this is common sense, but not like I want to get involved in conversation or anything.
No, it's not common. No, you said we need
before I go to bed. Is your take that this is economics?
Ola said we don't need common sense to understand this.
Of course, economics is common sense.
No, it's not common.
You just have to explain it.
I said no, don't mind them. I said economics is not common sense.
No, and I don't think we have any economists on this platform, Ola. That's just the truth.
No, we have people.
We have people that have studied one MBA or something. We don't have any economics.
No. Patuski is economics major.
What you majored in college, come on, man. I mean, are you being serious? It's what you practice that matters, not what you major.
What I said. I said we have changed economics by academics, and we have those people.
I have a lot of friends that read economics. They sell akara. Don't come and tell me what people majored in. That's it. I mean, your career is what determines your specialty, really.
So the thing is this. The thing is this. When people say common sense, common sense, your common sense is coming from a particular experience. You don't just wake up, oh, common sense. It's a lie. Something inform your even your opinion. Something inform your opinion. You don't just come from nowhere. Someone brought you from America. You don't know anything about Nigeria, and you start giving your opinion about Nigerian environment. It's a lie. You must have got
yesterday, he was talking that Nigeria should put a cap, that we should have left the price at 250 naira per liter because there was no subsidy. There were so many things that he talked about that we did not get it clearly. So he's talking about.
No, you see, no. It's because you people were not listening to him.
You were ready to antagonize him.
Yes, you people are not ready. You didn't listen attentively to him. You are very biased. Yes.
Baba Jale was just nodding like a gamma lizard. They were just nodding. Oh yeah, you are correct. You are correct. You mean why he doesn't understand?
No, he never understand the control. And what he was saying, he was talking on implicit, explicit, and the cap.
You guys, if someone is not here, leave the guy alone. Let you guys move on.
I don't know. He explained everything, but they don't want to even show understanding to what, because in cotton so suit to narrative one. Huh?
No, in Dr. Stimba to yẹ pé mi ò lè lọ, kò sí anybody tó lè lọ bá jiyàn ní theatre room. Kábàbẹ̀ tí gbọ́ Tobola shock, all those technical shock. Kí má ṣàlọ́ kíra mi lẹ́yìn jẹ, kí má lọ láwọn jẹ. Kábàbẹ̀ tí ń sòyìnbó wọn láláyìn. Mo wà ń gbó bí ìgbà kan lórí nǹkan kékeré tó ń ṣe mí. Consultant mẹ́ta.
Ó ní nǹkan kékeré tó ń ṣe o, can you imagine? Big baby. Ó kán lẹ́sẹ̀ ni ó ní nǹkan kékeré tó ṣe o.
Ẹni tó dákú ní mọ́ṣáláṣí àti ṣọ́ọ̀ṣì ọmọ fi ń gbàdúrà kọ́lọ̀ má jà ṣe
ó dákú ni o, ìjọ kẹta ló tó jí o, ó ní nǹkan kékeré ló ṣe o.
Tẹ̀bárò òyìnbó ńlá tó ń sọ báyìí mo ní ìrírí bá òyìnbó yẹn mi ò tí ì lè interpret $.
Ayọ̀rùnbọ̀ ni ọlá o, ayọ̀rùnbọ̀ ni o, ó wá nìkan kékeré ló ṣe o.
Táwọn èèyàn máa fi ń ṣàdúrà ní mọ́ṣáláṣí àti ṣọ́ọ̀ṣì pé tó máa gbọ́n wọn dé gbóbì kọ́lọ̀ má jẹ́ káwọn rí o. So look, What
actually, nobody even we not raise that issue. It was Prince Daddy that first of all came and was asking us why we're attacking him. Then Ola also came now. He was also attacking us that why are we attacking Patai. So Patai has a lot of fans.
It's not good form to talk about someone if he's not here. So
that's right.
They are the one that raised it. Nobody is talking about him personally.
Let's go into the real issue of today.
We are just having a free flow.
Free flow.
So,
they left us. He went to eat, and then he now came out with full energy. Now he was attacking us.
How do you know I went to eat?
I just want to speak something about that electricity, because if I'm not speaking, you see that
Oganepa wanted to talk about electricity. Go ahead.
So
àwọn tó máa ń gbé transformer lọ tó lè gbé padà.
Ṣẹ́rí kan tí ní sùpà yẹn.
Wọ́n máa ká wáyà yín lọ pátápátá máa bèrè flag lọ́wọ́ yín every now and then. Àwọn náà máa sọ pé red light, green light, yellow light, the purple light.
You know what that newspaper reported was just absolute rubbish, to be honest. Because Dangote, to the best of my knowledge, was actually supplying his own electricity off the grid. And the SS, they allow him, like the one that is in Kogi State, Obajano, for example, now, those people within the community, they allow him to sell them electricity and something like that. Now, the problem with Nigeria is actually the transmission line. The installed capacity in Nigeria today is around 17,000 megawatts. So saying that Dangote of 750 is doing better than Nigeria, all those kind of things are lies that.
When I saw the one man, I thought one man was just finished like a sensation.
That's not the context. That's not the context. The context is the same number of years what Nigeria was able to build. I mean, what power Nigeria was able to expand. Dangote doubled it. It doesn't mean Dangote has more generating capacity than Nigeria. It's just within, I don't know if it's 5 years or 10 years, I can't remember. Dangote did 1,500. Nigeria only did 750. That was the context.
Akulata, it was not even true, to be honest. I
don't know if it's true or not, but I just want to set the context.
No, yeah, I know it's not true because I think if the newspaper we need to educate us, they need to educate us properly, not to mislead us. So because under Buhari alone, we had more than 4,000 megawatts. So Buhari just spent 8 years. I don't know where they got there. So the thing basically is, it's not as if the generation side is not okay. We all know that the transmission has always been the problem. And that is where the government is not taking its hand off, the 50 hand. Government is not taking that in off because those people that still believe they want to be making profit from all those stuff. You see, one thing is this: if they liberalize or fully deregulate that particular sector very well, even some of us here, we can say, okay, we're going to go and sell electricity. It's just for us the government to give us license somewhere. Building the business case will not be that difficult. But what people don't want to do now is this: you don't want to go and invest and sell to Nigeria government, who we know that the corruption there, you may not even be able to get your money back because they want to sell on your behalf, and maybe they are diverting your money to their parents, whereby you cannot.
I'm sorry for cutting you, Mr. Kini. Who is responsible for the transmission line? Why are they not maintaining it or building a new infrastructure? Since you understand what's happening in that sector.
Sorry, BQB. When Jonathan actually privatized power sector, it was only generation and distribution. the transmission is still with the federal government. They call it Transmission Company of Nigeria, TCN.
Yeah.
You understand?
Okay.
So there are the gap between the generation and the distribution. So what happened is that transmission line has the capacity cannot even carry what you are generating.
No, I
so
agree.
A lot of our,
why are they not building more? Why are they not building more? All this is
the government is not investing in it. That's it. Ola, you can continue.
This man, maybe you just come from Germany, you are saying, why is Nigeria government not building more? And it's the same way I will ask you that, why do we need Dangote the refinery before we can even be talking of gasoline? Anything government is handy. I think Kulato explained that thing properly. So don't even go, if you want to do business, if you want to progress in any business, don't give to the government of Nigeria. It's as simple as a business. So the thing is, that power sector, we've got to do what we need to do before we can move forward. There's no way we can move forward that way. So, I keep emphasizing this APC, they came to us with beautiful plan that anybody across the globe, whether World Bank, they will agree. They say, okay, they were going to create industrial cluster and feed that place off the grid. That's what they told us in 2014, 2015, right? And 8 years, 9 years down the line, we've not seen what they've done so far. Although it is unfortunate that the man they brought into to power, it was just had his own agenda. So that guy, I think he focused more on vulgarization of Nigeria, grabbing your land than actually doing something that we solve our problem. So that's one of those things I wanted to contribute to in the actual sense.
But if you look at this power sector, can it be like, I remember those days when the telecom sector came, and then before we even start having this data from the network providers, there are some people that they will come to a community, put their own mast, then they will be supplying people in that area. You subscribe to their whatever they are using that time. That's how we used to have internet subscription those days. Then before the network provider started selling modem, that we start using modem before we now have direct phone, this thing that we are buying now. So I think the same thing can be replicated in the power sector. Do we really need this national grid of a thing, or this transmission company, or whatever they call them? People can have clusters where people can, it's a lot of business. You can just get a community as well.
But the law allows us to have distributed grids now. With your state can have a grid right now.
Exactly. Yeah, you can have everything.
I'm even talking about individuals that are interested that can invest in it.
Unless the state law now permits you to do for local government or your district.
But why do we? Is there anything? Okay, if it's in the realm of the state, why should I be a governor? And I will not. Is there anything that the government is benefiting from this electricity?
No.
By not privatizing it completely.
The National Electric Regulatory Commission, NERC, most of the 36 states of Nigeria have written to them. They also want to have their own state regulatory commission that will be totally different from the federal one. I think they are still working on that one. But but if you are a proactive governor, it does not stop you to create your own law through your state assembly, so that you can, like you said, maybe 1 or 2 local government. Just for example, if you're an individual, you can create your own mini grid or whatever, and then supply this local government electricity. I think that is in the purview of the state. But most of them are not doing that. So now a state can generate, distribute, and do whatever with the electricity. You don't need to link it to the national grid. But how many states are doing that? They are not. They are still waiting for, we want to hear from the national, give us this power so that we can regulate our electricity by ourselves, which they are going to give them, of course, soon. But how many states are willing to even invest in this and go ahead and say, okay, I want to make my state electricity I want to give my state electricity. How many of them? So the one you are talking about, probably when the state started generating electricity, maybe they cannot give power to some cluster of set of people to give electricity for some particular local government to rest. But for now, I don't know what some states are doing. But I know that Imo State soon will also commission their independent power plant, which is even more bigger, more powerful than the one in Abia. So maybe they'll have more electricity.
So Remy, what are the state governors doing? Now they are giving them a license, like do whatever you want to do. So what are they waiting for? Why are they not making haste?
So the problem we have in Nigeria is this: if you want to bring in an investor to invest in electricity, you have to look at what is the pricing model. Most Nigerians want something cheap, and anywhere in the world, electricity is not all that cheap like that. If you're an investor, you want to, okay, I want to give you electricity, I want to bring electricity for you in your state.
Remy, it's because they don't know arithmetic. I'm very sorry to use this. Okay, let's say, for example, somebody that is using a better past my neighbor, and you buy, let's say you use minimum of 2 liters of petrol every day. Maybe you just use to power your house for maybe at night for maybe 2 or 3 or 4 hours, and you spend that every day. How much does that one come down to in a month? You understand? But if they now ask them to pay that amount to have regular electricity,
Mr. Simba, this argument that you people always present that people don't want to pay is not, I don't think it's an argument that caught it in 2024. If a private company is responsible and everybody is metered, people will pay based on their meter now. There's nothing like people don't want to pay. Because that's the same thing we normally say.
I totally agree with you. Because
that's how they do it everywhere.
No, we are talking about state governors. How can they bring in the investors to invest? It's not easy for you to bring in your money. You have to do analysis.
People that will pay because if you can't use the light, you have to pay for it to use the light. That's the way it is. It's prepaid.
Remy, BQB is talking like that because some estates in Lagos,
so many,
they are generating their electricity and people are paying. That's what he's talking about.
It's the same in Nigeria.
But at the same time, when you look at the state, you cannot just, because people that live in an estate, you cannot classify them as the lower.
The issue is this. Let me tell you, when they liberalize it, if they liberalize it, anybody that can pay will subscribe. It's just like even automobile. It's just like telecommunication. It's not everybody up to now. It's not everybody that has a phone.
Yes, now those people have credit on their phone. Now people have, if it's called for people, what would they normally say? What does people say?
Call me back.
I don't have credit.
Some people will be sending you call me back.
Yes, that one is very popular.
Yes, now people that will pay. If you ask an average people, they don't have credit on their phone. If you send them use your phone, they say they don't have credit. It's the same.
Thomas is interested
in. They should provide
how can the state governor or state government provide electricity for their state, because they have the power to generate, distribute, and transmit now.
They should involve private sector.
Remy, the state should not generate. They should just make sure encourage private people to take over.
Sector to do it.
How can you encourage private investors to come and invest there?
No. Like, Simba, can I add something to this real quick? Other guys. Now, here's the thing. Evidence-based practice, right? Evidence-based practice. We have enough sample size in Nigeria, right? That can tell us, listen, guys, if you do A, you get B. We've tried it in different sectors, like the telecommunication sectors. You've seen the outcome, right? So one wonders why you cannot do the same thing, repeated in other sectors. Now, at the heart of it is profit. Okay, that is what it boils down to. What drives those kind of sectors like telecommunication or petroleum or whatever it is at that scale is profit. And I know we have a labor man here, I know he wants to know, I know his position. But until we are willing to let go We can regulate all we want, but as a society, as a country, until you are willing to subscribe to that belief of capitalist system, I don't think we're going anywhere. The idea of I'm going to hold on to half of it, or 2 of it, or 4 of it, you have to completely let it go to private enterprises. That's the only way you can drive the economy. It's evidence-based practice driven by what? Profit. That's it. It's not that difficult to
no more free
understand.
anymore. You must pay for the service if you want quality.
Yeah, it's not free. All the subsidy has to go. You have to pay for it. You will get the service. You will get the service. Now, another point I think Kay was raised earlier, I think we talked about on the platform, is that what is the government doing? Because forget public funding investors from abroad. I believe that there are Nigerians capable of funding these critical sectors. Now, they might have gotten that money illegally or whatever. That's not the issue. The issue is that what is the government doing? Of course, you're going to look the other way, but to at least attract them to put the money in these sectors. Like, okay, put your money in power, put your money here, we will guarantee something. You also have to make the move as a government if you want them to put their money there. So what is the government of the day doing to bring those monies back into Nigeria, to invest in this sector? And it's a win. Everybody wins at the end of the day. That's my point. Everybody wins. So what is the government doing is the question.
Babati, you have spoken very well. Thank you very much. We are still deceiving ourselves. If we don't, Remy, please let me land. Thank you. We are still deceiving ourselves. If government don't take their hand off totally, let private sector drive this power we are talking about. Babati, if you know that people, if there is no light, people will not pay, will not buy card, they will provide lights.
Yes,
they will provide lights, my friend.
Yeah.
Go and check. I'm saying this. I'm not living in Nigeria, but I've heard many people go and check estates that are using prepaid meter. They give them light.
Yes,
in Nigeria.
I live in an estate that have prepaid
I'm
meter.
also using
We don't use
prepaid
generator in my estate. And my estate is a civil servant estate, not Banana Island.
And
you know,
Thomas, imagine
let me say
this society.
You
You have people closing down the power grid. So you are
you know Diaba. My sister live in Keita. Let me land. My sister live in Keita in Diaba, close to that police station, close to FMC. They have prepaid meters everywhere. They have 18 hours light every day. 18, 19 hours. Some days I lived there before, Babati. Some days, 3 days, no outage at all.
So, Mr. Remy, how are they paying? Ask Mr. Remy the next question. How are they paying? Because Mr. Remy only say, can they pay?
People will pay.
Yes.
People will pay. Nigerians are not that.
I agree with you. Thomas, now listen, I agree with you, and I'll give you, know that when they balkanized NEPA, they sold it to all this, our former president and head of state. I know categorically Abdul Salam they are the owner of Ibadan Disco, because I have a friend very close to me. He's the engineer of it, and he's the chief technical engineer. Any meter they are bringing from China, from everywhere, he has to sign his signature. And I know how those guys make money. To make it worse, Nigeria started, even they're supposed to bring in their own money so that they can make this disco, distributor company more better. But instead of doing that, it is Nigerian government that is also giving them money. At the end of the
Nigerian government should leave the space completely.
The system.
Mr. Remy, that's the same point you are making. Nigerian government should leave the space completely. They shouldn't they shouldn't give somebody a ram and hold on to the rope.
Yeah, no. Apart from that, they also borrow them a lot of money, and this way they just continue to siphon our churching the government. And most of these power holding companies belong to all your governor and your former president, and so-called the big people all over the country. They just distribute among themselves, and at the end of the day, they don't do nothing, and then they are shifting blame. If you accuse them, they will tell you it's the transmission. If you accuse transmission says it's generation. You are right. They should give it out to private people. But now that they have the power to do that, I mean the state, what are they doing? Especially in my state, what is it doing? Ogun State is a highly industrialized state in Nigeria, if not the number one after number second after Lagos. Number two, what are they doing there? What is our governor doing? Just start doing nothing every time. And
Remy, I can tell you one thing though. If you do what we would, like we all agree on this platform, we will not have this issue of going on strike every 2 years or every 3 years.
Yeah,
that goes away because you go on strike. I'm going to fire your ass. You got to go. It's about money. Can you make me money, Remy? Can you make me money, Thomas? If I hire you, how are you a productive individual? So it's based on merit and who can improve my bottom line at the end of the day. So it becomes very competitive. You want that competitive spirit in your society. Unfortunately, we don't have it. The evidence in Nigeria is not really that competitive per se when it comes to being productive in the real sense of it. That is the reality. We are very opportunistic, but not in the right way to anything. We don't have that. But if you have a capitalistic economy, it forces you to work. It forces you to think. You must be. I mean, that's what it's all about.
Babati, if you remember when we were stuck with Nitel, then MTN came. They were doing bad thing for Nigeria. They said they can't charge per seconds. When Globacom came up, he started charging by second. MTN to change because there is competition. It doesn't have any. It doesn't have any choice than to change. They started giving us free
if you want to remain in the system.
In year 2000, the same pack was sold for 10,000 naira. Today it's just below 500 naira. Sometimes
it's just free. Yes, no.
What are we talking about? So Babati is right. But unfortunately, how are we going to handle labor? Always go on strike. How are we going to handle Mr. Activist?
You have to break that union off. You have to find a way. And the best way to destroy the unions in Nigeria is to liberalize those sectors. That's the only way. That way, you have a Remy. Do you know how many people cannot be fired because they are in the union? The only reason they have a job is because the union is the one that is behind. They can't fire them. They have all these things that they've signed. So you have all these guys that are unproductive, and you can't fire them. What kind of country, what kind of society is that? You can't grow now. But if I hire you and you don't make me money, I fire your ass. That's what you're supposed to do.
Who are the people that are not productive?
Okay, here we go. I know it's got to say
who
something.
Are the people that
we go. Okay. Example. The one that I've not read the report yet, but I heard that Dangote wants to buy the steel stuff in Kogi, right? The Okta, whatever it is. Don't tell me if he buys that place up, I'm telling you, I'll say half of the time will be gone in about 4 or 5 months. They'll all be gone because they are liability. They will all be gone because it's a private businessman. It's going to do his assessments and determine who really deserves to stay there. But as of right now, that place, if it's still run by government, will still keep unproductive staff. So that is a perfect example of my point. The steel industry is a perfect example of my point.
Surely, even when we have a private company, and even when a private company is taken over by another team of management, they do some kind of internal reshuffle. They will kick some people.
So why was the person starting that business in the first place? Why? Because they have debt, right? It's not working, and they are forced to sell, right? So if I'm buying your business, that means I have to reshuffle your business. It's just what I'm saying is I'm not discussing a Mitt Romney kind of venture capitalist where you come and just punch. No, forget that one. I'm talking about, and that is just that one is venture now. Just coming to put on people's. I'm talking about real investors that are actually coming in. So if you've been losing money on something for decades, government, private, and I want to put real money. Now remember, Dangote is coming in now with a cachet now. He has a refinery that is about to start running. If he can make that work, if he can buy the steel company, money will come because he has a proven track record of investing in massive projects. That brings in funds for him. Now, if he's bringing funding into your country, you think he's going to just go down and say, I know you've been here for 10 years and you don't do shit, but we have to keep you because of some dumb union. No,
I gotta go. With you, but let me tell you, it is not the union that is the problem, but your government official that lack capacity to lead, capacity to plan, capacity to, plan their mission and pursue it vigorously to achieve results. That is the problem that we have. We don't have.
But this is the thing with government. It is not profit driven. That is what is at the heart of it right there. If it's not profit driven, it is nearly impossible to run anything of that scale without money being the driving factor. It is nearly impossible. So if it's not about profit, making profit and expanding, then it's not going to be that productive. You don't keep having problems. And our government, actually, that they cannot run anything efficiently. Like so you said, it's not designed to be. We know that for a fact. But I'm saying that is not sustainable for the long term. We've seen that we relax now. So how long can you keep doing the same thing all over and all over again? When you have seen that in telecommunication is work for you, refinery you've seen that is coming up to, then do the same thing in other sectors as well.
Look, what I'm saying is this: when you have people in the position of authority that are given the responsibility to even privatize, they even talk them, okay, this is the agency of government that is responsible, or committee set up by government, or how do we describe them? Given responsibility to privatize some of these government enterprises. If they don't,
imagine we are still with Nitel till now. Do you know how we will be backward with Nitel?
Nitel. Thomas. So, imagine people having the nerve. People having the nerve to shut down your power grid because of a strike. That is treason now.
It's treason.
Are you kidding me?
You can't try.
Really?
They embark on strike. If somebody carry out a strike, he said, suffer.
You don't shut down your power grid of any country because of a strike now. You don't do that.
In a country where they even generate electricity. Any electricity. You don't even generate electricity. You are saying,
so they turn off the little that they are generating, they should stifle it.
Grid will let them pariwo. Oh, can you see the turn of national grid? This is treason. Grid will let me in the first place. You don't have
Babajani. The issue here is okay. We have.
You don't have any electricity, and you are saying you are trying the
We agree. We don't. What BT is saying is this. Now we know that we don't have responsible government officials. We don't have responsible leader. but we have seen what the private sector is doing for us, is working for us. So why are you against privatization?
No. What I'm saying, listen to me. I'm not saying that privatization is not good. But what I'm saying is that when you don't have the competent people to even privatize to people that are corrupt, that will not even follow the lay down rules on that privatization process, what do you expect? They will sell, they will not, that privatization, they will not even carry it out in an effective manner that will achieve result. The electricity, the Gemsco and Disco, are they not privatized? Are they using result? Why? Why can't they use result? This is what corruption and incompetent people that you have.
So okay,
of authority.
no. What do you think is the solution? What model do you think we can okay, because we are talking about, so what model do you think? You are telling us the problem. So what is the solution now? What is your own solution? How can we solve this problem?
How we can stop this problem is on electricity, right? How so number one, we have to decentralize it. Decentralize the entire system, generation, distribution, transmission. It must be decentralized. When that is decentralized to state and local government, then we will start to have electricity from there. If you don't decentralize it, we are still holding on this centralization system and forget it. How can you centralize the whole thing for the whole country like that? Where is it done?
A question. So if they decentralize it, who is going to be in charge? Is this going to be your local government and your state or private sector?
The state government will be in charge of what do you call it? This regulation.
Yeah, that's what they're
so
doing
the
now.
local government, hold on now. The local government will be responsible for their generation, transmission and distribution. The state will be in charge of regulation.
So we still want government to hold on to it. Is that what you are saying? Or they should just be regulatory?
They're going to be in charge. What I mean by being in charge is that they are going to privatize it, but they are going to, at their own local level, they will have a regulatory body that is supervised by the state. You understand what I'm saying? Their job is to carry out regulatory responsibility, not to involve in generation and transmission. Those will be given to, a private company to manage. That is the way it is done in the United States here. Every city have their own electricity board. In each local government, there's a place where you can. My own city, the electricity company of my own city is not the same as the next city to me.
Babajale Koko, sorry to interject you. That is what I said before. In the text of the Nigeria Electricity Regulation Commission, all the 36 states of Nigeria have already sent a document to them because they need to give them read it and then make recommendation. Every state in Nigeria is going to have their own regulatory commission. They are not going to be controlled from Abuja anymore. This one will happen this year. But the question because you said they also must give to local government. So my question is this: what is the work of the local government in this electricity generation, distribution, and transmission? I want you to tell us what exactly the local government, what are they going to be doing?
Even let me tell you, the governance lies with the local government. in everything: education, healthcare, electricity, road construction, everything you want to talk about lies with the local government. The states have their own responsibility, which is different. I mean, the same, they can do some things too, but electricity, provision of water, all those things, healthcare, everything is in the hand of the city, of the local government. But you have a country that is run by evil people that will not allow local government to function. If your local government does not function, all these things you are talking about, electricity, water, healthcare, even education, educational system that will work good for our children, that will give good education to our children, everything will not function because governance rests with the local government. When local government succeed, you have good governance everywhere across the federation. But because your local government does not function as it's supposed to, that's why Nigerians are not experiencing good governance.
Local government is not involved in the telecommunication in Nigeria, and they are functioning very well. We all know that MTN, Airtel, and the rest, they are providing their services. And local government is not involved, and they are okay. So why are you not saying local government should be involved in generation of electricity? Because you have not answered my question. My question is simple. Is the local government going to be generating electricity, or they are also going to be regulating the electricity company in their local government? Because I'm not so clear on what you are trying to put across about local government involved in electricity.
What I'm saying is that local government will privatize this electricity management in their local government. A private company will be responsible for generation, transmission, and distribution. All that the government of that local government is going to do is, to monitor, to have a regulatory body that will make sure that that company follow the law and all the regulation on how to carry out, their function. That is their own job, so that they will not, violate the law that is managing that electricity system. So that is just their own. But the private sector will be responsible for, from the generation to the distribution, is going to be a private company. It is simple. It be easily managed because local government area is easily define local government area is not too big to manage. So managing the electricity of the local government.
Because can we look at the model that we use in telecommunication? We did not use state.
No, you can't use that. No, you can't use that on electricity. You will never manage it well. No, this what do you call this telecommunication? That one is nationwide, and they just have is a private company. They do government. Is the federal government that is responsible for that, and they just install their pole. The way telecommunication work is different from the way electricity works. Telecommunication does not have generation, transmission, and distribution. No, it just has to. It's one pole. What do you call it?
Mast.
Yes, it's something that is connected with the signal and they start working. It's not like electricity. Electricity is totally different from telecommunication. So you can't say, oh, let us manage it the way they. No, it can never work. And I'm talking from the experience of how it works in US. That is why I'm recommending this. And that is the best way I think. If America have not done this thing, giving this thing to the local government area of their in each of their state to manage the water resources and the electricity, they won't be able to have those things functioning well in this country.
Baba Jare Koko, we are saying all this, you understand? You are giving us the American model. Yeah, because it works for them in America. They look at their problem and they look at the way they can solve it. Even we have some countries where everything is centralized. You understand? It's only that we as people, we are not disciplined in our country. This thing was initially centralized and it was working. But when we became irresponsible, that was why we lost everything. There are some countries now that everything is decentralized and it's working perfectly.
I will give you an example of two countries. In China, the generation of electricity belongs to a province, which is like a state, but their province is much more bigger than states in Nigeria. Each state, they generate, they transmit and distribute electricity. Only one company does all of these things. And the way they do it is that they have a way that they can read your meter and send you a bill, maybe through email or through whatever, or bring the paper to you. Of course, there's constant electricity supply, so no problem. So we cannot say we don't have light. And if the state probably don't have enough light, they buy from the adjoining province.
Yeah, in Saudi Arabia, everything is centralized. Water, all their utilities,
so,
they are centralized.
Here in Finland, it's a little bit similar to Nigeria. They have two.
Ìgbà tó bá ní jalè ní Saudi Arabia tó mọ̀ pé wọ́n máa bẹ́ orí wọn níta, wọ́n máa bẹ́ síta ni.
So, but here, what they do here is very simple. They have the generating company, which are one or two out of the whole federation, but they have various distribution companies. In a city, you have choice of picking 2 or 3. So when they bring you bill every month, they are bringing you 2 bills, one for distribution and one for generation. If you incur 20 euro of electricity in 1 month, you have to pay 20 euro to generating company. So invariably, you are paying 40 euros. So that is the way they do it here. So that model can be a little bit similar to what Baba Jare Koko is trying to say. So for example, if this is a local government, and then we know that it is Simba company that is distributing electricity in this local government, then
the problem we have, Remy, is that by the time we want to be granting, if we make it, it will look exactly, because by the time they start bidding for licenses and all those things, that's when problem will start having problems.
For me, I think it too cumbersome from Nigeria to have, for example, in your state, we have 33 local government, and then we're gonna have like 20 distribution companies. That would be too much for the people.
What is too much? Why do you have local government? Why do you have local government?
I think 1 or 2 companies can just.
Why don't you say, okay, hold on now? Why are you people just thinking that? Why do we have local government in the first place? Is it not to, give good governance to the people at the local level?
Does not stop the local government
and hold on now, and local and giving good governance to the people at local level entails provision of electricity, pipeline water,
let me ask you
good health care. How do you want to do it when you yourself in the government of your local government don't manage it? How would it be effectively managed?
Let me ask you a question.
When you don't have the control of it.
Let's say after 3 local governments, and let's say all the local governments are very active. Are you trying to tell me that all the local government will have separate generating and distribution company? Is that what you are saying? Is that the freedom you want to give to them, that every local government can go out there, contact any investor that will give you, that will generate electricity for you, or maybe generate, distribute, and transmit. So at the end of the day, we can have multiple of our companies working in all this local government. Is that what you are trying to put across?
Yes.
Don't you think it's too cumbersome?
What is cumbersome? What is cumbersome?
Cumbersome is that it's going
what is cumbersome? It is not cumbersome. Hold on. It's not cumbersome to have local government, to have councillors, to have chairman in each local, but it's cumbersome to have company to come and provide electricity uninterrupted electricity for you. What is cumbersome there?
33 generating company. That means each company have their own generating, each local government.
No, hold on. Generating company. It doesn't matter how many local government they want to work with. But in our own local government, we want them to carry out their function effectively and deliver efficiently. That is it. So we don't care maybe if our local government, they are the one that is giving, generating, and distributing, handling everything for. But in our own local government, we have appointed them to do this job, and what we are interested in is for them to deliver. That is it.
So in a
they have freedom to have. They have freedom to work in as many local governments in Nigeria as they like. Okay. But our own is that they don't deliver for us.
Is that some of these distribution companies, they are all over, so you can switch because they are not the one generating. In some city, you can switch from one distribution company to another one, maybe 2 or 3. But if you are trying to say all our local government, because like Kano have about 44 local government, and if they are having different generating companies.
Remy, is even possible for a local government to even have more than one. So whether we have one, you understand? And it can be one. It depends. You can even have one that be supplying so many local government, depending on their capacity. Yes. Am I right or wrong?
That's exactly what I'm trying to say. Maybe that's what Daniel is also trying to say. One generator between companies servicing like 10 local government. It's okay. It's fine. At least there will be quality, and then
because if you don't have more than one, also it will the monopoly will set in and they will be treating people anyhow.
That is another thing. That is why we must have as many as
possible. Because even in telecommunication, I remember when Econet and MTN started that time, they were ripping Nigerians.
Mm-hmm. But when Glo came,
if you pay, I remember that time, 50 naira. 1 second is 50 naira.
I want your mama flash. Oh, mama flash. Mama flash. Mama flash.
Ajale Koko, that time also, if you buy credit, I remember that time, the least credit you can buy on MTN was 750 naira. They have 750 and 1,500. That 750 is 5 days. Whether you use it or not, it will disappear. So they are even forcing people to make calls. Once you buy the credit, you must use it.
In fact, I think Vodacom and all those UK telecom, they regretted not.
Our American buy a mafia in Nigeria.
Even your so-called American company, one request to buy license in Nigeria and then
okay,
America, no. We have unlimited talk, unlimited data, everything. Back then, it wasn't like that in America too. You have limited talk. I mean, limited. You have limited during the day. You have limited. I mean, maybe in the month. Let me say day. I can't remember. Okay, it's like in a month you have limited hours you can talk during the day. All right. In the night you have unlimited. Like maybe in the night from 9 o'clock to 6 o'clock or something like that. Maybe 11 o'clock to 6 o'clock, you have limited time. You know, when we are at unlimited talk time in America, which is morning time, daytime in Nigeria, we can call Nigeria and be on the phone like 2 hours, say, you can receive. You understand? Hello? Hello? Some people hearing me? Anybody there?
Yes, Doris. Okay, yeah, we can hear you.
Okay. So in Nigeria back then,
Abajale Koko, it's not free that time. If you receive call, they will also remove your money in Nigeria.
Do they?
When they started newly, receiving call, they also deduct money. They are cheating us that time a lot.
Okay. But it looked like there was a time that it was free to receive.
After about a few years, if you make call from 12 midnight to following morning, you can make call, you can talk to anybody, it's free.
Okay.
But initially, in the beginning, receiving and calling they will deduct your money.
Okay, so back then it was we have limited hours, daytime talk, but unlimited in the night. So in the night time when we are calling Nigeria, we can say we can stay on the phone for hours, call here, call there, call everybody we like, and we'll be gallivanting, doing shakara that, look, we have unlimited talk, we can talk anyhow. But during the day, man, if you exhausted, once you exhausted your full hours, or you exhausted your allocated hours in a month, man, they won't stop you. Look at this phone company in America, as greedy as thieves as they are. They're not going to stop you. They will let you continue to run. As you are running over your limited hours, they are charging you. At the end of the month, phone bill, and you have to pay it. When you don't pay it, then they will cut it off. And if you don't pay it, they will send collection agents after you. So it wasn't. Then after some time, everything improved. They said, okay, free. They changed to unlimited stock. Before internet day came, and then they started rationing the internet too. I can remember before everything turned out to be, where we are today. So you say gradual process, but that of Nigeria today, I think Nigeria should be, for everybody now, should be enjoying unlimited data. But this telecommunication company in Nigeria, they are still ripping Nigeria off bigly. That is all from data. Why must you be paying for data? I mean, why can't they do this thing? Unlimited data, unlimited.
But in Europe, don't they have the same thing? Do they have unlimited?
I think it's unlimited.
Are you sure? Because
in London,
the America.
Yeah, it's the same thing as we have it here in America, in London.
Yeah, we have unlimited internet, but we pay we have unlimited internet, depends on your subscription. For example, I have unlimited internet for my 4G, 5G phone, which I pay less than €21 every month, which is fixed. And I can go online, I can use my data for my computer or whatever one I want to do. So, but I think in Nigeria, they are still exploiting us in Nigeria.
They're still exploiting you pay for data or this and this. I mean, this is where Nigerian.
Yeah, I don't know about America, but I don't know how much you guys pay. But I think the cheapest one is that fucking Asian people. They are very cheap there. Okay, so go on.
Asian country.
Yeah, it's cheap, Baba. Cheap, it's too cheap.
if a provider comes to the market and offer unlimited everything, then obviously people, if they have good service, people will switch over and enjoy the service. Is that not the case?
What did you say?
I said if a service provider comes into the market and offers unlimited talk, text, and data,
Mm-hmm.
then
In
they're gonna
Nigeria,
get the
right?
customers. Yeah, Nigeria, they're gonna get
Oh
the
yes,
customers, right?
they will make the money. I don't know. It's
So
just a
no,
place.
so hold on.
Excuse
So
me.
why do you think they're not doing it? Why do you think
No,
that provider?
excuse me. I think they have different packages for people depending on your finances. You understand?
It's
You
just
can buy.
they are still ripping people off. Which they should have. I mean, make it.
Simba, it's too
But
expensive.
I mean,
let me make this comment. There is still unlimited. It depends on your pocket. Depends on your pocket. There is
What I
still
know is
unlimited
that
package.
what I
no,
know is
hold on,
Nigeria,
hold on.
Let me
They have
hold on.
not done it. They have not done it right. They've still not done it right.
So are you telling us that in America everybody is unlimited?
It depends on your package. It depends on your package.
Hold on.
Listen, Babalago was discussing aye orange at singular.
Orange as singular.
Only. Even when your bill is over, they will tell you. They will tell you anything.
You have to be checking. If you don't check your hours or your time, you don't check your.
If you type hi, wherever you hi or busy.
They will not call you. They leave you. Keep on running. Keep on running. You are good boy. At the end of the month, you will see your bill. Whoa. Oh my God, that's me.
You not explain
Ajale Kuku, I want to understand the concept that you are talking about, because even here in Saudi Arabia, there are packages, different packages, depending on your consumption. If you think that you are the type that talks a lot, that is what is going to determine the package. And even your consumption of data.
Simba, let me explain to you what we have in America right now. America, they've moved past the call and texting part.
Mm-hmm.
Where they really charge you is when it comes to data for internet. But the regular call and text is almost like
that one is unlimited.
Yeah,
call
so we don't even care about that one anymore. It's about
nobody even care.
Your internet, is it
No, you are not,
unlimited?
the way you guys are presenting it, you are not presenting it in a clear manner. How much is it? How much is it?
Okay, hold on.
You can get you can get
that's the point you should put to it. Not just that you are making as if the basic thing is to have an unlimited data or call.
They are making it to look as if the call and text is free.
Hold on.
That's what they are making
Let
out
me clarify. No, you know, back then people didn't really use their phone to browse the internet. So back then it was mostly about calls and text, right? And if you use your phone for internet, it will charge you a lot of money. Now that everybody pretty much uses their phone to browse and you know go online, the phone companies are not prioritizing charging you for phone and text anymore. That is almost as equally as free right now in America. What they really charge
what do you mean
for?
Free? How much is it?
No, it's a part of the package.
So what is in the package? Give me an example of a typical package.
Hold on. So they will say, for instance, that you have let's say Boost Mobile.
Hold on, don't complicate. Just give the guy a number. For like $40, you can get text, talk, and data.
With
one of the.
Let him explain.
Hold on now. You can get it for, so they will say $30 Boost Mobile, and they will say that $30 you can browse the internet as much as you want, and it also comes with like
free calls.
Even when
Wait now. Free
let me
calls
finish
to
now.
the local local
let
network.
me finish. You asked let me finish, so you can. Let me just finish, please.
No, be fast with it. There's no reason to elaborate for so long. All of us to use data or
Let
something.
me finish. What is all this now? Let me finish. Let me finish.
No, what you don't understand what I'm saying. He's trying to.
I am almost done. Just wait now. Give me
Okay.
10 seconds. My God.
Okay, yes.
I'm saying that even when your mobile companies, when they do their advertisement, they don't even mention call and text anymore because it's a given at this point. What they even put out there is the data.
Okay, so $40. So $40 will get me unlimited data.
About even if you do Mint, you can get about $25 right now for Mint mobile.
Which one is Mint again?
Mint, MINT.
Okay, another network provider.
They have one for $15 by the way too.
Okay, so what you are saying, what you are saying now
will get you unlimited data and unlimited calls to all the local network. Is that what you are saying?
About that right, about that price point.
That means Europe is better than America.
Hold on. We are not even making. Want to be clear? It's not. We are not making comparison.
Yes, we are not making comparison. We just wanted to be clear that if I have $20, I'll have unlimited data and unlimited calls.
Are we making the same point here? Because I think you're lost in what we are actually talking about.
Babati.
It's not getting the point here. The point.
What is the point you are making now? If I have $20, I'll get unlimited data.
If you let me finish the point, maybe can you shut the fuck up for a second so I can finish the point? You can just listen for 4 goddamn seconds. Just listen.
Okay.
Just shut the fuck up for a second. Maybe I can just talk. I can even talk.
The more you talk, the more you don't.
I can't even
Ẹ̀yin Saudi yẹn tẹ ní sùúrù kẹjẹ k'Amẹ́ríkà sọ̀rọ̀. Amẹ́ríkà ló protect yín Saudi Arabia.
All of you want to talk, but you are not talking any. You are not communicating.
The guy is still talking. He's still talking.
Talk. These Saudi people should just stop.
Let America talk for a second.
The American, you know why?
Explain now.
Yes.
The point I was trying to make earlier, before I was interrupted by whoever this guy is that back then
don't talk about back then. We are talking about now.
We're making comparison.
To interrupt you. We are talking about now.
You guys, then you must be an idiot then. If I can't even make anything, I'm sorry, you're just an idiot. If I cannot even make comparison for
I'm not saying you should make comparison. I'm saying give us what $20 bill can get us
what
now.
What is this now?
No, BQB, let him land.
BQB, go land. Jauki Babati, sorrow. Then you come in. Let Babati.
Yeah, let him land.
If you don't agree with me, it's one thing, but I can't even make a point. What's your problem, man?
Go ahead,
Land.
you want
to land instead of flogging it. Land.
Okay, Babati.
Omoba. O ti mute, o ti binu.
Okay. Let me explain. Okay. You see, we have different plans.
Okay.
Service provider, have different. I can tell you that with $30, you have unlimited talk, unlimited text, and unlimited data. And if you want to go for family plan, like 5, there's one I have now. My children, 5 of us, with unlimited talk, text, data for $110. And that is
okay. It will be shared by 5 people.
We are not sharing data. It's a family combo. It's a family combo.
That's I said everybody is on that.
We are on that plan.
Package.
We are on that plan.
Okay.
It's a plan. It's a family plan. But the data is, we don't share data. It's a different. I mean, we don't share that data. It's unlimited per each phone. So if I am traveling to California, my children traveling to another travel to New York and this thing, we are not sharing that data. It's allocated to each phone number, and you can run your data 24 hours non-stop. So, and Babati was telling you that there are some smaller, because we have some smaller service provider. Some are, their service is within a city, local government area. Those ones are even cheaper.
Okay. They don't have large coverage.
They don't have
ẹ̀yin ará desert yìí ẹ lísìn sára àwọn aráàlú.
kọ́ndí sùúrù àwọn ti làgídí jù. Àwọn Saudi Arabia yìí tó jẹ́ pé àwọn àdé provide and protect wọn.
All this intense story is not about agidi. A contract make it look complex, and what obtains in what you are describing, it's what obtains everywhere. But you're just trying to make it look different, as if the US is different. I can't really see. I still don't really get. More, still really get in context so far.
Okay, big view. Okay, data minutes is $35. Mo lè pay Nigeria, mo lè pay US. Mo lè call Canada wide.
No, okay. You call line, or you use all those WhatsApp call and all those things.
No, not WhatsApp call.
Don't I call line
data?
So
the family. Hold on. The family plan that I was telling you about, I can call Canada for free.
Not Canada, Nigeria.
Canada. No,
I say I can call Nigeria. It's part of my. plan.
I can't call Nigeria for free. But I can call Canada.
Mexico, we can call South America for
I can call Mexico. But I cannot call Nigeria.
Okay, is there any other package that you can get at a lower price that will be local, that will not be international?
Yeah, that's what Babati was trying to tell you guys.
So what he was trying to say is that we have different packages that allows you to either call international or call local. We have different packages like that. Not that the basic package will be able to call international call local call unlimited, and have data unlimited.
You know, back in the day, they used to have this calling card, like the balancing buy-in. You remember those $5 calling cards?
Yes.
And even those calling cards, they had packages. Maybe if you call it weekend.
Yes.
It was. So I was even trying to explain these things to this guy, but they wouldn't even let person talk on this
BKB, Jacko Soro.
I mean,
you are just getting this thing wrong, go. I'm not interrupting him. He's just trying to
let him talk. Okay, let everybody
I got a package. I got a £20 package in the same UK last month, and I don't have unlimited data.
Package
London. When somebody is in Saudi Arabia, it means that
that is your own country now.
London, if in London, America.
Can't compare your country now.
Ìlú àwọn akọ́nilẹ́rú wọ́n ti fi owó ẹ̀ wọ́n ti gba 30 pounds ẹ̀ wọ́n ti fi jayé.
Go online right now. Go online right now. Type in mint.com. That mobile service is owned by this famous actor that does Deadpool, Chloroquine now. It's part of the owner of the company. You have Mint. So what they do pretty much is that your Mint mobile, your Boost mobile, they will sign deals with the bigger company. But okay, this is our area of coverage. Okay. If the person using our service leaves our coverage, they can tag on onto the bigger boys in the meantime before they come back into coverage.
Yeah,
so
yes.
they will have this
going outside the city.
T-Mobiles, with your AT&T. That's the way it works.
Like as if they are roaming in, Abi, be roaming.
No.
Yeah, but no. But you find a deal with that company to use because they are bigger.
To use their platform whenever you are out of their own network area.
Yes.
So that way to save money for the
right?
No, that's the way they save money for the poorer people that are using their service.
Because let me even say, even if you carry MTN, go anywhere in the world now, depending on how much you have, you can make calls.
No. But for this one, it's an agreement with companies.
I think most of these companies, they have agreements generally, both locally and internationally.
Those ones, they're very expensive when you just roam anyhow.
Yeah, it's expensive. I agree with you.
Okay, guys.
Expensive.
Okay, let me moderate. You guys, guys, hold on. Let me moderate because Thomas not doing his job. Okay, Babati, go ahead and finish and land.
You want to take my job?
Mr. General, you're not doing your job very well. Let me just say what I have to say. My point I was making is this: I am not in. Maybe big think I'm doing I'm better than you, whatever. That's not my own business of even talking. What I was saying is that if you want to compare mobile service, timeline matters. And what they provided matters. Yeah. If you buy flip phone, we buy 5G network. So if I want to compare Nigeria, you remember back in the day itself, if I had MTN, I could not call Glo for about 2 years. If you remember, they didn't allow calling the different numbers. So you must put
that later.
Yeah. So you must put this in context when you are discussing this, is what I'm saying. So I'm saying back then, if I want to compare AT&T or Orange or Singular to any Nigerian mobile company, at that point, going online with your phone was not a big thing back then. So we compare based on what they were doing, which was call and texting, right? So if I want to compare it now, it's going to be based on data, because in America, like I said, we have moved past the age of even discussing call and texting being a charge on any phone service. No phone call company does that anymore. It's just given. It comes with your phone.
Yes,
that's what it is.
I understand. We understand that one. So, for example, I would still say that the way they charge you in America is still a little bit expensive compared to Europe. In Europe, here with 30 euro, you have unlimited data.
Conclude pé wọ́n charge high when I told you that with $30 you can get unlimited data.
I am talking about almost 28 countries.
Yeah, just too proud.
And I told you, okay, to bá divide the Mozambique months on 110. Our man. Divide it now. Hello, near my bossy.
In fact, by the way, let me further your point. Even
that's like $22.
We are not. I don't think we need to be comparing the price.
I am not doing that. Nobody's. The point is that even my own family plan, we have free Netflix, free Paramount Plus. It comes with
I think the point here. Excuse me. I think the point here is that I don't think there's any difference between what you people are talking about and what is obtainable elsewhere, even in Nigeria.
Mr. Simba, thank God you said it. No, that's where I'm going at. That's where I'm going at, Mr. Simba. You just brought out the word from my mouth.
No, the one with Nigeria.
No, it's not the same. What are you talking with Nigeria?
No, maybe you remove Nigeria. Maybe you remove Nigeria.
Nigeria was too expensive.
Nigeria is Nigeria services.
Remy, if you dollarize it, Nigeria.
One voice. Yeah.
So ta ló sọ̀rọ̀ fún wa? Europe ló sọ̀rọ̀. Ẹ jẹ́ ká gbọ́.
Me also Europe be bawo.
Canada ló sọ̀rọ̀, Canada, America náà ló náà.
Simba, that international call is only to European countries only. That they even give me £20.
Thomas,
within 1 month.
Europe,
they capped everything in £20. So that's what I was asking that. That's why I was asking that.
One state in US is almost equal your entire European economy. Do you really have
I think man no Finland sọ tábàtẹ̀ ń sọ̀rọ̀ ó yẹ kí Finland máa sọ̀rọ̀ ni. Local government mi tóbi ju gbogbo Finland lọ now.
Yeah, because talking about Finland, what's the population of Finland?
County mi tóbi ju Finland lọ now.
When you talking about Finland, say Finland is supposed to be like a big country.
Owó wo ni?
Kí ni population of Finland, you know?
Ìgbín náà yọjú. If Finland is up to lówó, àwọn socialist country, socialist country, àwọn náà sọ pé àwọn lówó níbi tí Amẹ́ríkà wà.
Ajale koko. What I'm saying in summary is this: the package. Everybody, all I think generally everybody has a package, and the package is actually database, as you people are saying that happening even in Nigeria.
Absolutely.
The only difference between Nigeria is that they cannot put everybody on a fixed, like, okay, everybody, if you take $40, I think because of the economy and the purchasing power. So they now say, okay, if you can afford, maybe it's 5,000 naira you can afford, you can buy a package that will say, okay, you get certain data per month and certain number of hours.
It might even be free YouTube nights. All those things have some of those specs. Call free midnight call. Free midnight call.
And wọ́n fi ń rip yí off ni.
You people, because excuse me, for the fact that they didn't put call on your own, it's not, everything is not free now. You know that they've included the cost in the data that they are selling to you now.
Yes.
What are you talking? People are making us to look as if we are full. If you are not in America, then you don't have to pay.
What do spaghetti jar?
Simba, most of our STC package. Simba, most of our STC package. It comes with free
Baba T kò yé wọn.
Most of the
Look, you see phone, you see Simba.
Yes.
Simba. You see the phone call and text should not be an issue again. That is international standard. The data should be the basis of this is how much.
That's it. It's not phone call and
it's not phone call again. Not phone call and this thing. So that
phone call, remember, is limited to the country.
You are tagged us as Saudi Arabia and Europe. Let Australia talk. Let us hear from the kangaroo man.
Wọ́n ní kankan kí ọ ṣe bí àwọn ẹlẹ́wọ̀n lọ máa ń kó lọ sí Saudi
Guys, let me get a word in. BQB.
Everybody, please hold on. Please, I beg you, please. Yeah, let's hear from Prince Daddy. Prince Daddy, you know, Prince Daddy is not like Simba that has that voice that can overshadow everyone. Calm from Prince Daddy. Simba not be
thanks, Thomas. BQB, in America we have a higher level than what Babati and Ajaloko is talking about. If you come today as an immigrant, we give you free phone, free talk, text, and data. What about that? Sounds good?
Is that they hate America is the point now. It's that American hate.
For how long? Wait, now let us interrogate him now. For how long? Wait, for how long?
For forever. If you can't afford it, you get free talk, text, and data.
What kind of phone are they?
You said if I can afford, but you said
iPhone 15 or whatever. I should make a choice.
Prince, hold on. Did you remember during Barack's campaign, the second term? They used to call it the Obama phone. Remember? Obama phone. It was free for poor people now. They give him internet service at home, in the hood, in the all those third world. Well, yes, if you are poor to some point, you get data for free and get phones.
Well, Biden's plan. If you come in as an illegal immigrant, you get free phones.
Yes,
you get free phones, talk, text, data. You can surf YouTube, internet for as long as you want.
For free.
Okay, if I come to UK, America new. You mean if I come to America today?
But BQB, you have to make sure you cross the border. You got to go cross the border illegally.
You're talking about illegal immigrants, right?
Yeah, illegal immigrants.
What are you talking about? This is the way
you have to go cross the border illegally and come in.
BQB, wọ́n ní kó lọ gba bọ́dà wọlé láti gba fóònù tuntun.
Bọ́dà Mexico.
Kò gbádùn babu àyà wọlé.
BQB, respect. Remy, respect. The entire GDP of Finland is around 200.
With Amazon,
and Microsoft and Walmart can do more.
More than 50% of Canada is unlivable.
No, they are about 6 million people.
Àní kí wíwẹ̀ mi má máa sọ̀rọ̀ níbi t'Amẹ́ríkà bá mi sọ̀rọ̀. Ṣé mọ̀ wípé Ọlá, ṣé mọ̀ pé Amazon Prime ó mọ̀ wípé Amazon Prime ó ju GDP Finland yẹn lọ. Amazon Prime subscription, yearly subscription. Check it up.
Really?
GDP now.
Really? Is that true?
Check it. Look it up. Amazon Prime annual subscription. Amazon realized as annual subscription. Amazon Prime.
See, Amazon latest financial report. This one is for
are you American? Canada lower.
514 billion USD. See, in 2022, the financial report for Amazon was 514 billion USD. So when someone from Finland wants to speak tomorrow, just don't talk.
This is the iPhone, no. This is the iPhone, no. The Apple.
Let's hold on, please. Let's diversify. All this, you guys. Yeah, I have a breaking news here for you. Yeah, can I go on?
Go on, sir.
Yes, it was muted for some time.
Yes, I have a breaking news for you. I will not mention the person's name. Just guess. My daddy had 40 wives and 103 children. But when we did DNA, it was reduced to 55. Guess who is this? Who can guess? Thank you, Abiola. Oh my God. This man.
The man who do this lateral Lagbeki now. That one had about 400 children. So,
but Ola, how can somebody add 55 kids?
Irọ́ ni jàre gbogbo àwọn bíbí yẹn kàn gbóyún fún ni because olówó.
Wọ́n máa sọ pé tí làwọn fi ń dánmọ̀ ẹ̀ mọ̀.
Wọ́n kàn gbóyún fún ni olówó ní ìgbà.
Ọlágbẹ̀gì tó wàjà lọ́jọ́ òun ó ní over 400 children.
Ṣé DNA fún ọmọ yẹn gbà yẹn?
Ilẹ̀ tún bá débi ọ̀rọ̀ tẹ́ nǹkan ọmọ fọlọ́mọ nísìnyí.
No, kí ni fẹ́ ká ṣe general fẹ́ ká change topic ni.
I want us to take it. Yeah, let's take it.
Anyway, Fatah is here.
I don't even understand Ola this morning. Are you doing solidarity for your neighbor? Are you doing solidarity for your neighbor today?
But there's no difference between America and Canada. Forget about that.
The most indebted country in the world is America.
The most indebted. How come the economy of America is stronger than the entire Europe?
That's the reason, because all the monies of the world are in their economy.
America don't protect any Saudi, we are not
talking about who is protecting who.
Protect.
We said the most indebted.
America don't protect the UK.
Hold on, guys. By the way, Remy, Ajalico was
around 1 liter of fuel ní $30 per liter in USA.
No, America
you don't know. No, that's a lie. You don't know.
Do you know how much we invested in your economy? Yeah, you know how much we invested in your economy.
You know how much we protect.
Why don't you take your money and go there? Why don't you take your money and go?
How much we protect you?
They can't go.
Why not?
You think that protection will come for free?
Your leaders, they cannot say what you are saying. You are just an ordinary citizen and you can be blabbing. Your leaders, can they say what you are saying?
What, Simba? I say take your money and go. I'm blabbing. Take your money and go. We don't need your money.
If they reduce quota only, America will start shaking. If they reduce quota,
no, hold on. BKB and Simba, do you not know that America produces more oil than Saudi Arabia? We have more reserve. We have more. Yes.
That is true. We produce about maybe. Is it not 13? Is it not
the only reason why? Because hold on, guys, hold on. Because Saudi Arabia is a hold on, Vicky. Because Saudi Arabia is a partner, like a strong partner to the United States for a very long time. That's the reason why we don't want to crash the oil market, okay? And we keep it afloat. The United States is capable, okay, of winning the OPEC, monopoly on the global petroleum. We can do it. We have the reserve, and we have.
Is part of OPEC?
That's what I said. We have the capacity and the ability to ruin OPEC. We can supply your.
I agree with you. Is it part of OPEC? Is USA part of OPEC?
No, we're not. We don't have to be part of OPEC. We're not part of OPEC.
They have the capacity, but they are not part of OPEC.
Why do they want to? Because OPEC is a cartel. It's a monopoly in that regard. So we don't. Why do we need OPEC? We have. You don't have a clue the capacity that America has, even our reserve when it comes to petroleum and natural gas. We have plenty.
I agree with you.
Hold on. Well, let me tell you. During Trump's time, if you knew that, we had to stop or find a way to reduce production. So the price, you're right, America is not part of OPEC, but the OPEC nations, Saudi Arabia and co, they came to Trump, they had to negotiate because Trump was crashing the global market for oil. We were crashing it. Google it right now. Find out how much a barrel of
it crashed to $10 per barrel.
Exactly, it was ridiculous. We're sending you guys to the bankruptcy house. We weren't. We could have crashed it further. That a barrel could have been $5 a barrel.
And they were begging people to come and take oil for free. We have abundance of gas, abundance of crude oil, abundance of everything.
Russia decided to reduce OPEC quota. The pump price of fuel at the station in America jumped by 25%.
Let me see. That is politics. Hold on, BKB. You're talking politics that you don't know about. That's strictly politics. See,
that's what I'm saying. Now you have
hold on a second. Separate.
And these two countries decided to reduce their quota and increase the fuel pump price by 25%.
Okay, we have to separate politics from the reality of Americans' position when it comes to this natural resource we're talking about. I'm telling you that we have abundance of this natural resources, natural gas. Okay,
I'm not disputing that fact.
So then you have to be quiet. You and Sinbad have to be quiet. You and Sinbad have to be quiet.
There are so many countries that are oil-producing nations. They don't have capacity for export. American is in that category.
That's not
That
true.
Is why those two countries can increase, can just reduce output.
BQB, explain what you mean by we don't have capacity for export. Explain that. What does that mean?
Just a minute.
BQB is running propaganda this evening.
No, this is not propaganda now. If they have
Explain
capacity
that.
to export,
Explain.
that means they produce enough to export. Then why are they not exporting?
BQB, wait.
Yes.
Let me tell you something.
Okay.
See, America is an economy.
You are in America also now. You are in America.
Are we not selling crude? Are we not selling crude to Dangote? America is selling crude to Dangote now. You said we don't have capacity.
Let me tell you, all those crude being produced by Russia, Saudi Arabia, Venezuela. Where does the crude get to finally?
No, hold on. Currently, America is selling crude.
Wait now. Nigerian oil, where does it go to be refined?
BQB, forget. Look at the consumption. America got 3.8 million barrels of crude oil from Canada every day.
Okay.
No. Did you hear that one?
What are they getting from Canada? What are they getting from Canada?
Wait now.
Okay.
I said they get 3.8 million barrels, except if my data is deceiving me. And
yes, from Canada. Yes, from Canada. Yes, from Canada. Okay.
Ola, do you mind when you when you land, do you mind if I just take a few moments? I don't really
just go ahead. I want to hear from you. I want to hear from you.
Thank you very much. Also, I don't need to pretend. I heard you and Prince Daddy earlier today. So, for wherever you were, thank you. I heard also that you. I just want to address. Usually I don't really care. I hear a lot of times, but I just ignore it. But I think it's very important to do it today. I heard somebody saying price of the petrol or something, or price, or whether price generally or price of petrol is not a matter of economics. And number one, and also he also said that there is no economist on the panel, in the platform.
Okay, no, that's Kulata, not a Prince Daddy. That's Kulata.
Yeah, whatever his name is. Well, I say there are some people coordinating an attack against Fatah. It is good to set the record straight that he's the chief of them. So that he said is a bad belly shot against Fatah. And I am happy to tell him that it would have been better for him not to be copy-pasting Fatah, to be claiming he had MBA, he went to business school. Now, lie. He's just only repeating what he heard from Fatah. Somebody saying palliative in 2024 never attended a class of business school. I can guarantee you that. So economic price actually is a very big component economy. Even the very essence of demand and supply is about price. Not only that, price theory is a big staple in economics. You can't do pricing without economics. So to say something as childish as that is beyond disgusting. And by the way, you should stop copy pasting Fatah. I've told him before, come and try me. Don't underestimate me. I'm telling you for the last time. Stop stalking me. Stop following me around.
Fatah, let me say something. No, Fatah, let me say something. See, if I were you, I won't even take that in too much because let me tell you something.
Ola, sorry, Ola. No, sorry. Okay, what I even forget to tell. When I am gone, you will not have anything close to an economist on the platform. That's my response to you, to him. When I am gone.
No.
But it is better for you. But it is better for you. Guaranteed, you know, good when you don't do any MBA, you know, go business school. You do the copy paste.
No, Fatah. No. Do you know why? No, Fatah. See, the thing is this: because we are very close here, sometimes we may underrate or undervalue one another. I will tell you something. You know, when I came to this platform, even in the forum, someone was boldly arguing with me that I don't know anything about economics. Nobody really know my background. That's why openly here, when people were beginning to call me economist, I said, don't call me economist. I'm just a student of economics. And the fact is, up till now, I will put something in the comment section. There's what we call a microeconomics hour in my school. We do that every first week of every month. And we created that forum as far back as 2020, during that time of COVID. So I have two professors. One is Vlad Dakpolov, and the other one is Aj Saleh Estefani. So I'm talking of the senior professors that have been, you know, when someone have been a professor as far back as 1983. So for some of us that went through that school, whether you went through economics or you did MBA or you are in finance, so that you went through that faculty. So we come every month, we present our case, and the professors, they will diagnose. So up to this moment, but you know, sometimes when, maybe because initially when I came, maybe I would say I overstep by saying, no, I do this. No, I was just talking freely, because whenever I'm marketing myself to customer here, it's one of those things that my selling point, just to market, okay, so that just to tell you that this is the broad knowledge that I have. The thing is,
I just want to say something. So I came on the other time. I posted a website from IMF. By the way, if petrol price is not matter of economics, IMF will not be talking about it. By the way, you know, just even let's not even talk anything. IMF focused on it, could do a consultation, writing all these things they do, report everything about. I mean, I could a grown up who is not a child even say something like that. It's beyond belief. Maybe later I will say it's joking, but it's not joking. I don't expect him to
online, everybody.
Hey, bro. I know that your time this morning. Hey, no, please.
I want to go.
So I posted. Oh my goodness.
Okay, bye everybody. Bye.
I posted the website from IMF when I was the other time. So maybe between him and one man, they went to visit the website. He comes back and saying he's talking implicit subsidy. He didn't talk anything implicit, anything subsidy, anything. I posted the website before you two knew. It's just a website, not even anything interesting. You know, I posted the website on the website before you went to later to go and read. Now you want to. Now I don't even have a problem if they want to hijack narratives or they want to hijack argument, but you always murder them. That is my problem. You are destroying conversations. You are creating nuisance everywhere, pretending to be corporate or whatever you're pretending to be. I just wanted to set the record straight. You know, that was a bad belly shot at Fatai. And I know. And he does it every time. If they follow me for yanks everywhere I go. If I'm writing comments, Dr. Damages there, he will come there, start doing rubbish. Or he will copy paste what I said and start jumping around. Go everywhere. You should be thankful to me that you're able to copy paste me to pretend like you know anything. You know. Emma Bino Ola Baba. Baba, I don't know Emma Bino. When I'm gone, you will not have anything close to it. Thank you.
No. Fatai, you don't need that. Like I said, you know that economics. Whenever we say something, the first thing many people will say, they say you are saying nonsense. So that's why sometimes what I do most of these days, that I prefer to listen, because the fact is, I'm not a practicing economist too. Anyway, I'm just a student of economics, and I keep saying that. So,
but even online, if you were a practicing economist, there are different school of thoughts when it comes to economics and other disciplines. So nobody has monopoly. You can think you're right, but at the same time somebody's going to think you're wrong. So nobody has monopoly on the economics of finance. I mean, do you guys understand that?
It's breaking off.
Yeah, it's breaking off.
Yeah,
that is appreciate that. That's very correct. That's very correct.
That's very correct.
That is very
correct.
That is very correct, and that is very different to somebody saying price of whatever is not a matter of economics. Yeah, certainly, it's totally different from that, and that is very different from somebody trying to take a bad belly shot, saying you are not even what you claim to be. What leg are you even standing on to be claiming that somebody is not somebody? You are not. You lie every 2 seconds. You lie more than you breathe. You want to tell somebody is not somebody. You should take care of it. Remove the peg, whatever they call it, in your own eye before you can see whatever is other people's eye. That's what I want to say. Thank you, everybody. Thank you very much.
So no, that's what I'm saying, Fatai. You don't need to go because, like I said, it's not air.
No more. I don't know. I'm by around 8.
Oh no, I'm sorry. So it doesn't mean you should not come tomorrow. That's what I'm saying. You just come because it's. Let me tell you one thing.
No. When I come, I could come if my nerves, everything is all right. But really, I'm really tired. I am sick of people like that. I have dealt with them for over a year.
Fatai.
I'm sick of them.
Fatai. Mo gbọ́ orúkọ kan lẹ́nu ẹ̀ pé kò láta.
Kò láta nínú kò tá lẹ́nu. Ó fẹ́ dàbí Fatai. Ó fẹ́ dàbí Fatai. Tó bá jí mi lórí wọn. Olórin kan ló kọ́. Tó bá jí mi lórí wọn lè jí mi lóhùn. Tó bá jí mi lórí wọn lè jí. Ó fẹ́ ṣe bí Fatai ni wọn lè dàbí Fatai. Bàbá mi ẹ ṣe gan jàre má fi ní dàrọ.
A tún máa rí ẹ lọ́la. A máa rí ẹ lọ́la. Agbára
náà. See, I think I understand the situation because the way it is.
Mr. Fatai Mbinu.
You know, Baba Jalego, you were here the other time when people say, economics like nobody should call me an economist too, because I know that over time I can't survive.
Fatai, bóyá bàmá gbọ́n, ẹni tó jẹ́ lọ́ọ̀yà tó jẹ́ professor yìí lọ níbí, wọ́n sọ wípé kí ló sọ.
Pàṣátì sọ wípé mọ̀ nípa lọ. Ó ti rẹ́rìí yó.
Ibi yìí lè, ibi táwa yìí lè, wọ́n burú gan bì yìí.
Because the way we're trained.
Wọ́n ní ọ̀gbẹ́ni pé lọ́wọ́ ló kà.
You know, okay.
Sometimes. No, look at yes now. People interrogate everything here in this place.
What is Jakara doctor? Simba, what is which kind?
Yes, now they interrogate things on this place.
You will be sure. You will be sure.
Advice kan. Kí aláwo káwọn yàrá nǹkan wá kó wọn lẹ́rú ní sáájú ń bẹ̀ kọ́lé kò sí ń bà wọ́n.
Ká tiẹ̀ kọ́kọ́ withdraw base wa tó wà bẹ́ẹ̀ yẹn. Àkọ́kọ́ withdraw ẹ̀ náà.
Mr. Fatai ṣe
gbogbo àwọn Nàìjíríà yìí wọ́n máa fẹsẹ̀ fẹ́ ní o. Gbogbo àwọn Nàìjíríà yìí máa fẹsẹ̀ wọ́n máa sá lọ ni wọ́n máa padà sí i. Wọ́n máa sá lọ ni.
Gbogbo ìbú Amẹ́ríkà ìta ìgbàlálẹ̀ yìí á ní gbogbo yẹn mọ́.
No. Sincerely speaking, I was gassed, even for someone to even be comparing Saudi Arabia than America. Like seriously.
Èyí tó ń pè ní àbùdí mọ́mí nìyẹn. Ó máa gbàgbé jàlámí ẹ̀ tó máa fẹsẹ̀.
No, who was comparing? What were they comparing? What were they comparing?
No. See, even the oil you are producing, right? Canada has capacity more than Saudi Arabia.
You are just moving from one point to another that doesn't relate. Nobody is mentioning. Wait, now nobody is mentioning Canada. You are not. In an attempt to want to protect America as everything, which we know, you will always be jumping from one point to another that is not relating. Nobody mentioned Canada, but you are now making Canada.
Okay, I know jump again.
We don't really care about Canada.
Anyway. I said most of this oil produced all over the world find its way to America. So if you're not saying the oil is in America, it's in America.
Because BQB, you have to understand international business, international reciprocity when it comes to business. Of course, again, yes, they find their way to America.
Economics and all this thing that you're
saying. BQB, wait. if America decide to produce everything and flush the world market, don't forget that these people, they are major military hardware producer. They have other products like in aviation, everything. So if they don't allow you to make money, how will you get money to procure the other products?
It's America that is allowing them to make money. See how you are.
No, look at this way now. They buy oil from you.
Do you think
they buy oil from
everybody feel so America are just happy to allow them to be making money? So why are they
Well,
not
you know,
allowing
yes.
why are they not allowing Nigerians to be making money?
Hold on, BKB, Nisoro.
Why are they not allowing Nigerians to be making money?
Hold on, BKB. Hold on. You have to understand that. You have to understand that certain countries they need to have enough purchasing power for certain products. Now, it is in the interest of America for Saudi Arabia to be able to purchase their military hardware. Nigeria buy that Google and pizza. So Nigeria has done enough money.
The America can help us too. Now, maybe we have oil also. They can help us to sell
Are you Are you a strategic partner? Answer that question.
They can be in Africa.
No, not everybody. See, let me tell you. You know the game. You said it yourself. It is in the interest that some countries remain poor, or just like Noam Chomsky said, it's important that some countries are a source of raw materials and a destination for final goods, like African nations. They don't want you to prosper. But Saudi Arabia, they make a lot of money. They need to protect themselves from Iran and Iraq and some other bad elements around there. So they feel comfortable selling their hardware, the military hardware, to Saudi Arabia. They feel comfortable with Egypt. Okay, it's all strategic partnership. Yeah.
Yes. No, I agree with you. I agree with those points. Those points are there. That's not what I'm saying, you know. I never mentioned that.
Agree with me, you didn't agree with
me.
You
that's not what I'm saying. That's not what I'm saying, you know. I said 2 points that OPEC Plus, just Saudi Arabia and Russia, only decided to reduce output. And there was a significant increase in the pump price of oil in America. And again, the American senator...
It's normal. You already disrupt the supply chain. It's normal. America is not ready to respond to that.
So I agree with you that
Trump was actually going to respond to it. That's why people don't like Trump. If you leave Trump might have countered that.
No, it was not during time of Trump.
I'm just giving an example.
Biden.
Okay.
It was during Biden.
There was a time
they released the strategic reserve they have, and if you continue to release the strategic reserve to maintain the price,
hold on. Let him land. It's correct.
If they continue, all these things they are saying, are we not watching it in the news? Is it that somebody in America needs to explain that one to anybody? These are common sense things now that we listen to in the news. So they release the strategic reserve they have. And if you continue to release it, you will deplete that same strategic reserve. You know how much fuel consumption America consumes per day? That same local production they have, they don't have capacity to sustain what they consume per day. That's what I'm telling you. America is an oil producing country.
America is now self-sustained when it comes to
okay, that's what they want. That's what you want to believe now. Yes, I agree with you. No,
you know the funniest
thing in America.
You know actually we were actually BQB. Oh no, BQB under Trump. Yes, we buy from everywhere. We buy from everywhere. Sorry, go ahead, Thomas.
BQB.
No, if they are self-sustaining, why are they buying?
BQB.
If they are self-sustaining on a product, why are they buying?
You know the funniest
thing. Just like you said, I'd rather continue. Go ahead.
No, just trying to buttress what he was talking about. You know, when the federal government released fuel with from reserve, I think the average price of gas then was around $3 plus averagely. But you know the funniest thing is that particular price is now catching up. In fact, it has even surpassed that because now even here in Texas they're selling gas at 3 something. You know, it fluctuates, but the highest you will say is like around 370 something there. And that was when people were yelling and crying about the price of gas, petrol has gone up. Even when the federal government releases from the reserve, then look at what is this now? There's nothing it hasn't measured up. But at that particular time, it works, but the price is still on the higher side. Anyway, go ahead, Vicky.
Then yes, again, Biden visited Saudi Arabia. I don't know the major reason why he visited the country then, but the local news is reporting that he came in to implore on Saudi Arabia to not cut down the production, because they think that they want to, in a way, strategically support Russia by bringing down, by reducing
give me 5 seconds. Americans, keep your money. Hush puppy is out. Hush puppy is out. Keep your money very well. Go on.
Okay, thank you. So Biden came to, despite the strong words used by Biden on the states, he still had to lower his shoulder to come to the country to, in a way, everything is political. If he did not come that time and they go ahead to reduce the production, it will significantly affect the price and it will have a political implication in the US. In fact, some American senators were saying that Saudi Arabia is political, that it had to, the foreign minister had to be involved, that they are not doing anything about politics, because I think there is a midterm election around that period. So if all this point I'm saying is to say that it's not as the way they present it, we produce also, we are self-sufficient, it's not that like that. You are just amplifying that because that is where you stay.
Okay, let me respond if
so
you're
that's
done.
that's the point I'm making.
Okay, let me respond. Okay,
Yes.
so it's important for you to understand the dynamics in American politics between the liberals and the conservatives, the Democrats and Republicans, right? See, unless you are hiding under the rock. When Trump was in power from 2016 to 2019, about 2020, we were paying the lowest price in decades for a liter. Here is a gallon of gas in like 2 or 3 decades, right? Why? Why? Because Trump had his mantra called "drill, baby, drill." We opened up the drilling stations, if you want to say that, across America, from Texas to Oklahoma to Alaska. We were producing oil. Okay, we're drilling, and in doing so, during Trump's era, we became what we call energy sufficient, right? Energy sufficient. I remember clearly, and Adewale and Angelica can back it up, that we were paying about $1.65, no, 99 per a gallon, not liter, in Nigeria, a gallon of gas. We were. Back then, the global oil price was crashing. It was crashing, going down the drain. What I'm talking about is an open information, right? You can Google it. See, you got to keep one thing in mind also. There has to be a balancing act. See, American oil companies, I guess, what are they? From ExxonMobil and the other ones, they too were losing a lot of money because OPEC could not compete neither. They couldn't compete. We had enough oil that we didn't have to import. In fact, we're exporting natural gas and other stuff to the rest of the world. Okay, and OPEC as a body, as a cartel, could not fight against America because you don't know how big America is, and the reserve we have, not reserve as in reserve that is ready to be utilized. I'm talking about reserve as in the ground, natural resources that we have when it comes to petroleum and energy sources. We got plenty. We don't need Saudi Arabia or any other country in the world. That's sufficient. See, there's politics involved. Now, Biden and the Democrat, they are anti-oil, if you want to put it that way. They don't like drilling. Why? Because they want to protect the environment. They want to protect nature and all this other stuff. Okay. They want to protect this other stuff. So when Biden came, by his own power, executive order, he shut down. He shut down most of the drilling in America, and he has the power to do so. Alaska is a pristine place. If you know how many.
So let me just interrogate you. If he shut down, how are Americans now going to maintain the continuous supply? Where would they get the oil from?
That's why it went to Saudi. See, there's politics involved. That's why it went to Saudi Arabia.
That's the same thing I'm saying now. Yes, now
but okay. Now let me wrap it up by saying, in the spirit of MAGA, the American nationalism, American first, American manifest destiny. We don't need anybody. We are self-contained. Okay, to produce our own oil and energy.
It's just a grandiose.
You are living in the la la land, my brother.
Yes, you see now. You see that the more the guy talks, the more he shows that he's just grandiose in his belief about America. No.
Wait, hold on. What am I being grandiose? I'm telling you what we have here.
There's no country that can live on its own.
No. Because you're trying to mock me. That's why I just told you when it comes to. Hold on. I said when it comes to the production of oil. I'm not saying like we're totally independent. No, I'm saying when it comes to having enough oil, to propel our economy, we have more than enough. I just explained to you. That's the rocket science. We have plenty. You can Google it. We have more than enough oil to propel our economy. But keep in mind also, we're not really a manufacturing-based economy that much anyways. We drive a lot, but we don't manufacture a lot. We don't need that much energy in that regard. Okay, so again, politics involved. Biden going to Saudi Arabia to beg them is just silly. Trump wouldn't do that. In fact, it was the other way around when Trump was in power. They rather came to beg us.
Because Trump is in a good relationship with them. So Trump was Trump was in Saudi Arabia also now, but you can even see all smiles.
It was in Saudi Arabia because Saudi Arabia also they need to procure order. They need to procure military hardware.
It's the same thing. If you look at when Trump visited and when
Biden, but keep this first. It's American first. It's American first. See, if Trump like Biden cares so much about Saudi Arabia, then it would not encourage the production of oil in America. It will not drive down the price. Let me say, it wasn't just Saudi Arabia losing. American companies were also losing on the stock market because the price of a barrel of oil was like $10 or less than $30. It was that low, and before it came, it was like over $100. How did that happen? It's simple supply and demand equilibrium. That's what happened. We had more than enough supply to crash the price. And we didn't need oil from Saudi Arabia or even from Venezuela. We didn't need it. But when politics come in, that's when all these things unravel. Okay? So that's just a story. I mean, what I'm telling you is not a special knowledge. Just Google it and read it.
Prince Daddy, when is Trump going to jail?
Very great again. Very great.
Thomas just put in one thing too.
No, it's not even Thomas. Even they won't put it. So when is Trump going to jail?
Trump is not going to jail. He's not going to jail. I know people like Adewale wishes that he goes to jail, but he's not going to jail.
He is going to jail.
There you go.
He's going to.
There you go.
He's going to call a deal with the judge. And then no, it's no longer in the hands of the DA. It's now with the judge. He's gonna call a deal with the judge. The judge is gonna give him perhaps maybe some probation, the community services. It's just something that is gonna add up, but not something that is gonna take. But it's gonna be.
So as convicts want to become the president of America?
Well, the Constitution of America did not say that even if you are convicted felon, you cannot be a president.
You can still be a president.
It's so when Elewo can become the president of the.
You can imagine that it's a tit for tat. The Biden's.
You guys should never talk of Nigeria again. So Ibori can actually become the president of Nigeria too.
You know the funniest thing, Allah. American democracy is a joke in the sense that that is the number one thing Americans sell to the world. Democracy on its own. Most of the thing that you see, the way it's being practiced, is not real. These people bite themselves at the back. Look at it. Biden's son was supposed to cut a deal with what do you call it? The Department of Justice. But this same Department of Justice that was appointed by what is his name? Biden, right? Eventually they rescind that that deal that they cut with them because it was obvious that Trump is probably going to be convicted, so they didn't want any backlash in a way, so that
there we go again. I do all this fake news. No, that's all fake news. That's not true. You guys don't believe what he's saying. It's all mumbo jumbo fake news. Not true. He didn't tell you. Why come you didn't tell them that the reason actually they cut it? Hold on, they actually cut a deal. They actually cut a deal, but when the judge during the deposition of the case, the judge was able to uncover that, hey, this deal you guys are cutting doesn't make any sense. It was the judge that exposed everything. Like, hey, you guys admit that this guy committed the crime. He did this and that. Then how come you guys came to this agreement in letting him go free? It was going to go scot free. It was going to go scot free.
See,
but somehow, so don't make it sound like the DOJ was really doing their job, and that's why they had him convicted. No, fake news, Adewale, fake news. I think you watch CNN. That's the problem.
Anyway, since Eleven want to become the president of America,
he's a Trump supporter.
but so I don't know. So any American should not even be talking about Tinubu that is not even an 11. So I got some information yesterday that Tinubu is actually serious about restructuring Nigeria. That guy, the person that was even telling me yesterday was even saying that guy doesn't even care whether it's the second time or whatever. That the guy is going to restructure Nigeria. So how many people really believe this?
When is he going to start? Is it 2 months after to the end of his tenure?
No. See, I believe Tinubu was going to restructure Nigeria anyways. You see, you have to know you have to know the man's antecedents. You know, he was going to do that anyway. It is in his interest. He holds it to the southwestern part of the country to even do that. He knows all about resource control. Nobody knows more about resource control than Tinubu does. He actually does.
He doesn't have such powers. Why you are just playing?
Going to restructure. He has
National Assembly by the ball, so he has National Assembly by the ball. He has the power.
Patoski, explain.
He doesn't have such power now. The National Assembly has to be the one. They are the ones that can restructure the country, and the Northerners have majority. The Northerners have majority in the National Assembly.
Patoski.
Does he have the politics? Does he have the political will? Number one, I guess acknowledge. Does Tinubu have the?
This is what I'm saying. Wait first. Let's look at the practicality of it. All of us know that the North will not want a restructuring of the current system. Do we all agree on that?
I disagree with you, Ogami. I disagree totally.
Do not want
now. Wait, Patoski. We have 6 geopolitical zones in the country, and the 2 of them are only called North. So the remaining 4, we have South for the 3, and we have the people that prefer to call themselves Middle Belt, North Central to the 4. So this is going to be the game of the majority. And when you look at the situation, I'm pushing something. How did I know this? Someone that happens to be into mining was telling me, I was asking him how the business was doing yesterday. He said the way that man is running it, that it's like he's trying to give the state governor more power on that mineral resources things. So that the way they are going out, that it's just a matter of this. The way it was explained, that just a matter of time. Tinubu was ready to let the state governors even have greater control.
Okay, in that term of resource control, like through federalism, yeah, you can easily do that now.
See, restructuring doesn't mean that, because we may not have all those regional systems we are talking about.
What I mean by restructuring should be
it's pushing the state police now.
Federal character. You understand?
No, that will still be there. That federal character will be there.
Yeah, that's the problem.
What is the definition of federal character? I want to know federal character how.
Mediocrity is going to be at the center instead of merit.
Because our country is a little bit complex.
We are not the only complex country now.
No, what is federal character? I'm trying to ask. What is federal character? Federal character in terms of what?
You see, federal character means that in everything, every state must be represented, irrespective of qualification, merit, or whatever. That's what it means. So,
okay,
if, for example,
here is the deal. Here's the deal. By the time they finish the restructuring, it may have something similar to what we used to have at independence. Now, if Obafemi Awolowo University is being controlled by Osun State, University of Lagos is being controlled by Lagos State, and you have Ekiti State University and all those universities they are being controlled. You are going to decide the way you want it. The federal character will not be there. Everything will basically be what to do. But if you are talking of the military, then the federal character will be there. If you are talking of your minister, the federal character will be there. But if Patoski is running electricity company in Akure, and you decide to employ whoever you want to employ, nobody will force you federal character. But the state governor can license you, the state government can license you to be an electricity producer in Ondo State.
Of course, if it's my own, I can federal character will apply to my distance. But if it's a government thing, federal character will apply.
Like military now, I argue there's no
military,
way.
Government agencies, different things.
But the state police, LASMA, for example, is a form of state police.
Here now. Federal character does not currently even apply in those areas.
If not because of Jaku that call himself Agunye Rose.
Allow who allowed them to speak?
Because I haven't been on the platform for when you guys will always complain about my mic.
The two princes
now.
Because you guys complain about my mic, so I decided to keep mute because that embarrassment is too much.
The one you went to the punch up, baby.
And wait, your mic is actually good tonight, oh?
No, because I'm using my laptop.
Okay. That's a lie. You just go and pay your internet. You are not paying your internet bill before. You just pay today.
They are making all this money. Can't buy
See, I know Agoyi Rossi put us into this, but you know why why I avoid the discussion sometimes is before you know it's going to generate to any discussion. And any discussion actually it sapped my energy a lot. So I hate.
I mean, we need to talk. We need to talk about it because
we can talk about the way people take it.
No, they could take it whatever whichever way they want. That you see, what military does the evil they did in that country. We've had it good. Every region controls their resources. It encourages competition. But
I won't blame the common people of the region. That's the problem. That was the problem of the power block. Okay, Azikiwe believed that because that time the southeastern part of the country were the most educated in quotes. Why did I say so? Because they occupy the civil service. There were many in the military, so they were at the forefront. It was only later that the education that Awolowo brought to the western region, I think it really helped Yoruba to accelerate. Now, when those military were in power and they were seeing themselves as the people who are at the top, they just think that, okay, we are the boss. Let's just tabaru everybody. And it backfired. So I won't place that on common people from the other region. But the problem with the common people now, over time, they've managed to indoctrinate them. That's where the issue is now. You understand? But the common people were they the one that started it? No. But when the elite created the problem, and the common people now suffer from the civil war. It now made it, the pain is still there, and it now made it easier for the elite now to now poison their mind and for them to now fire back. Even someone that was not born at that time too will believe anything that the leaders told them, just like it did not too. They follow their leaders the way they like. But in the Southwest, when your leader says too many things, if that thing is sounding too good to be truthful, people will start grumbling, say, "Baba, this," but so it's just the way it is. So that's why I'm saying that given to me, because that ethnicity it sapped my energy, to be honest with you. It sapped my energy a lot. So I don't really want, but we know people, we know the leaders. That's why that even when I'm even talking of Hausa Fulani, I prefer to talk of the leaders because in my experience, in my career as a field engineer back in Nigeria, then I've really mingled with a lot of these guys. I'm even talking of those days that I'll be traveling around 12 a.m. in the middle of the night from Mina to Kano to all those that I will not really be afraid of.
Honestly, that unitary system created this dichotomy that we now are dealing with, because the fallout of that singular exercise alone, you can look at UAE. UAE are different emirates, and they're developing at their own pace. In fact, Emirate of Sharjah is the most backward among them. But one thing that they are known for is they hold their religion, their belief strongly. That's why till today you can't go to Sharjah and hold hand. Police could grab you. You're on your own with that. But in Dubai, you see people dressing like they are going to hell one way or the other. Nobody care, and they are growing. They don't. Perhaps maybe they don't really fancy those tall buildings or all those new technology. But not that Charger is not developed, but it's not as the same
pace. You mean Saudi Arabia?
In Dubai. In Dubai.
No, yeah, Dubai is very developed.
Yeah, no, I mean UAE generally. That's
the last time I was there was 2000. Was it 2000? No, 2011. I've not been there since 2011. I know things must have changed a lot now.
The Dubai you went on YouTube, I mean, counting.
No, I went to Dubai for training. Look at this, Baba. Look at this man. I went for training in Dubai in 2011, and I stayed at Bujuma Hayan. So what are you talking about?
When I first went to Dubai was in 2003.
YouTube.
I went back there 2005. After 2005, I didn't go back there until 2018. The level of development, well, you can call that development, but what we see is that, we have systems that killing all those the green energy supporters, we say, where you have the trees cut and no tree. What am I even talking about? I'm playing video game and I'm talking.
No, the last time I went to that Dubai, one funny thing is that when I got to that place, I started looking at what I would eat, all this. So we will go to Dera. It's only when I go to Dera that's okay.
That's there's a place called Bod Dubai or something like that. First time I went there on Keno. Then there was that Palm, whatever estate they were doing. That was around 2005.
Yeah, 2009, 11 was.
That was where I went to buy some of the laptop then.
Dubai Mall.
Yeah.
And that was when they were telling me that Dubai Mall is the largest mall in the world. I'm not sure whether it is true though.
It is.
So
it's still the biggest. and it's still thriving and it's vibrant and still thriving.
That's where we will go to the top of the roof for swimming pool. That's the first. I've never seen any swimming pool on top of the building since I've been traveling. Should be the thing I know. I will tell you.
Okay, yeah. Well,
I know now. So even when they were talking about aquarium, the first aquarium I was inside the room was in Georgia Aquarium. When I went to Georgia Aquarium, that would be the first aquarium inside the building. When I was looking at your dolphin and when all those guys were playing with dolphin and what's the name of this other guy, seal. When they be doing the show, that's one of the reasons I love Georgia actually, Atlanta. So that's one of the reasons I even love those places. When I went to the CNN there, when they were telling me that the CNN there is the only studio that asks everything, we were not asking them question why not certain area. They said that place was the cheapest for them. From there to Chattanooga, there are some kind of adventure you'll be bought.
Which country is Georgia?
It's a state in America now.
Okay.
So Georgia is in America now.
Georgia, Georgia.
I was wondering.
Okay. I'll make it in me now. It might be
only Georgia. Which country is Georgia? Dubai. Sorry, like in
my first time in United Kingdom, I was bored. It was like immediately we finished the train like this. In fact, it was like made the plane quick run. So we went for that training. We went to Dundee. So I went to Dundee that time. In fact, I almost I no train. So we got lost for almost 4 hours. We now asked someone he said, wow, that you were we are moving toward the end of another city. We need to go back to King's Cross. Oh my goodness.
I don't know. I haven't been on this show for days now. Did anybody mention or talk about the visit of Christopher Wray, FBI director, to Wama? I mean, I say Wama, to Tinubu?
No.
Honestly, it's worth discussing. It's baffling.
What's the significance? If you can let us know, what do you feel?
According to the statement they released out, says that they are in partnership with the government,
insecurity and
to curb terrorism. And I was wondering, when did the FBI decided to be the police of the world coming to Nigeria? Their major assignment is domestic issues, not external issue. I understand sometimes they partner with the other security agency in the other country, but when did Nigeria become an ally of America when it comes to FBI?
I think we need every foreign help that can save that country. And I will tell you, I could be wrong, but this is my own perspective. You see, nobody is talking about all this Malamina and those people that looted our treasury. According to the newspaper, we were subsidizing forex with 1.5 billion. I think Kulata brought that data, right? So we were basically borrowing for some people to loot, right? And these people that they are looting, by the time they are coming for election in 2027 or maybe 2021 is when they want to come. Don't forget that part of the Stony Weight is what we come here and use to face the country again. So What I'm saying here is this: our looted money is not staying in that country. It's moving outside of that country. Everybody, whether Interpol, whether FBI, whether Scotland Yard, and those people in there. What's the name of those people in Dubai? So if we can get everybody on board, because I think the mission will be that if money is crossing our border, we need some people to help us to trace that money where it's going to. If we can find a way to take all this money away from all this crook for better thing, and if we can even push them away, if we cannot prosecute them successfully in Nigeria, to go and do their J time somewhere outside the country, I don't mind. The insecurity in Nigeria today, honestly, there is no way under the heaven and this earth and on this earth that we will say people in the government do not know. They know. It's just impossible for them not to know.
Yeah, but why would the head of FBI come visiting the head of state in Africa?
So what are you suspecting? So let me
you know, in some ways, you have to look at what are the interests of America in Nigeria for them to be having a partnership in the first place. You're right. And I'm suspecting that certain interest has to be, perhaps they needed to see the head of state to see where maybe they are probably, you know, you came to scared to know in a way. Let me put it that way. In a look, you know, comes to scare him off. You know, perhaps maybe trying to show him something that could not be done, and you know, some of these diplomatic relationships sometimes get as it be. Most time when you see them coming out, sometimes they threaten themselves inside the living room. They will now come out and say they have a very productive meeting. However, I don't know. I'm just making things up here, but it's just that I just don't see that significance of
I don't know. To be
flying
honest,
12 hours, thousands of miles to come see the president. When you have the Secretary of Foreign Secretary of State, you have the Defense Secretary, and you know, I still don't understand why the head of FBI has to visit the head of state. If at all, at that level, I understand that, you know, him being the head of FBI, it could as well reach out across to the what is Ribadu, NSA, right, chairman. So why taking that long journey to do what?
To me, I'm not scared of that though, because I don't know.
Remember when it was contesting, it was not their favorite. He didn't even visit America. He was supposed to visit America, but I don't know what changed that time. It was only Atiku that went with all those other clown, Dino Melaye and what's his name? Bukola Saraki, and they went to meet one of congressman there.
Okay, like what I'm reading now is that I think it's the EFCC that actually invited the FBI. Because that's what I'm now saying, that they just broke a renewed strategic alliance to attack him and of international. So it's like
my brother, I think it's just a smooth screen for something.
I don't know. Like I said, I don't really understand that space. I want to learn from people.
To me, I think it's just a smooth screen. It's not. I mean, it's not today that Nigeria government, even agency, have been forming partnership with American government, and the negotiation at that level, even with the defense ministry in America, they doesn't have to involve President with president. Sometimes they say, even deputy director in the Ministry of Defense or whatever can as well have that, you know, meeting with their counterpart here in Nigeria. It doesn't really need to involve, because some of those things I just don't get it.
See, in 2003, they came to Nigeria too. So that was when after forming the FCC. So that's what I'm reading now. So
can you hear me?
We can hear you, Patoski.
So anything, one of the things that will happen is this. We all know that there are big major political interests that are behind the security issue in Nigeria. And you want to make that kind
of Patos, before you continue, I've seen the bilateral agreement too. They signed in 2003, providing training, and they visited Nigeria.
But they rescinded it. They withdrew it when Jonathan was.
So maybe they are
no. What I'm saying that they were even in Nigeria in 2003 under Obasanjo. So I've seen. So that's why I'm just trying, because I'm just a novice. I'm just trying to see everything just to understand.
So what I'm saying is that if there are strong political interests behind our security issues, and if FBI has information about those major political players, the best person to discuss will be with the president. If, for example, your former president is behind your security problem, or a former, you understand, a former VP or a former this or a former, you understand, the best person to discuss such with will be the president, not just to call maybe
like our former attorney general now that wanted to sell, that wanted to loot our reserve. If not because of UK.
Not even that. You understand? If, for example, they say person behind Boko Haram is a former military head of state or a former civilian president or a former this. The best person or a former vice president, the best person to discuss those such with is not national security advisor or is the president directly. So those are
exactly just like when it happened in 2015 when these people go bring foreign militia, when they go bring foreign militia and put in our forest. That's just the way they alerted Nigeria at that time. But then what did they do? They use politics to mask everything. And those people now they are now they now turn to kidnappers and bandits in the country. So to me, honestly, I don't know. I'm not competent to actually talk about that time. So my own is just to talk generally about what I understand about economy.
Nigeria didn't pay close attention to it. Just that news just goes under the radar.
Even if I pay close attention to it, I don't know anything about it. So I will want the people like you that really understand that space to talk about it. So let us hear you out.
Well, everything I say will be about Bulaba anyway. So, and I don't want to say things that are not going to be factual. But it just gives me concerns that that head of FBI will be visiting the head of state for what? Even in the face of high-level security partnership when it comes to training and weapon munitions and all that, it doesn't. You don't have to have a Secretary of Defense to visit Nigeria, but and I don't want to minimize that meeting, because what you see being reported to the media or being reported in the media is sometimes you have to have a very strong story that we use to cover. Remember when the Deputy Secretary of State then, what is his name? Not Condoleezza Rice. What is his name? I always miss their name together. This fine babe. According to the story, she was the one that served Abiola that tea, that money. And that was where his tea was laced up. Anyway, that was a conspiracy theory being thrown around, but you can tell that they're the one that silenced that man. Anyway, they came under these guys of finding or trying to come in for the peacekeeping or peace mission to Nigeria, only for them to meet the key players in that area, and then ended up two of them ended up going beyond. But the government always have stories that will be convincing enough that even if you narrate that story to the greatest skeptics, they will still believe it. So, but anyway, we will see, because it seems Tinubu is now making much um, extending friendship hands to America now, because it doesn't seem, or I wasn't convinced enough that America was uh, supporting his candidacy during the election last year. I didn't even see it, like when Obama was making video here and there. Then, honestly, I wish I know a little bit more
No,
about this.
Obama actually goofed because Obama, it is what they fed Obama to that Obama
No,
took in.
they
Obama
didn't
didn't
give Obama anything. It is still their handwork. It's American. Oh, you don't know these people.
No,
After
now America wanted to put a African command in African command AFCOM in Nigeria, but Jonathan refused, right? And
he wasn't the first
this,
person that would refuse that.
where that's the best person I know.
No, he wasn't the first person.
No, I said that's the best person I know. Who is the other person? Because
you know how long they've been trying to put American military command in Africa before they now move it to Germany. Talking about in the areas of even Obasanjo's then in 1990s. They've always wanted to.
But why did you guys leave me alone? Because
what is AFCON in Germany?
Yeah.
How does that work? I thought AFCON has to do with Africa.
Yeah, it's in Germany. That command is in Germany. That was where it's situated, because every country in Africa rejected it, because you can't have a station, a military command. You become a target, because it becomes an ally. There's nothing you can say to convince.
No. The United States has military bases in advanced nations around the world, including Germany.
See,
one of the largest bases of United States is in Germany. I hope you know that.
Google it. African command. Where is it? AFCON, or what they call it? Google it. Is it?
Well, no, I'm talking about base. What are you talking about? I think what you're
Because
talking about is.
See, it won't do us any good. We haven't gone to that level of forming a partnership with America to have, a military station in Africa. In a way, Japan is strong, even though they don't really have military per se. Japan is strong. They don't make enemy the way America make enemy around.
It's not AFCON.
Because United States has a large. They have a large base also.
It's Stuttgart in Germany.
Yeah. Is it not supposed to be?
Okay, hold on. See, let's distinguish between the base, a military base, and a command center. Okay, they may be, the people fighting war back then, the war in Iraq, even Afghanistan, was being controlled by people sitting somewhere in Virginia. Okay, that was the command location, but the military base, of course, was in Afghanistan and in Iraq. So yes, maybe all the military decisions or what to do, strike or whatnot, is in Germany. But we're talking about the actual military base where it is located and what they're trying to do with it.
Either of the two. The command center being situated in Germany. Why they didn't put it in West Virginia or Washington? Why they didn't do that?
It's closer. I don't know. It's closer to Germany. It's closer to Nigeria.
I think it's only about the proximity.
No,
proximity.
Yeah. Well,
proximity
it's not. It's not that. There's a lot of strategic.
Well, Yeah, you're right. In today's age, proximity in the military deployment.
What is the point of having a command that oversees the African? They have a base in Mali. Is it Mali? Yeah, I think in Mali, right? They have a base in Mali. They didn't put the command there, but now put it in Germany.
Okay, because I don't know the reason why, but we can speculate by saying Germany is a well-established military base for the United States in Second World War. We know that. Germany is like the tentacles for America in Europe and Africa. So Germany was well established. Just putting AFCON there is just another unit, just a small unit as part of it. And there they have all the resources. They have the infrastructure. They have everything there. What infrastructure? I mean, they may have to spend more and try to rely on unreliable infrastructure and communication systems in Africa to do so. So it was just much better, easier. And trust me, they can deploy anything, even military, even like missiles or whatever from Germany to Nigeria or any part of Africa at a much faster pace than even being in Africa. So distance was a factor, but Germany was absolutely, I would think, a more strategic place to have put it.
Thank you, everyone. We have
better not shut this thing down. I will sue you, man.
No,
you can throw us to the background for those people that still want to discuss.
I joined a meeting. I have my military people calling me from Africa.
So better not. I will sue you, man.
Thank you, guys. Thank you so much. Yeah. Thank you for your.
Thanks, Thomas. Yeah.
Thank you so much. God bless you. Yeah.
For better infrastructure, for better life, yeah, my people. For better roads, yeah, for better hospitals and health, yeah. For lights today, for everything to work for us, for Nigeria. No more hunger. Obi for better Nigeria. Obedient and useful. Obi obedient and useful. Obi oh yeah, Obi get it. Hausa man, Yoruba man, Igbo man, Middle Belt, Niger Delta. Let us come together for better Nigeria. For better life, for better health, for better road. From consumption to production. Oya catch up before Nigeria. We go to good. What will follow will be. Daga 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 daga. Obi obi obi. Che obi ademba. Okay now. Ewo lewo, I beg you. Ewo lewo. Òyìnbó lọ́tọ̀ bẹ̀lẹ̀ wá lọ́tọ̀ ìrọ̀sí lọ́tọ̀ kò wá nílé. Moritala lọ́tọ̀ Ọbásanjọ́ lọ́tọ̀ Shagari lọ́tọ̀ Buhari lọ́tọ̀ Babangida lọ́tọ̀ Ṣónẹ́kan lọ́tọ̀ Abacha lọ́tọ̀ Abdulsalam lọ́tọ̀ Ọbásanjọ́ lọ́tọ̀ Yar'Adua lọ́tọ̀ Jonathan lọ́tọ̀ Buhari lọ́tọ̀ Peter Obi. Ewo lewo, abẹ́yẹ.
My convoy is 5 vehicles, and you cannot buy fuel unless I'm inside the car. So I will pay them. No more.
I know. The governor was paying for petrol himself for his convoy. When they get to the gas station, he will come out and bring out money and pay. In fact, at Oka government house, then when he was governor, forget about drinking champagne, what they are now doing there. Then he gave out old newspapers as substitute for toilet roll. If you are going to the toilet, he will just to save money. Yeah.
He was going to run somewhere. He said he's going for interview for job. Peter, can't you give him a job? Peter, can't you do this? The boy doesn't even have. I said, none of my children have car. I was the only person who is governor and bank chairman, not to them.
Isn't that mesmerizing? But I know that Peter B. I know that he's a smart man. You know? But the governor, that Obi, did he say anything about that 200 million from security vote that he was caught? His convoy was trying to smuggle out of the country. Did he say anything about that? No, he didn't. No, but he talked about that 72 billion he left behind for his handpicked successor.
Because when you hear that Peter B left 75 billion, if anybody doubts it, call me. I know where the money is. I kept it.
Did he talk about? Yeah, he did. Yeah, he did. I know the man that he's now fighting. You know, remember? Yes, no. I know. Of course. Did he talk about what is it called again? The liabilities he left behind. Did he talk about that? No. Like signed contracts that were not paid for. Did he talk about? No. Like thousands of workers that he hired during the last weeks of his administration without provision for their pay in the budget. Did he talk? No. But definitely he must have talked about the millions and millions he was dashing out to schools, churches, town hall, traditional. Yeah. At the end of the administration, he was just giving out money without appropriation. He talked about that, huh? Of course. Okay, one last thing. Did P2B finally explained how bodies of Biafran activists ended up floating on Anambra River when he was governor. Did he explain that? No, he didn't. Why? Why? It must be an omission.
Nigeria, we hail our own dear native land. Nigeria, we hail our own dear native land. Though tribes and tongues may differ, in brotherhood we stand. Nigerians all are proud to serve our sovereign motherland. Our flag shall be a symbol that truth and justice reign. In peace or battle honored, and this we count as gain. To and unto our children, Havana without stay. O God of all creation, grant this our one request. Help us to build a nation where no man is oppressed. And so with peace and plenty, Nigeria shall be blessed. And so with peace and plenty, Nigeria shall be blessed.
Kí ló ń ṣẹlẹ̀ ní Northwest Territory?